Good morning, everyone. Thanks a million for taking your seats, and sorry for the short delay this morning. As we know, the traffic is pretty bad around this area. But anyway, I'm delighted to welcome you to this first edition of the Mission Soil Investment Forum 2026 here in Brussels. My name is Shona Murray. I'm a journalist with Euronews, and I'm delighted to be your moderator all throughout today. And let me also extend an equally warm welcome to those of you joining us online. For wherever you are in Europe or across Europe, you're very welcome here today, and you're an equal part of this conference this morning. Now, before we begin, just a few practicalities. Please take a moment to put your phones on silent. Today's plenary sessions are being live streamed and recorded, and photographs are also being taken, so I hope that's okay with you. I'll also just give you a shape of today. This morning we're opening with the strategic framing and a short grounding interview on what Mission Soil projects can tell us about new business models and incentives for soil health. So that's this morning. We then have two plenary sessions on financing soil health, from policy capital and from policy to practice. After lunch then we have our three parallel sessions which go much deeper, and we'll have reporting after that. That obviously turns the day into action. We'll have then a pitch session showcasing solutions that have already worked, and as well some brief closing remarks before we move on then to the networking reception later on this evening, which I'm sure you're all very much looking forward to. For questions that any of the audience would like to ask our panelists, you're very welcome to do so. We'll have a roving mic, so please wait until the microphone comes to you before you ask the questions, because we want everyone online to be able to hear that. Also, if you are going to mention this event on social media, please use the hashtags, #MissionSoil, #EU-Soil-Investment, and MSIF 2026. But do send your comments on those social media platforms. And also, just one other thing I've been asked to say is that we have to be quite tight and strict but fair when it comes to timings. So I will have to try to do that. Now, obviously, we haven't started off very well because we're 20 minutes late, but we'll try to make up the time. Now, before we continue, I just want to maybe do a little introduction. Soil health is the foundation of Europe's food security, as we know. It's climate resilience and its rural economy. It's now my privilege to give the floor to Diego Cangafano, Acting Deputy Director General at DG Agri and Mission Soil Manager. He's going to open the forum and set out its ambition for the day. Diego, the floor is yours.
Dear representatives from EU institutions, member states, finance, industry, philanthropy, research, farming organizations, living labs, civil society, Deputy Mission Soil Manager, dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the first Mission Soil Investment Forum. I would like to warmly welcome all of you joining us today from across Europe and beyond, and especially those who have traveled to be here in person. We are delighted to see such a diverse audience. Your presence reflects something very important. Soil health is no longer a topic discussed only within environmental or research cycles. It is becoming a strategic issue for Europe's competitiveness, resilience, and long-term prosperity. Let me introduce to you the Mission Soil. Some of you are already familiar with the EU mission, a soil deal for Europe. Many others may not be, and that's precisely one of the reasons why we are here today. The mission is part of Horizon Europe, the European Union's research and innovation program. It was launched with an ambitious objective to establish 100 living labs and lighthouses and lead the transition towards healthy soils by 2030. We are well on track. Today, 45 living labs are already operating across Europe, with around 20 more expected to join this year. Together, they will form Europe's largest network for testing, demonstrating, and scaling soil health solutions under real-world conditions. Around this network, Horizon Europe has already committed more than 800 million euros through the mission, creating a vibrant European innovation ecosystem around soil health, where hundreds of organizations are working together to develop new technologies, monitoring systems, business models, and sustainable land and management practices. So why a Mission Soil Investment Forum? Research and innovation alone is not enough. If we are serious about restoring Europe's soils, we must move beyond demonstrating solutions towards deploying them at scale. And scaling requires investment. Today, you will notice many faces that you would not usually find at a Mission Soil event. Investors, banks, philanthropic organizations, food companies, technology providers, financial experts, entrepreneurs. So healthy soils are also an economic opportunity. If we want soil health to become part of mainstream business decisions, supply chains, and investment portfolios, we need to build bridges between communities that do not often sit around the same table. What's the challenge? The challenge is that many of the benefits generated by healthier soils are public goods, while many of the costs and risk of transition are borne privately, often by farmers, land owners, and land managers. Business models are still emerging. Markets are only beginning to develop. Investors need greater certainty. Companies need credible ways to measure progress. And financial institutions need projects that are mature, scalable, and investment-ready. This is precisely where we believe the next frontier lies. We're not starting from scratch. Over the past few years, the mission has invested not only in soil science, but also in understanding how healthier soils can create value beyond the farm gate. Specific mission projects have explored new business models, analyzed investment barriers, developed methods to measure soil value, and engage with investors, companies, and financial institutions to understand what is needed to unlock private finance. Today's forum is therefore not a starting point. It is also an opportunity to hear what science can tell us about the business models, incentives, and financial mechanisms that have the greatest potential to accelerate the transition towards healthy soil. And it comes at the right moment. The mission is now entering a new phase where our ambition is not only to generate knowledge, but to take investment into soil health easier, more visible, and more scalable across Europe. So not only science and theory, but action. Through the new Mission Soil platform, we will bring together practical guidance for investors, methodologies and metrics to assess soil-related investments, examples of successful business models, collaboration opportunities, and importantly, a pipeline of investment-ready projects. We will also begin tracking investment flows into soil health, helping us better understand where capital is flowing, where gaps remain, and what works in practice. In other words, we want the mission to become not only a source of knowledge and innovation, but also a trusted platform connecting science, policy, and finance. So let me explain the approach for this first edition. For this first edition, we deliberately take a broad perspective. Investment in soil health is not only about institutional finance. It includes farmers investing in new practices and equipment, companies developing innovative technologies, startups bringing new solutions to market businesses, restoring degraded land, food companies strengthening resilient supply chains, and public-private partnerships creating new markets. So this edition is therefore designed to provide a comprehensive overview of the opportunities and the growing and private community that exists across this diverse landscape. So our objective is not to focus on a single financing model, but to identify where the greatest potential lies, where the barriers remain, and where the low-hanging fruits are for accelerating action. With one exception. One session will take a much more focused look at the fundamental enabler of all these business models, how we measure and communicate soil health outcomes. Without trusted indicators, it is difficult to build robust business cases, reward performance, attract investment, or avoid greenwashing. This is a priority for the mission with the support of the mission board and the mission projects. Alongside supporting innovation, we are working to develop practical, outcome-oriented indicators that can help businesses and investors assess progress towards healthier soils. Let me go into a more politically policy-related conclusion. Before I conclude, let me leave you with one final thought. We are meeting at a particularly important moment for Europe. As the European Union prepares for its next multi-annual financial framework, competitiveness has become a central political priority. The coming years offer a unique opportunity to better align research and innovation, agriculture, environmental, and investment policies. The future Common Agricultural Policy, the implementation of the carbon removal and carbon farming regulation, the soil monitoring law, and the new financial instruments under discussion, including the proposed European Competitiveness Fund, can together create the conditions to deploy and scale up innovative soil health solutions across Europe. But this will not happen automatically. It requires dialogue across communities, new partnerships, credible business models, and the confidence to invest. Our challenge and our responsibility is to ensure that the soil health community is ready to seize these opportunities with mature solutions, strong business cases, and investment-ready projects. So before we begin, I would like to sincerely thank all our speakers and moderators for accepting our invitation and placing their trust in the Mission Soil team by joining us by this first edition of the forum. Your expertise and commitment are what will make today's discussion valuable. Throughout today's forum, I encourage you to challenge assumptions, share experiences, build new connections, and help us shape the next phase of the Mission Soil and Europe's approach to soil health investment. I wish you an inspiring and productive forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks, Diego. Oh, that was brilliant. Thank you very much, Diego, for very much framing the strategic ambition. Before we turn to the investment community, we wanted to make sure we're all working from the same evidence base, because the investment case for soil health rests on what science and economics show. So now let me bring in two of Europe's leading researchers to very much set that foundation. I'm very delighted to welcome to the stage Dr. Valentina Materia. She is part of the Mission Soil project Invest Soil, focused on monetary valuation of soil ecosystem services and creation of initiatives to invest in soil health. And also we have Dr. Kato van Ruijmbeke, who coordinates the Mission Soil project Soil Values, which explores sustainable business models for regenerative agriculture in Europe. You're very welcome to the stage. Now, between these, they'll bring exactly the two perspectives we need this morning: the evidence on what healthy soil delivers and the business models and economic value that turn that evidence into something investable, which is obviously very important and the main theme of today. Our aim of the next half hour is pretty simple. We want to set up a shared evidence-based picture of where European soil stands. So with that, very warm welcome to both of you. So what we're going to do is just do a couple of questions each, and we might have a couple of minutes towards the end then for the audience, so keep that in mind. I might just start off with yourself, Kato. Soil health has gained significant political momentum, as we know, and the EU Soil Mission is now really actively promoting new business models as part of that agenda. So how has this research area evolved in the way that it needs to, particularly given the focus on competitiveness?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, we've seen a big evolution, especially with, for example, just the establishment of the Mission Soil and all the attention that's being brought to soil health in general. And from a research perspective, we have a lot of different Mission Soil projects in general, a lot of them focusing on soil health indicators and really the quantitative elements of soil health. It was mentioned earlier as well that, you know, quantifying soil health is one of the most important elements. So I think that's the first evolution positively that we've seen in really acknowledging that. But next to that, what we're also seeing, for example, from Soil Values, we focus on business models, but we don't actually measure soil health through indicators in our project. We have a couple of testing grounds where we do this, but that's not really the core of our project. Instead, the core of our project is more this qualitative relational information that we get around business models, and it really relates to this plural value element of soil health. So it's not only about measuring indicators and measuring soil health, but also social dynamics that exist around healthy soils. For example, relational farmers between farmers, or relational elements between farmers, but also business models like CSAs or community-supported agriculture, where you have a very strong network of people living in the area engaging with farmers, engaging with regenerative practices, building these social networks. So I think we've seen a very positive evolution in this first step, and what I see us moving towards is also acknowledging these more qualitative, less quantitative values that we see, like social innovation, like these relational elements, as well as the resilience perspective for farmers in terms of making sure that they have stabilized yield through time, given climate shocks and stuff. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the same question to you, Dr. Materi. I mean, obviously we know that you're focusing on the monetary valuation of soil ecosystems, but just talk, what's your own response to that question?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a very important question, and I'm very glad to be speaking about this today with this diverse audience. Because as researchers, of course, we tend to look also at the genuine evolution that terminology has also had a long time. So soil health as a definition has moved from being a productive unit, so soil, something that can be used to produce more, to something that embraces more values behind. This means that also the valuation of soil has gone way beyond the intrinsic value of production to embrace also more relational values. So let's think about the many initiatives that have been opened also at the local level to build on the values of healthy soils, also for livelihood, for human well-being. And indeed, the working definition of soil health looks into the potential for soil to enhance well-being of humans, plants, and animals, and this is very important. Another very important evolution in research in connection to soil health has been also the definition of business models. Let's say that a bit universally across the many projects within the soil mission, we have seen a definition of business model that has been looking especially at the economic value. But with our projects, so more recently, research has provided a definition that goes also beyond the pure economic value, which means embracing also the social impact that investing and working on improving the quality of soil has, and the environmental impact. So we see now business models not just as a way to indicate what economic value we create with our businesses, what value we deliver to whom and how, and what we capture in terms of economic mechanisms. But we embrace also a perspective now that looks more into stakeholders' engagement, system thinking. So it's a systemic problem. It's not just the problem of one unit, the business, that has to deal with a tool. Business models in that sense are not related anymore to a single business, but to a community of actors engaging together. And that's why also the previous intervention mentioned the Living Labs as one of the constellation of actors that sit around the table and to discuss with the soil around the table how to improve it. So there has been a change also in the definition of business models that is looking towards the future. It's not a static representation of the moment. And this is very important because it has enhanced our understanding of soil and why to invest on it.
Yeah, the next question, I mean, the understanding of soil is key. I mean, how our existing monitoring, reporting frameworks or research frameworks, how well equipped are they to capture what we need to know about soil health, and what are they fit for purpose, and what would you recommend in relation to informing financial mechanisms and policy?
I think they're very well established, very well set up to capture these quantitative elements. So as Valentina mentioned, we kind of started with the definition of soil health and business models looking at the economics of things, so related to these indicators of soil health. So I think with the Mission Soil and the establishment of SoilWise as a project, which is set up basically to harvest all the information that is being generated by all these different Mission Soil projects, it's very well set up to capture all this quantitative information, these indicators, which can then really be coupled to monetary values. I think maybe at the moment it's less well established or less well set up to capture this qualitative element. We personally, anecdotally from Soil Values, for example, as I mentioned, we don't have indicator data. And we were asked to put up our data in this online repository where it's safe and have a metadata template provided by SoilWise that we had to fill out so that we could make sure that that data was captured by SoilWise. And we noticed that we could really only fill in like 2 or 3 of the fields out of like the 2025 because it was all geared towards this quantitative information. Whereas in soil values, we really have a lot of minutes from interviews that we did with farmers, from these networks, from these collectives, where we bring farmers together at a landscape level and we see, okay, what do you need? What kind of value chain actors need to be involved in this business model for it to succeed? What are the barriers for you in adopting this business model? Which couldn't be captured by that metadata template. So what we did, and I appreciate this about the mission soil as well, is we adapted it, made sure that it was, adhered to the minimum requirements, sent it back to SoilWise, and hopefully then it can help to inform other qualitative-based projects that can then adopt that metadata template so that that data is also captured. And I think that's important moving forward and looking towards the future, that that data is captured also for policy, that they are aware of these more relational elements around business models that really are often central to the success of a business model next to just purely the economics and the financial elements. I think that's a very important thing to be able to capture through these platforms as well.
And the same question to you, Dr. Materi. I mean, how well equipped or informed are these frameworks in telling us about what we need to know about soil health?
Yes, I truly believe that the opportunity to work in this context where we have sisters projects working together gives also very relevant insights into how policy and research and business can actually collaborate together. Because from research we see also the emergence of trends that cannot be easily put under a metric. And that's what we were sharing in terms of all the qualitative data that are collected, talking with the actors that really want to invest in soil. Talking with also the local communities provides us also with insights into what the new definition possibly of innovation for soil health might be, that might be in need of redefinition somehow. So I believe that there have been many efforts, and these efforts have been repaid by results that we are trying to produce also in the timeline of the project that we have. And there has been a huge interest from also community-based approaches, so from the local entities, the local actors, to engage even more. Clearly there are struggles sometimes to streamline different sorts of values into one metric. And what we have realized also, for example, in our Invest Soil project is that trying to look into economic, so market and non-market evaluation of soil health enhances the understanding of what we are talking about when we look into soil health. But on the same side, we need also to avoid the pitfall of commodification of nature, which is also something that risks to bring us to another direction. So the efforts so far have gained relevant, massive, important information that we need to build now on for the next the years to come.
And just final question then before I maybe put it out to the audience. Beyond measuring soil quality, is there a real scalable business case for soil health, and what would it actually take to get there? Again, very important part of today.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the question that everybody's interested in. Right? So from soil values, just kind of to give some background, what we had set out to do when we started the project was to establish new business models. So we work with testing grounds and communities of practice rather than living labs, but jointly they basically form a living lab, just as context. And so we set out to establish these testing grounds around different business models, engage value chain actors through the living labs, validate those business models through time, and validate their effect on soil health. And then we very quickly came to realize 4 years is not long enough at all to do that either, nor is it long enough for the business model element, nor for the soil health element, because in 4 years you don't really measure a change in soil health very effectively or significantly. And so we, from a project perspective, we do believe that there is a future for these business models. But from these 4 years that we have now kind of gone through as a project, it's very difficult to say how that's going to look like in the very, very long term. We adopt within the project this blended finance perspective as well, and that relates to these phases that projects go through. So kind of overlaying that on the timeline of our project right now, we've spent a lot of basically public money and public funds into establishing these business models. And that's kind of how we see that evolving, where at the start of these soil health business models, we focus more on public funds. And then as these business models grow and mature, we can kind of maybe scale back the public funds a little bit, and we can start investing these private funds as well. So blending in the sense of public-private fund blending, I think, is very much in the future for all these business models in terms of scaling them through the future and through time mainly as well.
And same to you, Dr. Materi, the scalable business case for soil health.
Yes, I very much agree with what has been discussed so far, and I also think that in our project, within the context of Invest the Soil project, we have seen many individual initiatives launched by, for example, when we look at agricultural soils, by farmers who are engaging with tools like sustainable business models to enhance their uptake of sustainable practices that then get shared also with the community. This is a process that in research is also called anchoring. So some niche initiatives start at the local level and then they spread because also knowledge is shared among the actors. And that's a nice way to show also how, from a very local level, this connectedness with the local roots expands to further engage also with other actors who are triggered by this interest. At the same time, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are seeing this. The concept of business model evolving also towards more collaborative initiatives. We indicate also scaling of these activities at different levels, engaging with business, engaging with ministries and policy actors in the area. We have seen, for example, the emergence of cross-sector partnerships that tend to multiply the effect of individual actions, taking into account the different actors together. We have seen the emergence, for example, of community land trusts, where there is a stewardship organization that tries also to safeguard the land in a way that, for example, farmers, my expertise lies in the agricultural fields, but this is more also in other contexts, can be used, let's say, in a way that it's safeguarded for when it comes to environmental influences. So there is definitely a case for anchoring the existing initiatives at the community level and the local level and scaling it up and scaling it deep so that these business models are proven because you want to see also the results of these. We have seen, of course, also initiatives being launched in industrial soils, in urban soils, in mines. Of course, every different soil has a different history of use, so we cannot use the one formula fits all principle to explain also how to scale up. But definitely we see initiatives from which we can learn. We still do. So my call today is really for a collaboration where insights that come from talking also with the farmers, with land managers in general, can be producing or can be inducive, conductive to a more shared agenda, so that also farmers and land managers become the scientists that we rely on to understand also for them what the mechanism is to scale, what they need. And sometimes we need to realize also the intrinsic motivations that farmers have. So subsidies might support also the sustainability-related effort that actually are more short-term. So how can we make sure that the motivation of farmers stays? How to pull them rather than push land managers in general? That's very important. And that's where I think research still has some open questions. How to consider in all the metrics these values that are related to I have soil in my veins. This is something that farmers told us in our research. So how to embrace that principle without only pushing for subsidies, but pulling for a more understanding of why they're doing what they're doing. And this is very, very important. Yeah. Also from a gender perspective, to be honest. I've been engaging also with women farmers, women land managers. And there it looks like care is necessary a value that women have. But actually they do the same as looking at stewardship and connectedness to the local environment. And funds there are really relevant. They are small innovations, but they are innovations that make an impact for the entire community. So I would like to embrace also this a bit more.
Yes, very good. Yeah, soil in their veins. It's one way of putting it, for sure. So now we can maybe see if the audience would like to put a question to our brilliant panelists. We have a roving mic. So if you want to, this lady here in the second row, just wait till the mic comes along, because unfortunately you can't ask a question if you're online, so we want everyone to be able to hear. And if you just introduce yourself as well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Professor Rachel Creamer from Wageningen University and coordinator of the Benchmarks Project. Cato and Valentina, thank you very much for very nice perspectives. It's really lovely to hear it from the business perspective. The Benchmarks Project, of course, is focused on the quantitative indicators, so it's really nice to share this. One of the things that we really find is that perspective matters. And I think you just started to address that, Valentina, that the farmers themselves and foresters, urban planners, have often a very practical perspective in terms of how they perceive, understand, value soil health. And also how then they want to understand the measurements of that. It needs to be very meaningful to them. Whereas we also experience with the value chains that corporate reporting and MRV is becoming a mainstream element in their perspective on soil health. Can we now develop business models that actually recognize these different perspectives? We can also talk about policy, has a different perspective on standardization and harmonization. So can we develop business models that deal with this? And yet, as Valentina just mentioned, look at opportunities for how we then scale them together. Because I don't think it should be one set of indicators fits all. It doesn't work, we know that. But it should be a way of connecting them while still recognizing the individual perspective. So I'd welcome your thoughts on that.
Who wants to go first? Do you want to go first, Valentina?
Yeah, I can start just because I was called in action in this sense more directly, but thank you very much. And that's exactly also the core point of our work within the Invest Soil. So using the platform that Europe is giving us, this is the great opportunity to show that business is much more than just looking into profitability and margins, also with a short-term perspective. We have defined a protocol in our project that tries to see how different actors sit around the table, also with soil. So the fact that soil has been invisible to the boardroom for many years until now is not the result of apathy or it's unfamiliarity with it. So what we are trying to strive for is a collaborative model. So we defined a sort of a protocol that we are testing and validating within our project that starts with a phase of initiating, which means all the actors are called upon their values. What is the value that they attach to bringing together their resources for soil health? What is a soil health for them? What a farmer considers soil health might be completely different from what an actor along the value chain, the distributor or retailers think about soil health. And based on that, there is also a conflictual moment that needs to take into account, because there is necessarily and inevitably a tension arising from the fact that soil health is a public good, but there are private interests related to that. Soil health provides us with water retention properties, with nice air, but land managers might decide, okay, that's my land, and so I don't allow you to do so, to enter that soil, to embrace also the cultural aspect of it, so the nice landscape. So with this protocol, we try to tap into this aspect to co-design together sustainable business models, starting from sharing the value and the mission behind that each actor needs to identify, to share together, to strategize on that, and to reflect. This is also a clear indication for policy, which means a business model is not a top-down approach that starts and finishes there. It's something that continues. It's a cycle that needs to be taken into account. The knowledge created along this cycle is functional to improve. And that's what we are trying also to indicate with our activities.
Yeah, I think I can only second that. I was also going to pick up the co-design element in soil values. I mean, it's taken us 4 years to develop these business models, and we hope and we really do believe that many of them will continue on into the future, but we all are also realistic that not all of those will actually continue. We have a very wide diversity of types of land managers that we work with, mainly farmers from our perspective then, but from, you know, small-scale community-supported agriculture systems to a larger-scale sugar beet farming system in Poland. We have a Montado system producing cork in Portugal. So we have all these different actors who, like you said, have very different perspectives. And so it took us 4 years to start from them, bring in these communities of practice, so bringing these value chain actors to co-design together the business model, hopefully so that they can then continue after our project ends, that, you know, it wasn't 4 years of, you know, wasted effort in trying to set up this business model, which I don't think it will have been.
Now, there's a lady here who also wants to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Azadeh. I'm coming from a startup which is called Better Soil. I have 2 questions. So the first question goes to investment, what you said, Diego. We have to scale up soil health, and for scaling up we need investment. And at the moment we have different economic crises, at least in Germany. And we see the sustainability budget is going down and down and down. And on the other side, we are seeing that soil loss is going up and up and up. How can we educate, raise awareness, and close the gap of investment at the same time? Motivate companies like McCain, like sugar producers, like others for long-term investment, although we have this economic crisis. How can we do it? Because if we have Iran war, Ukraine war, and there is no one want to invest in the unsexy topic of soil and soil health, how should we plan 20 years of mission soil, what we want to achieve on the European level in terms of increasing soil health, increasing productivity, and also resiliency in our agriculture to decrease volatility of yield. So how can we make it? How can we do it?
Yeah, very important point. Although people might argue that it's not unsexy, soil health.
Soil not is sexy, not sexy.
Yeah, I can maybe speak less directly to this question, and I think there's definitely some people in the audience who are maybe better suited to address that specific question, and this may be a naive perspective, but I do genuinely believe that if we move away from only looking at the quantitative elements of everything, if we're not only considering, you know, how much soil organic carbon is there in the soil, and we're also looking at these relational values, and we're starting to acknowledge that those exist, and it's more than just purely what we're able to measure with numbers, then we will be able to also capture some of these plural values more accurately, more holistically. Also looking at this resilience perspective, I think it's more than just the numbers themselves as well. And I think once we start to acknowledge that those exist, then hopefully it becomes more sexy, it becomes more interesting for these businesses in the long term to start investing in them. But I am aware that, you know, given all these other major things that are going on in the economy and across Europe and across the world, it's also a very naive approach, I would assume. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also believe that soil literacy is a relevant topic in general overall for all the actors involved, because we are talking also within our project on how to accompany children, for example, since the age of children, to understand why soil is relevant. When it comes to businesses, there has been, I believe, but also research brings this result, the general idea that soil pertains just to agricultural activities. Actually, that's not the case. So we see also many companies in the food and the beverage sector in particular starting realizing that when they map how much they depend on soil, then they start realizing, oh, maybe I have a stake in that, and then I can act on that. So how to do that? Proving also that, for example, you avoid toxic runoff in the water, so that drinking water is not poisoned, is already an action that a business can take to feel part of the discussions, not just as being blamed for polluting or being indicated as the cause of the problem of not looking into soil. So I think that's also very important to accompany businesses in the realization and in the mapping of how much they have a stake also when we discuss about soil, even if it's not an agricultural related activity. Water functions provided by soils are crucial. When we see a lot of floods, when we see droughts, they derive from properties of soil. So we cannot just think that's not my problem. It's a general community problem, it's a societal problem. And as such, I think soil has to become a bit more soil health, a bit more sexy, because we are all called upon it at the same way. And there are initiatives like also cross-sector partnerships where businesses take the lead in proving the contribution that they can give. And this clearly needs to go beyond the greenwashing, but there is where soil literacy then is needed. And that's what I would add to this discussion. I don't want to take too much time, but I'm quite passionate for this talk.
That's what we like to see. We've one final question here for this gentleman.
Very briefly, I'm Damien Jourdan from company Danone. We make yogurt. I think what I'm going to say goes really in the direction of your comment just now. When I hear that, when we talk about business model or what could be the business model, I feel like we are really much trying to make, again, things that create money out of soil, and feeling like really stuck into the present while we should look at the longer time. And what we feel like resonates most at least in our company, is around the cost of inaction, simply. And therefore, today, now, we invest on the long run, on the resilience, and soil health is part of it. And today we are working on how to create resilience index that includes soil, but it goes much beyond and more holistic than that. And so I was wondering why actually it didn't come to you that it's this cost of, how to quantify this cost of inaction for company to realize that the business case, there is no business case of not tackling soil and the other indicators, actually. There is no business case of not doing something on soil.
So, I don't know if I've fully understood your question. There's no business case for
not doing it?
For not doing it.
For not doing it.
Yeah.
And actually the business case, at least for us, how it works is like trying to quantify, though it's not easy, to quantify the cost of not doing.
Yeah. Well, I would indeed agree that there's no business case for not doing it, but I think you said it yourself, it's taking this long-term perspective, which maybe coupled also to your question earlier, for some businesses, for some individuals, for some stakeholders, maybe that's also just not feasible at all times. So I do think we need to think in the long term, and then it becomes a business case for everyone, because then, as Valentina mentioned, we realize that it affects all our activities for everyone. Soil is a public good, but it's also foundationally what everything is built on. So I do agree that there should not be, or there should always be a business case for it, and we should say, you know, there's no business case for not doing it, but it's really, I think, this time perspective that you're taking, and the whether you're able to take that time perspective. Some more smallholder farmers maybe will not be able to think, you know, 10, 15, 20, 50 years into the future, and they're worried about, you know, I need to grow these crops right now. My business depends on it for next season and the season after that, and that's as far as I'll go.
Yeah, at the same time, I also believe that there are many initiatives that need to be given more visibility. So initiatives also run along value chains where there are multinationals that collaborate with other actors and try to embrace soil health in a way that looks not just at the short term, but also the long-term perspective. So I think in that sense, there is a case for investing, and perhaps we need more visibility of that. And the problem of long-term versus short-term also entails that there are trade-offs. And that's necessarily something that needs to be considered. So that means that the point that we wanted to make, sometimes if we look only at the instrumental value of soil and the short term, of course, sometimes it's not convenient to invest on it. But if we look at the long-term perspective, there we might see also associated benefits with an investment in soil health that comes in the form of more relational ties, relational links to soil. We have seen, for example, in our studies in Invest Soil, market and non-market evaluation of ecosystem services, we have seen that in mining soils, for example, or forestry soils, there is quite an investment at the beginning, but then also imagine how to repurpose soils after a mining activity being there. But there has been research that has proven that, for example, planting some plants that are able to absorb the metal properties of soils might be a big investment in the short term, but in the long term it provides also with more ecosystem services, so soil health, but also more opportunities also for developing work and employment and also well-being and more nature coming. So this perspective, short term, long term, implies trade-offs that we need to take into account, but it shouldn't stop the visionary effort of many entrepreneurs and many businesses that want to engage in that. And that's why maybe public-private supports can come into play.
Thank you very much. I think this discussion is a great foundation for today. We know that the science is firm, the economic evidence is pretty clear. The question now is how we translate that evidence into conditions that allow capital flow. So thank you very much to both of you. And I'm going to invite our next panel up onto the stage.
Thank you.
Because mature investment markets are always built on a foundation of policy clarity, regulatory consistency, and credible public commitment. This session will explore how policy can be translated into investable conditions by creating clear demand signals, supporting viable business models, mobilizing catalytic and philanthropic capital, and strengthening innovation ecosystems. Soil health has moved to the EU's core agenda. The soil monitoring law adopted last year, the carbon removal certification framework, the CAP, the nature restoration law, the water resilience strategy. This panel now will bring together officials shaping the CAP and the carbon removals and carbon farming regulations together with a leading philanthropic organisation providing catalytic funding to accelerate innovation and the early adoption of sustainable solutions. So I'd love to welcome onto the stage now Hies Schultes from DG Agri, Christian Holzleitner from DG Klima, and Klaus Felby from Novo Nordisk Foundation. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also, as before, we'll have hopefully maybe some minutes at the end for some questions. Hies, if I could just start with you here, please. We wanted to maybe just introduce CAP, because obviously that's been Europe's primary instrument for shaping land management across member states. So where is the strongest early evidence that eco schemes, agri-environment measures, and overall the green architecture of the current CAP is translating into changed practice and impact on the ground, as agreed in the previous negotiations?
I think thank you for having me, and I really felt and made enthusiastic by the previous panel already. I think the best evidence is looking out of your car window or however you travel in Europe and seeing, for example, cover crops throughout winter, much fewer bare soils and so on. So I think that the best evidence is really what we see on the grounds in the fields. Thinking back at the previous panel, which is also about measuring, I think it's important to also see what we can actually measure. One of the best assessments we have, particularly on carbon sequestration, is an assessment that the current CAP strategic plans do about 30 million tons of CO2 equivalent yearly, bringing us towards the 2030 targets in terms of the CAP contribution to those targets. So I think both in terms of visual change and practice of farmers that are changing, we also see it in the numbers. But obviously, we continue to invest in the measurements to observe other aspects of soil health.
Okay. And Christian, just to come to you there, this carbon removal certification framework is seen as a potential landmark for soil carbon markets in Europe, establishing the rigor and credibility that voluntary markets have struggled to deliver. Where does implementation stand for that today?
Yes, hi, good morning. Yeah, of course, what we want to do is we want to complement the common agricultural policy and bring additional income to farmers through the voluntary carbon market. And this is what we want to deliver, to generate new income there. And we are very happy about the progress. Where we are, we should very soon, the Commission should very soon adopt our carbon farming methodologies, including for soil carbon. We've been discussing this with a lot of you, with the leading experts from Europe, but also globally, how we get the measurement right, the quantification of the net climate benefits. So how do we find the optimal combination between soil sampling, modeling, remote sensing to bring down these costs, to realize the synergies with all the data that we already have from the common agricultural policy, so to make it attractive for farmers to adopt these practices, to get the financing from the CEP, but also from the private sector.
And can you talk us through some of the milestones that are forthcoming in not too distant future, but also some of the challenges that you're facing in relation to unlocking its potential?
Yeah, so as I said, we hope that before the summer we can adopt our carbon farming methodology. That includes the soil carbon, but also agroforestry, rewetting of peatlands, and afforestation. And then we hope that by the end of the year, we can start looking at the applications of certification schemes, be it public, be it private ones, that want to work with us. So we are already very happy about the positive response from certification schemes that we got for the permanent removals, including biochar. So we already look really at applications from certification schemes. So we hope we get the same positive response for carbon farming. And then we are working on this EU-wide registry, so to have one single marketplace where then these carbon credits can be traded and we can avoid any doubts about double claiming and so on. And we are looking at the blockchain platform with which we can connect all the existing registries, and with which we hope we can create a lot of transparency and much more quickly scale up this European market for CSCF.
And Klaus, Novo Nordisk is one of the sort of key foundations when it comes to this space around soil health. But philanthropic organizations are seen as sort of much more present in comparison to commercial finance. Is that something that still exists now? Is that a fair characterization? And where is your foundation currently focusing on?
You can say that we as a philanthropic foundation, we can look at it from a societal point of view, societal need. How do we generate societal value? How do we generate value for farmers, industry, citizens, all together? And we do that in general, by how do we advance knowledge, science, and technology. So looking at the whole question about soil health, I can say Novo Nordisk Foundation, we like biology a lot, like a lot. It's also from a basic belief, understanding that what really drives this is life, it's biology. That's what's controlling all the processes we are talking about, be it cover crops, be it not least the microbiome, the soil microbiome. So how can we support the development of knowledge, the synthesis of knowledge that enables us to. There was a little bit of discussion in the last session about quality, quantity parameters. I agree they're both there, but we need some numbers, some proxies to actually to hook up the ecosystem services, not individually, but the basic mechanism here. And that is, in this case, the microbial biodiversity. So recently we funded, we put 2 large projects that, out, looking at this aspect, so 10 million euros each, coordinated with DG Agri, so we make sure that it would fit into the overall picture. Not to, as such, just build science and scientific papers, but really knowledge that can be put into practical use. That can be translated into proxies that we can actually put a value on soil health or on the ecosystem services, because that's needed for investment. That's needed for farmers to go into this. And it's a long journey. And we can do the long journey. And soils are slow.
Yeah.
But we need, and here's the challenge I think that we are facing now. That is, the soil is too slow. We cannot wait for the soil to get there and then figure, this is how it should be done. We need to stick our neck out. We need to have a higher risk in our approach because we need the soil health to be okay in 10 years from now or 20 years from now. So, and that's governed by what we do now. We need to get the investments going now. So I think that's a challenge for all of us. And I think this mission approach from the EU is really the right way to do it now. But how do we speed up? How do we also accept that success is built upon lots of failures? Projects that fail are wonderful because it makes us wiser. They are maybe even more successful than the small success, but the big failure, oh my God, that wasn't the right thing to do. We need to do something else. So there's also a way of moving forward here that what are the failures that's ahead of us and how do we learn from them?
But is it fair to say, though, that commercial finance is reluctant to engage then still?
Commercial finance has a certain, we can say, level of risk that it can accept. That's where we need philanthropic organizations, but not least we need a strong state. We need a strong government that can regulate and put out targets, goals on where we need to be, because that's de-risking for commercial finance. So it's again this triple helix collaboration that's needed here. But again, more than ever, we actually need to move forward and we need to actually have results.
Christian, did you want to come in there, or you were kind of nodding away there?
No, but I think I very much agree. We need size. Or for financial actors, for commercial finance to come in, they want to have a certain size. I think, or if I talk also to my colleagues at the European Investment Bank, they always say yes. For the small niche things, we don't get out of bed. So, and this is what we hope that we can provide with our certification framework, is then that we can create a European market for that. And I think combined with what you've also been talking before, with a landscape approach, with getting more farmers together, and with really what we need to get into scale. And this is also why we've proposed under the Fertilizer Action Plan to look into how can we create European-wide calls for such landscape approaches, for such big projects. Because then, when we get to this quantity at the European level, it gets interesting for banks to engage into that. It can get interesting for the European Investment Bank to provide guarantees for delivery risks, permanence risk. With InvestEU, we would have an instrument that is pretty ready-made for such situations. So it's really about how can we get to a larger scale, and how can we find the optimal mix then with the public financing and make the public spending much more effective, leverage it with private investments, be it within the value chain, be it from financial sectors or from outside the value chain.
And Hyson, we know we're sort of entering into the very turbulent period of negotiations for the multi-annual framework of the European Union. Very difficult time at the best of times, but the Commission has already launched its negotiations on the future of CAP and the EU's long-term budget. Soil sustainable management requires several years, though, before the benefits become visible. Can you tell us a little bit about how CAP can better support these investments through longer-term results-based and risk-sharing instruments?
Thanks. You would almost think that the heads of state and government have designed a 7-year multi-annual financial framework to match soil science, but maybe just a step back. We're talking scale, and then I'll get to your question. Yeah. So the Common Agricultural Policy has, over the years, invested more and more, put more and more money on environmental priorities, so environmental support for farmers. This has now been, since the early years of this century specifically. Currently, we have about 50% of European agricultural land on which there are specific commitments to improve soil health. So that's 50%. That means of the 160 million hectares, 80 million, right? So that is scale. I always say this is the biggest regenerative agriculture program in the world that we run with the Common Agricultural Policy. You can argue, of course, ambition levels, etc. So I take all that, but I think it's important to note that we have developed a system where we say, okay, farming is a sector that is under economic pressure, under environmental pressure. So we have a support program which combines income support together with environmental support. And that's a baseline for everybody in the EU. And I think all the things that we are discussing now is how can we build on that baseline, which is a baseline that is above the legal requirements. So how can we build on that baseline to do more? And I think one thing is important is continuity. So with the Common Agricultural Policy that is now being negotiated as part of the next cycle, we're on the one hand really focusing on continuity of current programs. So continued agro-environmental programs, continued conditions to payments, which we have baptized farm stewardship in future. We have said all member states should, in a legislative proposal where the level of detail at EU level is less, but where the priorities are really clear. There is environmental priorities, including on soil health. So we have this continuity of the current period. One of the novelties we have is that we want to provide, we want all member states to provide transition aid, which is really important, I think, because if we want to move to a different form of farming, maybe a form of farming that is more resilient, given climate change, could be organic, could be agroforestry, could be all kinds of different options, that you provide a lump sum payment to enable farmers to make that change, to take that risk, to make those investments. So I think in terms of, so on the one hand, in the multi-annual financial framework negotiations, we go for continued support for environmental sustainability in agriculture, but also this new element of transition, which I think is key. Thank you.
Okay. Christian, certification alone won't create a market. Beyond the carbon removal certification framework, what conditions are still needed to generate sufficient demand for certified carbon farming, whether through the proposed EU Buyers Club or other mechanisms, and to make these investments, very importantly, attractive at scale?
So we have two sources of demand. The one is within the value chain. Or these are the climate claims that our agri-food companies want to make towards their consumers, and maybe even more importantly, towards their investors, because they want to show that they have a resilient and sustainable business. And then we have the demand from outside the value chain, so what is often called offsetting or contributions to climate, and there in the long term we could, for example, look in particular to the airline industries and other sectors that will still use fossil fuels for quite some time. And we need to work on both of those demand sources. And there have been quite important events this year. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol has come out with its guidance for the accounting within the value chain. They will work further on that, looking into more market-based, action-oriented approaches, I think, which is super important. And then the Science Based Targets initiative has come out with its new guidance, which is very important for the demand outside the value chain, because they've opened up now quite some opportunities for nature-based solutions for carbon farming to also, in the short term, count towards the climate claims of these companies. And here we are with CSCF, more on the supply side, and we are now very keen to work with GHG protocol, with SBTi, to show how CSCF, how our certification can make it easier for the companies, but also for farmers to fulfill these commitments. You have big challenges within the value chain because you have several crops on a field. So how do you allocate then the benefits that you have from these investments across all the actors in the value chain, both vertically, from the retailers over the traders to the brand owners, but also horizontally, if you have a crop rotation of 5 or something like this. And there we want to really provide a very practical, pragmatic guidance on how this can be done. And we want to combine it, as I said before, with ideas. How can we create a European market, do European-wide calls for such projects, landscaper projects are, I think, preferably, and then by that draw in additional support from the member state and from private companies, because then they can benefit from this additional European funding, maybe additional funding from the European Investment Bank in terms of risk coverage. And by that, we hope that we can find attractive business models that makes it easier for everyone to invest. And of course, the combination with the public funding is super important, like the transition support from the common agricultural policy can be really here to finance the upfront costs. And we are very careful in our certification rules that we allow such combination of public-private funding. This will be key for a quicker scale-up of these business models.
Klaus, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, maybe I can be a little bit more direct. This is not going to work.
Oh.
We should be careful, I'm telling you a little bit, do not overcomplicate this. If this is going to work on a market basis, we need something that generates monetary value at the producer, i.e. the farmer, and something that produces a benefit for the consumer or whoever demands this. And it's pretty simple. We have learned from our previous investments, we have a holding company in green companies, green technologies, whatever. Nobody wants, at the end of the day, wants to pay the green premium. It needs to either be on par, more simple, or provide more value. That's the same thing we're up against here. It needs to create monetary value somehow if we want to have a working market. So, and for that to work, it also requires a certain level of simplicity. Something needs to be tangible here. So how does this make money into the pockets of the land managers? Not from a regulatory framework, not from agricultural support. It can sort of provide a little bit of the basis, but at the end of the day, there needs to be a working market. How do we get there? How does that look like?
Yeah, but this is what I just told you.
It didn't sound to me like that.
So should I try again?
Yes, please.
Yes, you please.
Yeah? But this is what you would expect from a carbon market to work and to show you the value of the investment.
But here's the thing. The carbon market, here's one thing. We all agree on the carbon thing. But as a consumer, you cannot feel the carbon. You cannot feel it. But I lost my badge. Anyway, so that's one of the challenges. If there's something you can feel on your health or on your stomach or whatever, great. Then you can really start to have a market working. Or if it provides you power for electricity, great. You can see this renewable energy works. It gives me power. But some of these things we talk about now, they are invisible values, so to speak. How do we put that into something that actually makes a difference?
But I think all the big agri-food companies understand the value of more carbon in the soil. They all understand the value of more healthy soils.
Yeah.
So they should all be interested in investing into this. In the same way as also companies outside the value chain should understand the value that they can get if they have an offsetting option.
Okay. But you need to be able to put a unit on that.
Yes.
Which is not carbon by per se, it's something else that the carbon does for you in the soil.
Yes, but the carbon is the currency. Or you need to scale it up, you need a currency. You need something that everyone understands. That is understood within the value chain, that is understood outside the value chain, that is understood as a financial market.
But if I just, again, if being solved for just like that, but basically, okay, then we just need we can just take some carbon and make a big hole and put it into the hole. And that's not going to do it. Like all the biochar in the world, put it into a big hole. It needs to bring value to the farming system.
Of course, and this is why companies within the value chain may have a higher willingness to pay for that. And this is why we did a certification methodology that also looks at all the sustainability co-benefits from biodiversity, water management, and so on. Of course, you need to build a market, or a carbon market can, I fully agree that putting biochar or trees just underground, this is not a good idea.
Nope.
And this is also why we don't certify it.
Okay. Oh yeah, you want to come in there? Yeah.
Well,
I was just going to ask him the question, but
try to
let the conversation evolve.
Try to add something to the conversation. I think this is creating this market is key, right? So this is the core conversation that we need to have. I think there's a couple of models that we can learn from. I want to put on the table organic, where we our friends in the UK, even their organic organization is called the Soil Association, as you may know. So soil quality is key there. And organic is maybe not a market that's going to be there for everybody, but it's growing, and we really have a direct link between the value, the money that the consumer is willing to put on the table, and the benefit on the ground. So I think that is a model that works, that is growing, and we should certainly not underestimate it. We should invest, and we are doing that from our side, in growing this market, because there is scope and space for a larger organic market, both in terms of area use, in other words, soil, and consumer demand. Another aspect is how do you measure sustainable efforts of farmers, soil or otherwise? And the previous panel talked already about benchmark and talked about, we can't harmonize all indicators. So what we've launched is a process where we talk with sector organization member states, but particularly with agricultural sectors, to say, okay, how do you measure your sustainability, and can we somehow find common language? Because the moment you produce an agricultural product and you have a common language in terms of your sustainability, you can also transfer this language with the product, ideally through digital means, through a business wallet. And this project, On-Farm Sustainability Compass, is how we've baptized it. The Strategic Dialogue on the Future of Agriculture called it a benchmarking project. This is something that we really think is necessary to make sure that whoever produces, and particularly whichever farmer produces something sustainable, adds to soil quality, can transfer this information, can transfer this value with the product down the food chain and capture more value. So I think that is a very important project, and by chance tomorrow we have a big workshop with sectors to further deepen this project. So we need to, I think there's not like a single solution. We need to create markets, and as everybody who's in the business of markets, maybe you are the best one to confirm or deny that, is you have to try different ways of doing it, and then not put all your money in one basket.
I want to actually move on to the audience. Before I do, Klaus, I just want to ask you a bit about that. I mean, where do you see the greatest opportunities for philanthropic capital to help catalyze private investment?
Again, we can de-risk. We can go where public funding doesn't want to go, private funding or capital can't either, but really build the knowledge, build the insights, maybe try out the business models on that. Scaling. Let's go and build a living lab, not a few hectares, but 2 million hectares. An example is Denmark right now. We have the green tripartite. 50% of the agricultural land is being converted back to more nature or forest, and the rest has to be managed much more in a much more regenerative manner. We know about half, 50%. We need to know how to get there. What's the rest? We need research, we need innovation, and a lot of that is to happen at the farm level. And at the end of the day, it has to generate value for the farmers. Again, so how do we scale for real? That's also part of this. How can we combine efforts? How can we maybe work together within Europe and try to lead by example, because you cannot transfer what we do in Denmark to France or Italy. There are many reasons for that. But how can we sort of build larger combined efforts, trials, where we can really push the business, the market, the value chain, the insights. And that's where philanthropy, to some degree, can sort of be maybe can be a first mover or can fill out the whole connected dots here, as we do now in my home country, Denmark. But it's a living lab the size of a small nation.
I'm sure lots of people would like to ask questions. So I see a lady there in the middle. Please, if you just wait. Yeah, and just give us your name and your title. And if you all just keep your questions brief, because I know there's a lot of people who would like to ask questions. Thank you. And maybe just also tell us who you're addressing your question to.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa van der Heijden, PhD student at UC Louvain. My question is for Christian and Gijs about the double funding between the CAP and the CRCF. What is the current regulation regarding the CRCF and the CEP for the additionality, because there are agro-environmental measures to quantify result-based payment in the CAP, at least in Wallonia for stock, but also there is now the CRCF methodology. Yeah, that's it. What is the current regulation to avoid double funding on the additionality principle?
George?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same rules that apply to any other type of public financing based on our state aid rules. So we have a lot of experience of public-private funding. So to fulfill the additionality rules under CRCF, you need to show that you wouldn't have done that activity without the money from CRCF. So with the CEP, you often get support maybe for 3, 5, 7 years. With CRCF, you do it for 10 years. So it's something additional.
If you want to give her the microphone so we can hear you.
So my question is, if you're a farmer, you cannot apply to the agro-environmental measure in the CEP and then apply to the funding for a carbon farming scheme?
Of course you can, because maybe often, depending on the member state, you don't get your full costs compensated. Maybe you get only 70, 80%. So the additional 20% you get from CRCF. So there are many combinations how you can do that, and this is modeled pretty much on standard state aid rules.
Gijs, do you want to also address that? No, you've.
I suggest we take another question.
Okay. All right, that lady there.
Yes. Hello, good morning. My name is Greet Ruisgaard. I'm the coordinator of a MARVIC project. That's a soil mission project developing MRV for carbon farming as well. So I have a question to both Christian and Gijs. So it can get quite complicated, right? So we have insetting, you have offsetting, and we also want to scale everything. I just wonder, have you been thinking how we could do that? For instance, would it be an option that member states organize the MRV, for instance, maybe embedded in the CAP system so that farmers can apply quite easily to carbon farming projects next to eco schemes or agro-environmental measures and so on. And so that this is organized by member states because all farmers are connected to the system, and then these units could be sold in the market or something. Would that work? And are there talks with member states on this matter, for instance?
In principle, yes. So what we have been discussing a lot when talking about the various regulation and rules around carbon farming is that we need to make it as easy and simple as possible for farmers to be able to participate. We really want this to be something that is scaled up. You were mentioning it. And scaling up means that we need to reduce as much as we can the administrative burden to participate. So the approach that you outlined, that there is a large role also for member states, that is clearly something that should help us achieve that objective. Christian, I don't know if you want to add.
No, but I think the transition support that you presented before could, of course, be a very good means to finance the first upfront cost to get the MRV running, maybe to do the first soil sampling. We are also trying to work now more with the member states on the side of the national greenhouse gas inventory reporting, because I think what would be a very powerful measure is that if every member state could provide its national soil carbon model also to the individual project. So that would be both in terms of credibility, both in terms of costs, a very good measure. So I've recently seen that the Thun Institute in Germany, they are already having a pilot project there where they offer on their website the soil carbon calculation based on their soil model that they use for the whole of Germany. We want, in the bioeconomy strategy, the Commission has already proposed this carbon farming database. We want to really extend that, maybe we'll call it the EU Knowledge Hub, could be hosted at the European Environment Agency, and really then provide all the tools that we have from soil models, remote sensing, soil sampling protocols to everyone in Europe. So we need to get these monitoring costs down, and we want to take several initiatives there.
And this gentleman here.
Thank you, Shona. My name is Bela Jankovic, and I'm a farmer, investor, and entrepreneur. I invest a lot as a large-scale regenerative farmer in interventions in the field for soil health. And my question is actually to Gijs and Christian. As a policy, what always puzzles me, I invest a lot in this, and as we have learned, the returns are in the long run. It is for the long run. But the costs are now in this year. So these are operational expenses. And actually, they should be capital expenses. They should go on the balance sheet. So my question is geared to this topic, and then my question is to you, if it's actually a topic in the policy field, nature on the balance sheet. If I invest in a tractor or a big machine or in my equipment, I capitalize it. And that means, of course, I get finance for that as well. If I invest in soils, that is far less the case. It's a very disputed topic. So my question to you, and it's actually not only on farm level, it's also, I think, on national level. We know that soil health is part of nature. Nature is part of infrastructure of all our economies. So where is this topic sitting that we value nature on farm level and also on country and on European level to put it on the balance sheet and to really invest in it like any other infrastructure that we are doing?
Very important question. Do you want to take that, Klaus, first, and then, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very good question, and it's a question we need to answer. We may have parts of that answer, but it's back to was Adam Smith. I mean, it's about capital, people, and land. We forgot about land now, at least for a while now, and that's nature in this case. How do we put a value on it? Well, how do you measure nature? When you measure it, if you can measure it, and we think we can actually, just as there's thermodynamics, there's something called biodynamics, and you can measure it. Maybe in 5, 10 years from now, we'll know how to do it. What we see now is that at least some banks, and you probably experience the same, that depending on how you manage your land, the interest you have to pay will vary. And that maybe can be the first sort of, you can say, catalyst that the finance sector can start to do that. But you are completely right. What do you do? Because you have to pay now, and the benefits will come 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Here you have the finance sector that can play an important role. Maybe another tool is taxation. We're going to have CO2 taxes on cattle and land, and I've never seen farmers being so innovative before. I mean, if you will bend over backwards to avoid taxation, I'm quite sure they'll avoid most of it. So that's another type of incentive. But we need to be able to put a value on nature in order to make it part of our economy, in order to make it possible for you to finance your investments.
But what you say then, that the limiting factor is MRVs, so you cannot measure, and that's the reason? Or are there other obstacles in place?
Maybe that's where we need government-backed financing to go into this, because I see a hard time for private capital to be able to put up with that long-term risk.
Oh, interesting. Gijs?
Yeah, I think one of the, a very, very good point you're making there. So one of the answers is that we have, of course, to the European Investment Bank, we have, they advertise themselves as a climate bank, or advertise, but they have that in their statutes. And so the focus on providing financial instruments precisely with that objective, I think, is key. I think also from the CAP, we provide investment support, including for what we call, it's actually a very poor term, it's unproductive investments, where we provide 100% public financing rather than a co-financing with the farmer, for example. And what does this do? It's precisely all those landscape features or other elements of nature that are super important for long-term resilience of agricultural systems, but that are not necessarily generating a profit in the short run. So that is really a focus we have now in the Common Agricultural Policy, and we intend to continue in future.
Just oh, yes, sorry. Go ahead, yeah, Christian. Yes. Yeah, briefly. Yep. Go ahead.
Maybe we are closer to the solution than we may think. Yeah? So currently, under the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and carbon credits or the climate claims are part of the non-financial reporting. So what we need to manage is that the carbon credits, the responsibility for your emissions, become a liability, and the carbon credits become an asset on your balance sheet. And I find that super exciting, and I'm very keen to push that topic. So there are more and more workshops around that idea. So, for example, our allowances under our emission trading systems, our compliance market, they are already financial instruments. So we are keen to look into this. Can we also do this for the carbon removal, carbon farming certificates? And then, of course, it gets even more interesting that you get financial investors interested in that. And then, or the value of your CSCF credits is the value, if done right, and I think we have a good approach to the valuation, is the value of your land, and you can put it on your balance sheet, and you can trade it.
Just final question to this lady here.
Thank you. Following on from that very nice question, I see that one of the biggest challenges that farmers face in making decisions is actually having the data up front to understand their context that they're working in. And I really want to bring in this discussion on context, because it really matters when making decisions on what practices to apply. There's a lot of work now with the CAP and also with the CRCF of bringing practices in and recognizing the importance of that. But we need the data in the first point to be able to establish which practices work and where. And then you can start talking about the long-term monitoring, MRV. But of course, when you move from carbon to soil health, we're talking about a much more complex system. And I think we need to recognize that we cannot boil that down to just one or two simple indicators. We need to, again, go back to that context and understand what is meaningful for the practices that have been implemented for the long-term resilience for that current system. So how do we embed that into a policy framework that will allow for that context specificity?
I think something very, very important is I'm not arguing for a carbon-only perspective. Huh? What I'm saying is that a carbon market can bring additional finance. But of course, as a farmer, you should do the best practices that you know that bring you the best resilience and so on. And a carbon market can bring you additional income. So as I said before, carbon is a currency that can be traded. Huh? But with that currency, you can do good things, bad things, and so on. So, and this is super important. But what is also important is that with carbon, you have something that you can trade and that a lot of people understand. So, and there we need to find the right design. And I'm quite encouraged when I see all the results from the soil science, what you can now already do with soil models, and what we will know in 5 or 10 years, or when we can do this en suite modeling and so on, and something I'm very keen with our colleagues at the Joint Research Center to push forward. I think it should really get easy for farmers to understand, okay, I've done these practices over the last 20 years. This is the potential that I have if I do intermediate cover crops, if I do agroforestry in the next 10 years.
House to wrap up there.
Yeah, sure. No, it's a very good point. Here in Brussels, we're all under pressure to simplify and reduce, and you know, only one indicator for this or that, and I really feel that limitation as well. We're trying, for example, to turn our farm accountancy data network into a farm sustainability data network, but again, there you will have a limitation number of indicators. So I think the answer to your question is really investing in knowledge and advice to farmers. In the end, it's the advisor that comes and that gives impartial advice, looks at the data, maybe advises to do additional soil sampling, or knows what others in a particular region have tried and have been successful in or have failed in, and to use that knowledge. So I think it's a combination of data, but also underground advice, and again, that is also supported through the Common Agricultural Policy and super important, although not enough talked about. Thank you.
And final word to you, Klaus.
I think there's reason to hope that we can manage this, because the challenge is the complexity of each farm is complex in sort of in their own way. But there's something where AI can do some good things for us. We can find the paths within that complexity, and we see that's coming now. So I'm with all we saw the research we are funding. I'm pretty positive that we can exactly, maybe not 100%, we can come a long way. And that's where we need each other and work together and learn from each other, of course.
Okay, well, a huge thanks to Gijs, Christian, and Klaus. Excellent panel. So now we've heard how the policy architecture is taking shape. Let us go now one level further and deeper from framework to instrument, and welcome our third panel. This session brings together institutions and organizations designing and deploying the next generation of financial and market-based instruments for soil and nature, as well as the global partnerships needed to develop them at scale. Nature credits, innovative financial instruments, blended finance and mission-orientated partnerships are emerging as key building blocks to mobilize investment in soil health. But how can these approaches move from promising pilots to investable solutions that deliver measurable environmental and economic benefits? So that's what we'll discuss in our next panel. Please welcome onto the stage Ian Codescu from DG the Environment, Felipe Ortega-Schlingmann from the European Investment Bank, and Nuria Molina from the Gates Foundation, as well, of course, as Richard Zaltzman from EIT Food. You're very welcome onto the stage. Nice to see you. The other guys are a bit slow coming down. Nice to meet you. Thank you. How are you? Now, everybody has a microphone and some water there. That's great. So, Ian, I might start with you. So, the EU Nature Credits Initiative has the potential to be a significant catalyst for private investment in soil and the broader ecosystem health. How is the Commission approaching the design of this framework, balancing environmental credibility with genuine investor attractiveness?
Thanks for the question. It's not an easy topic. Last year, I think this time in July, we came up with a roadmap to work on these nature credits. We know that measuring nature and nature-positive action, it is not easy. It's probably easier in the case of carbon, but in terms of improving biodiversity, restoring nature, preserving nature, there are many more factors. So we need science-based metrics for that. It would be something critical. I think it came also from the previous discussion that we need metrics for this. So this roadmap is actually putting in place a bottom-up approach. We've put in place an expert group. I think we have about 150 experts from various fields, from academics to those in business, policy, and so on, trying to come up with this. I think we need first, and the basic idea behind that, it is that we would try to identify what it is nature-positive solution. Of course, you mentioned the investors. There we also need to identify also something which is attractive actually for investors to put the money in. I think a lot of them do realize the positive impact of, improving the biodiversity, nature, working on soil, improving soil health. And by the way, I think the nature credits have a share actually for the improving of the soil health. We've worked a lot with different parts of industry already. I think I've been recently to an event organized by the wine industry in the south of France. And they are ones that realize the importance of the healthy soil for the products. So there are a lot of people who are interested in, not farmers, of course, but also investors actually supporting their farmers to improve the condition of the soil. So this is what we are trying to do. It is not that we want to impose anything. Actually, we want to collect this type of ideas, metrics, and so on. I mentioned already science-based. I think it is extremely important, and this is at the core of our work, to identify criteria which are credible. And I think this nature credits will have two parts. Probably it's important to mention this. It is about certifying the nature positive action. Actually, this is about the intent of the project to improve the condition of the soil, of nature, and so on. But then it comes to issuing credits for that. And that, in this approach, it's mentioned in the roadmap as well, it is about looking at the impacts, at the outcome of this, and so then measuring and also being able to compare between projects, between various action and so on. And for that, I think that's also something that would reassure investors, the credibility of this type of projects, in order to be able to issue this type of certification first, then credits, and then that they are used as something which is credible. So, yeah, it's a complex work. The roadmap sets about 2 years for that. We are in the middle of the discussions. And maybe something also important, we are also, and which is also, I think, mentioned in the roadmap, it is the connection with other policy areas. You discussed earlier about the carbon and the carbon credits. We are also looking at making a meaningful link with that. We are looking at the nature restoration, which actually it's a very interesting connection there, because the nature restoration also creates some kind of regulatory incentive for the nature credits, but at the same time, if you have nature credits, or the effort behind the nature credits would also feed into the general effort to restore nature, which would be of interest for the public authorities, which would probably support this because of that. And CSRD and so on. So all these links we are trying to exploit to make sure that we don't double on the effort and on the regulation, but we come with something which is added value.
Okay. Felipe, on the credibility and sort of evidence piece, I mean, the EIB is obviously cornerstone of Europe's investment architecture, has been for many decades. What is the EIB looking for when it comes to assessing investment opportunities in soil health?
Okay, thanks. Good morning. I just wanted to point out, because there had been a number of a lot of references in the previous panel to the EIB. And just to point out, the EIB is European Investment Bank Group, so it includes the EIB, the European Investment Bank, and the European Investment Fund. And as a financial institution, one of the most important aspects is that we provide credits, mainly credits, sometimes equity, through the EIF. That credit needs to be paid back, so that is an important aspect that needs to be having in mind. So we are at the end a bank, even though a promotional bank. So in that sense, I would point out two types of investments. One would be a public sector, environmental protection-driven project. So we can provide loans, and we do this on a regular basis, to governments that want to implement an afforestation, a land degradation recovery program, promoting fertility instruments, etc. And the government then pays back the loan. That is important. So we upfront the costs through our loan, and then progressively to the value that the project is generated, the governments are able to pay the loan. This is the rationale. And then there are the private sector driven operations, where it is important that the element of value generation is present. And value generation, we need to move from environmental benefits to monetized benefits. Yeah. In that sense, from soil health, it is important because we have seen that there's effectiveness, there's efficiency and productivity enhancement without doubt. Yeah. And there are the environmental benefits, all of which need to be monetized so that they create benefits to the farmers, so that they can justify these investments. Farmers are businessmen, yeah. So and they will take a business decision beyond, of course, their personal beliefs and whether or not investments in nature are needed or not. Yeah. So again, so bankability starts with credible and predictable cash flows. And in practice, this requires robust business models. So revenues that can be anchored in mechanisms, for example, in carbon credits or inserting schemes or other payment for ecosystem services that are supported then on the other side by long-term public support mechanisms. For example, the CAP was mentioned before, but there are also others. And private offtake and demand side commitments, yeah, from off-takers. Together with this, I think there needs to be policy and regulatory predictability on one hand. So systems need to be sufficiently credible, and we have seen in previous phases what happened when the credibility of, for example, voluntary carbon schemes are put into question. And it was mentioned before, it's not that we don't want to look at small projects, it's just that we have a structural issue. So there needs, but not only we, the Commission, all the schemes, there needs to be cooperatives as well, a thought on creating sufficient scale through aggregation. So farmers need to be aggregated in supply, and the offtake also needs to be aggregated or structured so that in principle companies can buy these carbon credits or this environment credits or biodiversity credits. Or value is generated through the value chain, through willingness to pay. And last but not least, and once the cash flow thing is then of course there needs to be thought about instruments of taking risks so that it allows banks like the EIB or also other private banks to take enhanced risk, because these operations have a long lead cash flow generation. They are uncertain in many aspects, so they have a lot of financial technical risk associated to it that needs to be covered. But only an activity that generates cash can be financed with a credit, and therefore this needs to be addressed before the risk taking aspect.
Okay, thank you very much. Richard, EIT Food, we know, has a very strong record in turning agri-food innovation into market-ready ventures and then also connecting them with investment. But how, I mean, what is needed to turn more of these innovations from the agri-food sector to, I suppose, to turning them into more innovative solutions and moving them into investment? What is more is needed in that regard?
Yeah, first of all, I think we've talked about it a lot. We need commercial models that support farmers from the ground up as part of this. And that also recognize this is a very long-term commitment that you need to make in order to enhance soil health. So we're not just talking about ventures that you can build and grow and dump in a couple of years. We're talking about probably 20-year investment cycles. We said it a lot, that soil health is a public good. So recognizing the investment paradigm around a public good. And I've been trying to think of an analogy, maybe from an economics point of view, fish stocks are an interesting one. So fish stocks are a depletable, renewable resource. If we considered soil health to be the same, it's a depletable, renewable resource that provides a public good. What is the investment paradigm that's similar? Well, then you start to get to thinking of, well, where is the money in all of this? And we've talked a lot about carbon, and I'm going to just do something I call jungle maths. It's like a rough path through the numbers. Okay, so we've got a hectare field. It produces wheat. It might produce 6 tons in a good year. 6 tons of wheat, 200 euros a ton, 1,200 euros revenue. The same field might produce 1 ton of carbon per year. ETS, 80 euros. Voluntary carbon credit, somewhere between 20 and 40 euros. So if you just chase carbon, you're chasing a relatively low value part of the value chain. If we think about that field also through resilient agriculture or regenerative agriculture producing many more outcomes. So it produces a wide variety of interesting crops. Okay, what does that mean? Well, it means we need to invest in local processing, small-scale production. It means we might need to invest in different supply chains. We could be producing bioreactors on farm that produce interesting proteins or interesting feedstocks, possibly. Damien will come back to this. You've also got retail. So what is retail doing to take these additional crops that are coming off the farm and turn them into products that have local provenance or that they work with consumers to think about how they change their dietary habits? So all of this, if you think about it, those ventures are not just on-farm MRV or on-farm carbon creation ventures. And Klaus, you mentioned the biology. Yes, there is a huge amount of venture space in the biology of what goes on in the field, but there's equally a vast amount outside the farm gate that just creates this pull-through effect for all of the value created by the practices which enhance soil health. So to come back to the fish stock analogy, pollock. Now, pollock needed the producers, the food producers, to engage with consumers and say, look, we're running out of cod. We're going to switch the ingredients in what you're used to. We're going to introduce a new fish to you. We're going to repackage it. We're going to change our processing. We're going to change our catch technology. And at the end of the day, you, the consumer, eat something which has fundamentally enhanced the sustainability of that fish stock. If we start to think about carbon as just one byproduct of a value chain transformation, then the ventures and the capital appears all the way through that value chain. And it's way, way more value than just that 20 to 80 euros per ton of carbon.
That's great, thank you. Nuria, you know the Gates Foundation obviously has huge experience in supporting agricultural and sustainable land management transitions across all sorts of geographies, mainly obviously in Africa and the developing world. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've learned about these partnerships and what is needed, I suppose, in transferring it over here in Europe and elsewhere?
Let me say a few things about the partnership that we developed with some of you in the room a couple of years ago. It was launched during COP by Vice President Šefčovič and Bill Gates, and it's focused on improving soil health in Africa, because as you know, might know or might not know, the Gates Foundation mostly focuses on low and middle income countries. It was deliberately designed as quite an informal and flexible mechanism. And let me go back to that point, because this is one of the most important lessons that we have learned, the need for flexibility. So we have already started programming. The first year we focused on an initiative that's what we've called the African Soil Health Dashboard, in which the Commission has program investments to collect data and basically maps on soil degradation across Africa. And the Gates Foundation then does a complementary investment supporting national roadmaps to improve soil health. And essentially the data collected through the observatory and the mapping then fits into the decisions in the national roadmaps. So this is a very complementary investment, and in year 2, we're doing something similar. It's about to be announced on Living Labs, the lessons that are being learned through Living Labs, which is an investment of the European Commission, will be hopefully amplified by AI-powered advisory services that the Gates Foundation is investing on. So what have we learned? So number 1, the need for flexibility. We are both Commission and the Gates Foundation, but I'll come back to other partnerships that we have with the European Investment Bank and with others. We are big tankers, And you cannot pretend that we will be able to flexibilize and adjust perfectly. We have to retain flexibility, and that's why we design a partnership whereby we program separately through our own mechanisms. And actually, one of the most successful features of this partnership has been that the technical teams have worked seamlessly together. They have spent lots of time sharing knowledge, developing trust, and I guess the point of technical teams being able to spend time together and develop that working relationship and trust, it's probably the single most important lesson. And so this relationship has enabled to coordinate, synchronize the objective of both programs, and so both programs and both investments can speak to each other, synergize, and have a bigger impact. So why have we done this? Because of the bigger impact. But I'm not going to shy away from a lesson that we've learned as well, which is that this process has high transaction costs. So when you go into a partnership, you have to go in eyes wide open that you're chasing bigger impact, but the price that you pay, the cost, is higher transaction costs indeed.
Richard, did you want to come in there? I just saw you.
I think that initial high transaction cost is a really critical point, and it's currently borne by the farmers. In all honesty, most of that risk sits behind the farm gate. They're the ones who take all of the risk on changing the process. They have to invest their time in being trained. They have to invest, again, with very little innovation in finance, in new capital equipment. So, and it's very, very high unscalable transaction costs at the moment, and it's really only through reducing those transaction costs and building the infrastructure around that we'll see scale uptake.
Okay. Ian, beyond the nature credits that we were discussing earlier, what other policy developments are really needed, particularly over the next 5 years, to help soil health become a truly investable asset class?
Well, it is a complex question, but I think it gives me the opportunity to mention the soil monitoring law, which actually creates, I think, and that also replies to a question earlier. So it creates a good framework, good incentives for investing in soil health. So what we are basically putting in place now, because it just entered into force, so we are working on implementation, is, well, actually we are looking more in detail on the types of degradations of soil. We are looking at contamination, we are looking at salinization, desertification of soils, erosion, loss of water retention capacity, and so on. So basically, at the end of this, because we are putting in place a monitoring network, we would know that certain soils, let's put it simply, will be in a kind of, three categories. Just simplifying. It's much more complex than this, but simplifying. So some would be in good condition on all of these, parameters, or on some of them. Some of them would be in a kind of orange area, so not so fine, but still, bringing their benefits, producing their ecosystem services. But some of them would be in a kind of a red area, so they would be too much eroded or too contaminated, and so on. And there will be a pressure, I think, on the national authorities to do something about it. But very interesting with this piece of legislation is that the authorities cannot pass the obligations to do something for the soil, to improve the soil, on the soil managers, on the farmers, and so on. So they will need to work with some incentives, and that's why I thought maybe one of the solutions would be to put the soil health, more prominently on the balance sheets and so on, create incentives for those who are interested in this, or maybe who are not interested, because we know many in this room are, farmers and interested in that, but there are a lot who are not yet interested in that. So the question is, how we create the incentives, and will be, I think, a good pressure on the authorities to do that with the soil monitoring law. Then I think one also of intended limitations, if you want, of this is that at the end of the day we'll come up with kind of a mapping of soils and situation of soils at the level of soil units, which would be broader or narrower, but still would not include the situation of the soils in each farm and so on. And that's not obligatory. But we know that a lot of people are interested in knowing the situation of their soils. It's very interesting, I think, when we put this proposal on the table, we also proposed kind of a voluntary certification of soils. That's no longer there, but it doesn't mean that it cannot be done. And I think it makes part of the same discussion, you know, how we measure so that we also attract investments on that. So basically, I think we need to create, and I think we put in place the, if you want, the foundational brick for the soil health, because that, I think for a long time, very few people were aware of the importance of soil. And I think Richard was mentioning earlier, you know, it's a finite resource, it's a renewable one, but it takes between 500 and 1,000 years to have 1 cubic centimeter of soil regenerated. So I think we should take it seriously because it's indeed one of the means of production. And yeah, in many cases, I think we lose without seeing, probably discuss about, you know, the impact of health of soil on the nutrition of our food as well. We are not yet there, but there are a lot of angles that we need to take into account. And I think maybe 2 additional elements. I think we need to know more to improve our knowledge about the benefits of improving the soil health, also of the costs. I would bet on the benefits. And I think, well, the living soils, the living labs that we are having in the mission soil, that's one of the ideas behind that. It is that we study the health of soil and the impact of the various measures on that. If more people know about that if you, I don't know, improve decontaminate or improve the water retention capacity or you know, the nutrients in the soil and so on, what impact would have on your yields and so on, I think more would be attracted. But also I think and that's an important thing, and yeah, I'm mentioning this many times, I think we also need to enlist those, on these actions, those who are really working on the soil. Because it's one thing that I'm saying it, you know, coming from Brussels, is another thing that, you know, a farmer who has tested this and has seen the benefits, also maybe worked with some investors, is mentioning this and advertising this to, you know, his or her peers. And then maybe, and I will close with that, I think we also need to see how we can also enlist consumers. Because obviously at the end of the day, the products which come from a healthy soil or from a non-healthy soil would reach out to consumers. If they don't know the difference, then it would be much more difficult also to you know, make the case for an investment in, you know, healthier products, which may cost you know, more than you know, products which are done with you know, by not taking into account the necessity of improving soil. So that's also something we need to reflect. I don't have, and we don't have all answers. We have a lot, but we still need to improve our knowledge, and also we need to improve the awareness.
Indeed. Felipe, if you were to say that maybe 1, maybe 2 missing ingredients that essentially are preventing the EIB from investing in soil health projects, what would they be, and how quickly can that be rectified?
Yes, thanks. If I may just link to what the other colleague said, I think it is very important to create the story around soil health. Why is it important? Because to be honest, except for the farmers that really see it every day, what it means to have a fertile soil or not a fertile soil, because probably they have both in their farms. Yeah. So for all other people down the values chain, it becomes more abstract. So, and why create a story? Because it's important to
just bring the microphone to your mouth a little bit.
Yeah, it's important to. Sorry,
use one hand and use the other one.
It's important to create a strong and scalable market pull for soil health, so and for ecosystem services. And we are also facing weak aggregation, as we are saying, so aggregation models, as I said before, are also important. And to address this, it is important to create credible frameworks, so it's what the Commission are doing with the CRF and also with the new initiative. But this needs to be complemented as well with demand side aspects. Yeah. So, for example, to work with customers to really see a value, as you were saying, on spending more money. So, what is the value for the customer of spending more money of products that are produced in a certain way? Yeah. So, the story is going a bit around that. For example, with organic farming, with other elements. Yeah. So, but this is important to work on consumer preference, because this ultimately will determine whether farmers get more money for these actions or not, that can pay back for the additional investments together with the additional productivity that they may get. And last but not least, it is also important to think about corporate offtake commitment. It was mentioned before. So what we are seeing in many projects is that, and we have a number of carbon funds that really are just working on afforestation, mainly outside Europe, to generate voluntary carbon credits that then corporates are buying. So it's a business model that is being enabled by these systems. But more can be done in terms of putting value or making compulsory the reporting of carbon assets as well in the balance sheet. And just to finalize, it is important because we have seen this also from other sectors where the EIB has been important in terms of accompanying the sector in this green transition because of the value set of market failures. Once a market is structured and predictable, financial flows come quickly, and normally there may be an initial kick, but once the concepts are proven, financing comes together with the hope of the upside, right? So that is important to understand.
Richard, do you want to respond to what Felipe said there?
Yeah, look, I challenge the idea of the consumer pays more. And I hate the word consumer. Right? These are people. This is us and families and trying to put food on a table. Yeah. There is absolutely no reason why a healthy soil means more expensive food. In fact, quite the opposite. If we have healthy soils and maintain that soil health, there are already a number of dynamics we know. There are some losers here. So if you're in fertilizer or traditional crop protection, you're heading down a losing road, honestly, if the practices that support a healthy soil take off across Europe, and everything we've heard today is everybody wants that. So less nitrogen. We've got some farmers in the room. Roughly, I'm going to guess, €100 per hectare of nitrogen per year in intensive agriculture. Higher?
Higher.
100 or 200 euros per year. You eliminate that. You've more than doubled the revenue, more than 10 times the revenue. If it's 200 euros, more than 10 times the revenue or the profit you'll make from doing that versus 20 euros per ton of carbon from the same field. So again, healthy soils does not mean more expensive food. Possibly quite the opposite. It's, if we think about the soil as infrastructure, and again, other panelists have said soil is infrastructure. Infrastructure, like renewable energy, when done well, reduces the overall cost of energy and makes industry more competitive. This is, the argument is maybe short term that there will be premium buyers who bring through some of those practices through demand and support the pioneer farmers who are doing this, just like they did in organic. But again, organic has barely got a price premium now in Europe in many areas, and it can compete like for like in the market. So let's try and move away from this narrative that it's going to be more expensive for the human, for the person, for the family, because it doesn't have to be. It actually should be the opposite.
Did you want to come back there, Felipe, before I move on to Nuria?
Well, I think you're right, that in principle the mission of agriculture is to provide affordable food for everybody. but there is room for differentiation. And what we have seen precisely in what you said in the energy market is that the energy transition was in principle only enabled through ambitious support schemes, and in particularly what made it successfully is the additional tariff and ensured long-term tariff premium. So if this can be managed through public support instead of private support, this would be an option, but it would be very expensive for food.
And Nuria, just a question that we'd put to Klaus in the previous section. Where can philanthropic capital have the greatest catalytic effect, particularly over the next 5 years?
So I think my colleague from the Novo Nordisk Foundation already stole the thunder in the previous panel. Taking risk. I mean, there's several things that we can do. We can bring technical knowledge, but taking risk, it's probably one of the greatest value add, right? Because what it is the structural problem that we're trying to solve in the technologies that we are focusing at the Gates Foundation, but which oftentimes are also the technologies, the priorities that our partners in Europe are focusing to enable better soil health. So it's long-term development timelines, high risks from a technical point of view in the development of the technology, and uncertain pathways to market. So with all that, you certainly need the investor that can afford losing the money. And that's the philanthropic capital first and foremost. So let me go back to the experience that we had in the past few years working together with the Commission and taking that, or trying to at least, bringing the high risk-taking capital to the equation. We succeeded, but as I said, with high transaction costs. We think European public sector investing in this space, Commission, European Investment Bank, governments, can hugely benefit, in particular in times of fiscal constraints, of having philanthropic partners and philanthropic capital co-investing alongside them. However, we need to find a way that it's more formalized, systematized, so we don't incur in the high transaction costs any time that we are trying to do a 30, 40, 20 million partnership. So a few of us have been brainstorming, entertaining the idea of perhaps creating a facility, a mechanism, a tool under the European Innovation Council. It's not by chance, it's probably one of the pieces of the European institutions' architectures that has the intention, the mandate to take greater risk, to act a bit more like ARPA-like type of research institutions in the US. And we have been entertaining the idea of setting a more formalized mechanism under the EIC that would actually be designed to attract philanthropic capital in a way that current financing instruments and mechanisms in the European Commission are not really designed. Right. So that's a potential pathway forward. And basically you would need things like what I mentioned before, very early development of joint shared objectives and challenges by the program managers of the EIC and investment officers, program officers of the philanthropies. So you would need that. You would need also to create the right incentives of these investment officers, program officers, so they are minded towards actually delivering the partnerships and it's just not an after.
Like what kind of incentives? Like what would that look like?
So you could have several things, but I think I'm not even inventing that. This is probably in one of the reports of the experts that are thinking about how to improve European R&D. But one of the ideas was to have KPIs. You need to invest or program so many million in partnership with foundations. And so if you need to deliver that KPI by the end of work program, by the end of 3 years, then you really have an incentive to sit down with your colleagues across the philanthropic sector and try to design these challenges together. That could be one way to do it. But there's other ways, of course. So that could be one way forward, and you could bring grant finance from foundations that can take higher risk because we don't manage taxpayer money. The Commission manages taxpayers' money. You have to be very careful, very accountable. We can afford, if our chairs, if our board say, just go ahead, try it. If you lose the money, that's fine. That's all we need to do. So that's grant finance. But actually, if you're thinking of blended finance, we have a very interesting partnership with the European Investment Bank and European Commission. In that case, it's IMPA, so it's external affairs, not R&D budgets. And it's called the Human Development Accelerator, and it's actually not focused on soil health, but it's focused on health technologies. But it's extremely interesting how, for instance, just to mention one of the investments, Gates Foundation made a large investment in a lab that will probably develop what's the first end-to-end vaccine in Africa, in the African continent. It's going to be a cholera vaccine. We paid as well for the technology transfer from India, from Serum Institute to South Africa, and the European Investment Bank, backed by a guarantee of the European Commission, were able to invest in the manufacturing facility that the lab will need in order to deliver millions of vaccines and not the couple of millions that your lab would be able to produce, right? When the EIB came in with a guarantee from the Commission, that unlocked funding from IFC, the National Development of South Africa. So it is a very interesting partnership. Indeed. Where you have the stack of different types of capital, and by bringing together that complementarity, you just unlock a much larger impact.
Amazing. Does anyone want to comment? That sounds like a perfect combination and complement of the two. I mean, I suppose Philippe, if you wanted to just make a comment on that, the two sides working so well together in complement.
No, yes, I mean, HDX is a very interesting initiative.
Just put the mic.
And we are fully in together with the Bill Gates Foundation.
You want to just put the microphone a little bit?
One thing that I think it's important to point out here, because it is true for many areas, but in agriculture, and particularly in the area that we are talking about, if you're dealing with activities that are not revenue generating or only partially revenue generating, as many of those that are included here in the current stage, yeah? And again, there are the efforts by the Commission to structure the credits so that this is done. If you're in this domain, these activities can only be co-financed with funds. So you can think about credits as well flowing into this. But as I said at the beginning, if an activity does not generate enough cash flow to pay back this credit, it is not possible to finance it with credit. So there needs to be a thought of co-financing with grants, so blending grants with credits, like it is quite common in other countries. In Europe, we are betting more on blended. And then in order to, on the credit still, many of these activities have inherent risk. You need to think about blended schemes where you also provide some guarantee funding. Normally it's provided by public funding, so by the Commission, by member states, not so much by the EIB. The EIB articulates this blended finance and develop products out of it. So either providing guarantees to others or taking guarantees for their own enhanced risk finance. But it is important to have this view of this holistic view in terms of financing. So if you're dealing, again, as I was saying, with only partially or low revenue generating activities, you need to provide grant money in order to make them viable. Otherwise, it is not a viable solution.
Absolutely, I fully agree. I guess just to acknowledge that the investments that we have in the health sector are oftentimes not more revenue generating than what we're talking here. So you also have to be very, very creative on how you combine these different type of finance, and you have to be mindful that the returns are not going to be over the course of 2, 3, or even 5 years. Sometimes health returns, we're talking 20 years as well. So we have been very creative, and I think there's ways forward. Like, for instance, clinical trials for new health technologies were traditionally funded purely by grant finance, and they can be as expensive as $500 million, 600 million. So we're thinking hard how you could potentially use forgivable grants. If the trial is successful in late stage, you can go to market And it's not necessarily your usual commercial market, because who buys vaccines? The procurers are government. It's not your standard market, right? And if the trial is not successful, you forgive the loan. So basically, this is just to mention that there are creative ways to combine the finance in a smarter way when you are basically limited for resources.
Okay. Well, listen, I think we have some time for questions from the audience. We have, this gentleman here first.
Thank you. My name is Eduardo Brunet, General Manager.
Just bring the microphone a little bit closer to you, Matthew.
Green Finance Institute, Spain. We've been discussing on the bankability of these projects, how the long span of producing any small amount of cash flows. But there is, and we've been talking too much on carbon, but I'm happy we incorporate the nature credits. What was your understanding how we can value stacking during those long periods? Nature credits, carbon credits, outcome payments, etc. And for Felipe, EIB is not only money, which is a lot, but also what's your view about the possibility of ELENA, technical assistance in this field?
Do you want to go first, Ian? Yeah.
I think we should make use of the instruments that we have. And as I said, well, the regulatory framework that we put in place will create some incentives to go down that road. But it will take a bit of time. I think you are totally right. I think even for the soil monitoring, first we need to measure. And this will take a few years, I think, until the end of the decade. What do we do in the meantime if we want to? And I think you discussed earlier here, I was not in for the whole panel discussion, but I think the Common Agricultural Policy is a good source of money. What we've seen from our practical experience is that this money did not always reach good projects on soil. And that's why I mentioned the issue of awareness. But there are very good incentives behind that. Now, in the next MFF, at least according to the proposal of the Commission, there will be much more flexibility, in using the money by the member states themselves, but also by the farmers. So the money can go elsewhere, not necessarily to the soil health. But it is an opportunity for those that may want to make use of it to use that. I think carbon credits and the carbon legislation is more advanced. So probably, that could be also a source. Well, nature credits will go more into the nature positive, so we'll go more into the nitty-gritty, if you want, of, how much, because I think for the carbon credits it's sufficient to have some kind of, well, we're still working on that, but some benefits for nature. But when it comes to more into, improving or maintaining let's say the benefits for the nature, that would be for the nature credits. But that again will take some time. In the meantime, we've also seen some very interesting examples, and that's why I mentioned the scaling up. I think just to give you a very quick, practical example, we've heard of a situation when the farmers were having their cover crops, so not the main crop, but cover crop, as I think we always, well, all of us know, it's a very good way of improving soil health by covering and maintaining the moisture in soil and so on, maintaining the soil covered, but you don't make necessarily a profit from that. So a way of doing that is to use the Common Agricultural Policy money, some kind of public money, but in this case, they were, I think, producing lentils, something like this, leguminous plants. And I think the investor was paying for that, and they were producing two things from these lentils. One is they were extracting some pure alcohol, which went to the perfume industry, which actually made a profit, so that was good, and the other part went to the protein. Which actually is, now taking off, so not making a lot of profit. But still, it was a way of getting some revenue from the market. So there are various ways, but I think we need to know more about them and also advertise them much more than we have done in order to make use of all the benefits.
Okay. Felipe, you wanted to come in there?
Yes. So on advisory, yes, one can think about the scheme, a Euro-wide scheme. If you compare with Elena, for example, in Elena it's clear you have larger sized counterparts that actually can be beneficial of a direct TA scheme of the EIB. While if we talk about a sector that is essentially atomized in millions of farmers, this is not a possible delivery mechanism for direct assistance. And in fact, there are more the former rural extension services that can actually work more efficiently through that, and where it could be thought to revitalize these schemes in the different countries as they were functioning very well many years ago and that have been declining in essence. So said this, I mean, we have been active in technical assistance. For example, the soil mission, one of the deliverables was a TA delivered by the European Investment Bank together with the Commission. We always rely for the delivery of our advisory services on agreements with European Commission, with member states to provide the funding together with the EIB on this, because our business model is more in the lending area. So the side activities, which are very important and are one of the three pillars of the EIB, which is the advisory, always relies on joint schemes and joint targets as well with the Commission. So in that sense, we could think about structuring, for example, a technical assistance to, as it was before, on one hand to work on developing metrics and benchmarking systems. In fact, we are working together with DG Agri on that. Yeah. And another one could be to think about these aggregation models that I was saying before, and how can they be structured in order to link the supply, which is provided by farmers and foresters mainly, with the demand, which is the private sector companies, yeah, that need this credits.
Okay, Dr. Materia, you wanted to come in there with a question? Say again? Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't see you there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Azadeh from Better Soil again. So I have a question, it's more like a comment. We are talking about risks. We say when we move from conventional soil management to regenerative, there are risks. But what are these risks exactly? If I would have been a bank or an insurance, how this risk would look like for me? How would this fit to my risk portfolio? How would this risk fit our loan portfolio? How can I give loans to these farmers who are transiting from a conventional to more regenerative for long term? So we have a project, just a nutshell, one of the German ministries, and we will start it in November, to see if we apply crop rotation, how this will affect the cash flow analysis of a farm, and how this will impact the bank in terms of, do I need another risk portfolio for these farmers? Do I need another loan portfolio for these farmers? How do these practices like cover cropping would perform under certain climatic conditions, climatic scenarios? How high is the risk under 2 degrees Celsius warming or 1.5? So I think what I understand here is that we have to understand the risks. We have to do more research to see, if you are a bank, these are your risks. If you are an insurance, these are your risks. And then you can calculate inside your company, do I want to invest? If yes, how should the investment look like for these particular risks, for soil health increasement? And
Who would you like to maybe respond to that?
Maybe Philip.
For Felipe, yeah, again.
It's good that I'm an agricultural engineer, so maybe I can answer some of. I mean, crop rotation is a basic farming approach, yeah, and in fact it's a sound farming approach. So therefore it is sometimes difficult because many of these cross-compliance mechanisms are already financed by the Common Agricultural Policy, so the farmers receive money for this. And in fact, as Geis was saying before, the Common Agricultural Policy is one of the main drivers of this green transition in farmers, and can be even more. So if that is the political target that we want to set to each other. So on taking risks, so of course there are other activities that are non-revenue generating currently, like for example establishing border strips for keeping flowers for pollinators and enhancing biodiversity, wind shields, other activities that normally are not revenue generating, that are currently partially supported by CAP, and which in principle to invest in them are a long-term risk, because you don't know how much revenue will derive from them if you don't adhere to an environmental credit or to a carbon credit that is associated to this. This is just an example. So there is this enhanced risk, and then normally in order to see the results of some of these elements, you need to think in the long term. In that sense, the EIB is well placed to do that. And you have to also think on other complementary activities. For example, we very recently provided a loan to a Swedish cooperative to build a pea processing factory, yeah, in order to enable farmers in the area to have a pool of demand for their peas, which are a key element in their sustainable rotation, and be able to make money out of it. We cannot ask farmers to put peas if there is nobody buying them, yeah, or lentils, or paying very little for them. Yeah, these kind of supplementary measures, so not only thinking on the primary production sector, but also the transformation sector, are very important.
And you, Richard, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect example. The risk equates to market failure, basically. So one of those market failures is we don't know what you're going to grow, and you don't know what we're going to buy. So we're doing some landscape work at EIT Food. We're building a network of European landscapes where the farmers and the off-takers collaborate. And part of that is building a better understanding of, okay, we're going to grow these cover crops, these rotational crops. How can you either use them, or how can we create adjacent markets for them? And for the off-takers to provide a consolidated view of, this is what we collectively want. And they, you know, that's not a usual process for them. Their work, there's some in this room, they can maybe talk in the break. Building that collaborative environment reduces the classic market failure risk of not knowing what the supply-demand curve is going to look like. Secondly, we're hearing these examples of how you then invest in infrastructure to reduce the risk. If you want to sell an interesting legume, you need to be able to process it. You need a retailer who's going to sell it. So you have to invest in that infrastructure. Now, this is all de-risking outside of the farm gate. And it's probably we've been in these conversations now seriously for 3 or 4 years, so not that long in the context of resilient agriculture. But that concept of the risk moving from inside the farm gate to outside the farm gate is only really just taking off. The idea that you have to de-risk the whole value chain, not just provide a subsidy for the farmer so they can commit to 3, 4, 5 years. You've actually got to get the whole value chain lined up, and that is what brings down the risk. So if I flip to startups, we're looking at how do you inject that classic startup innovation all the way through the value chain, working with DG Agri on a really interesting project right now to bring startups through who are not just farmer focused, but bring that value chain engagement all the way through, and that de-risks the whole process.
Okay. We have about 5 minutes left, so if you keep your questions and answers maybe a bit tight. Doctor.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valentina again. In as much as an economist, I understand that initiatives related to soil health need to have quite a big scale, let's say, to reach some sort of funds that are available. I'm still wondering, doesn't this create a bit of a distinction between Series A and Series B soil health sustainable related initiatives? As to say, like soil health might be the privilege of who manages to create something that has quite, let's say, critical mass. The core point of my question is, in particular to new generations or the new entrants in agriculture, for example, that have a big motivation to support the attractiveness of agriculture, for example, the rural, let's say, resilience and the renovation of the sector. What suggestions would you give to those who are still very small in scale, where to find funds to continue being intrinsically motivated to support, for example, agriculture? Where to find funds?
Really quickly, grow the money. So really simply, at the root of it is grow the money, make the farm productive, and it will flow through.
No? Philippe?
That's a good point. I mean, normally the investments should be revenue generating, so you need to abstract from ideals and really work on it. So in principle, it's the mission of the governments and policymakers to make an attractive marketplace for these kind of diversified productions, so that young farmers and also old farmers, but I understand the interest of young farmers. They also have a larger investment perspective than old farmers, and this is one of the key issues that the Commission is trying to, together with the EIB as well, to try to address, is to retain young people in rural areas and want to be farmers. Yeah? So for this you need to have a profitable business, to be able to make a living, and to have a lot of other things that come around it, like good IT, good communications, good health, so that the people really are motivated to stay and invest in all our future, because at the end it's all our future.
Okay, listen, we've only a couple of minutes left, so if you could just keep it brief, because you already had a couple of questions, and then somebody else, and then we'll wrap up.
Just to follow on from that, I think this looking at the young farmers in the system is critical. We have a lot of new entrants coming in who rent small parcels of land, so we're talking 25, 40 hectares in size. They don't have the infrastructure capacity. They're reliant on contractors to come in. So if they bring in new crops, or old legacy crops actually, in many cases, they can't get the contractors to come in. They may be able to sell the crops, but actually that whole chain of moving that crop off field is a huge burden to them. So grow the food, grow the money is extremely challenging for those new entrants.
Does anyone want to comment? Philippe or Richard, Jim?
It's not easy.
Yeah.
But there's a huge amount we can do through collaboration, and I know, farmer cooperatives are incredible vehicles for pooling resource. The investment in capability and capacity for farmer training, that is a huge need right now, to build that base that can work in a very different way, and go back to the future really with, as you say, old crops, more resilient crops, but also go forward to the future. As Klaus said, there's a ton of stuff happening in biology right now. Farmers and the whole value chain need to understand that. So one of the most important investments is in education and learning capability, so that people can work out how to do it.
And then final question to this lady here. And if you just give us your name and title as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Doris Kirschner from the cluster EMS in Paris. And I just wonder if you relate investment to prevention and not only to risk. So I haven't heard yet about prevention of catastrophes like flooding, fires, and health issues. So if we have healthy soils, we do prevent all kind of illness. So in terms of cancer or whatever, how do you include the issue of prevention with your investment issues?
Does anyone want to take that?
We do this in all our investments now. Apart from agriculture, we do a credit risk assessment, which involves currently, and all the banks will have to do it, involve also climate and environmental risks that are associated to the investment. So this is part of the normal due diligence. Now, how can this used from just informative to also promoting action? This is another thing. So, but the EIB has committed to to the adaptation plan of the European Commission, and in principle we are also trying to structure investments that have these elements of flood prevention, of also in agriculture, of drought prevention. We are working together with the Commission on enforcing the agro-insurance schemes, etc., etc.
Just final word and then wrap up here.
It's not really an answer, it's just like a point of awareness. As you know, we mostly deal with very poor small farmers in Africa, most of which are women. So all the challenges that you're thinking about in the absence of a common agricultural policy become much more challenging. I'll leave it here because it would take a very long time.
That's a fair point. Ian, final word to you.
Well, I think I mentioned already the soil monitoring law several times. I think it has a very important health-related component, especially when it comes to the dealing with the contaminated soils, be it that it's anthropogenic or diffuse pollution or whatever. And there is a requirement there that the authorities manage the unacceptable risk. So there will be a need to define what it is acceptable or unacceptable risk. So I think that would be a very good, let's say, platform, if you want, in order to discuss these types of issues. But just to wrap up and, and conclude, I think collaboration, spreading of information is extremely important. What we tried with Mission Soil, for example, is to put together policy and research. But it is clear that without putting into the equation also the farmers, soil managers in general, but also the investors, I think we will not get there, especially when it comes to putting measures in place.
Okay, well listen, thank you to our excellent panel, Ian, Philippe, Nuria and Richard. That brings our morning to a close. Thank you very much for all of your brilliant questions as well. Really moved along the debate and the discussion that we've had. So we're going to break for lunch now, and then in the afternoon we move into 3 parallel sessions, which obviously go much deeper into different parts of this puzzle. We'll be talking about financing structures and risk-sharing mechanisms, measurement data and science finance interface, and innovation, philanthropy, and living labs as investment enablers. That's part of the parallel sessions. So session 1 and 3 will be upstairs. You'll find all the details on the screens outside. Session 2 will be in here. That'll and also there will be availability on Zoom for those who are not in the room or not here to be able to participate, and they can ask questions through Slido. Everything is web streamed, and I think we're due to come back here at 3:20. Is that the same? Are we sticking with that time because we were delayed, or are we saying 3:30? 3:30? Stick with the time. Okay, we're coming back. We'll see you back here 3:20 sharp. Enjoy your lunch and your plenary sessions. Thank you.
Okay, I will ask. Hello, the representatives of the projects that will participate in the pitching session, if you can stay here for 5 minutes to inform you how we will do it. Yeah.
Oh, the mics are working. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and had constructive and creative discussions. Welcome to the session on Making Soil Health Investable, MRV data and the science-finance interface. My name is Harry Verreken, and I will be the moderator for this afternoon session. And just to let you know who I am, I have an education in agriculture engineering, and I'm a professor of soil science at the University of Bonn and a former director of the Agrosphere Institute at the Forschungszentrum Jülich in Germany. And just to set a bit the scene, businesses are increasingly investing in regenerative agriculture and in soil health to build more resilient supply chains, meet sustainable commitments, and respond to growing expectations from investors and consumers. And we have seen this morning also. We still rely on reporting management practices rather than demonstrating measurable improvements in soil health conditions. While action-based indicators are practical to implement, they provide only indirect evidence of how environmental performance is improving, and it can make it difficult, this lag, in order to compare approaches, reward progress, and avoid greenwashing. In this session, we will explore how a practical set of outcome-based indicators eventually could provide a common language for farmers, companies, investors, and consumers. It will examine how such an approach can remain scientifically robust while being affordable, scalable, and operational across farms, value chains, and landscapes. We have 5 persons on the panel, and I would like to ask Damien Jourdan to join me upstage here. He is a Director of Partnerships and Co-Finance Agriculture Europe of Danone. Please. Then we have Megan Sapp, the ERA External Relations Director and farmer. Then Rachel Kramer, the chair of the Soil Biology Group at Wageningen University. Will Steffens, Development Director at LENS, Landscape Enterprise Networks. Welcome. And then Samuel Logan, founder and CIA of Logan Eco. Also welcome to all. So, let's start with Damien. Danone has made regenerative agriculture and soil health an important part of a sustainability and resilience strategy. It is a partner in the Mission Soil Living Labs project Lila for Soils on soil carbon farming coordinated by EIT Food. Now, we have seen this morning that it is important to see how we improve soil health when we are implementing regenerative agriculture. And the question to you is, how do you currently monitor this progress? Yeah, the mic. There are 2 mics, and we just have to move them around.
It works? Yes, thank you for the invitation. Just to set the scene when it comes to Danone, and just for the European context, we source a lot of dairy, I would say, from about 2,000 farms in Europe, roughly, to which I can add a few hundreds that are related to other crops, like soy, like almond, and like fruits and oats. Still fairly limited, but let's say, in approximation, it's about dairy and how to make dairy more sustainable on the long run. To start answering your question, we used to be, maybe the first decade of regenerative agriculture, we used to be very much practice-based. We used to have a whole grid of practices we were pushing to our farmers to go in the direction of this regenerative agriculture. And in the past few years, I felt like the indicators became overwhelmingly CO2. And it's like on every slide, on everything we're doing, it's just like, how does it contribute to CO2 reduction, etc. What's the price per CO2, per ton of CO2 reduction we would be paying or willing to pay, etc. Now, thankfully, this is shifting increasingly. And while decarbonation was really the objective previously, now resilience, the concept of resilience is really becoming adopted. I mentioned it this morning with this view that sourcing can be finite increasingly. If we don't take care of our farmers, they might not stay forever with us or in absolute. And it's really how can, through practices that help resilience, first environmental resilience, second economic resilience, and increasingly social resilience is coming as well. How can improve that? Now, coming to your question on measuring, don't worry. Especially on environmental resilience, we adopt the lenses of the Sustainable Agriculture Initiative platform, a SAI platform, that's being shared with, never remember, about 100 businesses, I think. With this, I more show the number, 37 businesses that are piloting it on the ground, so we are among them. And this platform indeed helps us to look at the topic of resilience, environmental resilience, through agronomic lenses, which looks at 4 thematics areas of indicators, which are soil health, indeed, climate, biodiversity, water, and I think that's it, if I don't miss one. And so that allows us also not to fall into another single indicator trap just on soil health after being just on carbon. So we have this larger view, which is obviously very welcome. And within that, I can list more precisely on soil health what we look at. And here I have my notes, remember, because I'm not the expert in the group, but soil organic matter, soil organic carbon, chemicals in the soil, soil biology, soil structure, soil cover, water holding capacity, and water infiltration. So I did my homework to check precisely what we actually measure or are in the process of adopting, because not all of them are yet completely secure in the way we measure them and the method we follow, etc. That's this development with SAI.
So if you had to pick 4 out of these ones you listed, which one are for you the most important?
So organic matter, chemical, biology, structure. This is what you told me 2 days ago. No, but we go beyond. That's the positive thing. When I was checking afterward, after our preparatory discussion, I was checking. Actually, we are planning to do actually more. So business is not always that slow to start.
Okay. Then let me ask Megan, and the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture published in February 26 is Region Compass version 1 that assesses, I looked at it, 29 MRV frameworks. We know the analysis covers these 3 pillars. This is the ecology, sociology, and economic. And the report advocates for a global consensus on a holistic minimum MRV protocol that would ensure credibility of claimed regeneration journeys on farms. So, what does this tell us, this holistic minimum MRV protocol? How should that look like?
Thank you. I think what's important to understand is having so many standards, whether it's for regenerative agriculture, or it's for biofuels, or it's for anything you can think of, we're leaving behind the opportunity to actually get things done, right? So everybody's fighting for their own label, everybody is fighting for their own house, and nothing's actually changing. And so we felt as an organization led by Farmers for Farmers that it was important for us, the ones who've been doing it for 5, 10, 20 years, who actually understand what regeneration means in practice and in reality, and we understand what that journey looks like, because we all started somewhere, that it was important for us to stand up and say, hey, actually, this is what regen is. And I think that's being called for from a legislative perspective, but it's also being called for, in general, because we're hearing about greenwashing all of the time. We're hearing about some of the great things that companies are doing. We're also hearing about some of the things that companies are doing that are not so great. And so it's important for us to really set that that standard, right? And so the Regen Compass sets the baseline based on our 4 principles of regenerative agriculture. All of these things can be downloaded from our website, iarda.farm. I'm not going to bore you by going into details, but what's important is that these 4 principles at our founding were created by consensus by all of our farmers. This is what Regen is. And then we established 3 criteria, or 3 levels, for each of those 4 criteria and said, okay, so this MRV system does a pretty good job, does a more than good job, is doing an amazing job. And so we had this system. It was validated by all of our farmers, not all of our farmers, but our farmer committee, before publishing anything. And it was a really fascinating journey because we saw that no one hits all the nails on the head, right? And where we see the biggest challenge is on the social side of things. Many systems are pretty good on the agronomic side. You know, we've just run through a lot of these important indicators. There are more, but so many are good at the social, or sorry, are good at the environmental. The economic, maybe they're providing good systems or good ways of tracking the economic evolution of a facility or of a project or a farm, but probably not. Like, these aren't the questions that are being asked, and it's important for us to understand how these MR-free systems are helping farmers to make better management decisions on their land. So it's not just we're reporting for a company's ESG report, right? So it's a bit of that. And then, you know, and then the social side of things, you know, what do contracts look like? What do offtake contracts look like? What do employment contracts look like? You know, so I think it's very interesting. We're sitting on stage with Danone and with Lens, both of whom their MRV systems were measured, as well as a SAI platform. And I think what also was very important from this was the beginning of a conversation. When people didn't like how their scores came out, there were some who were rather violently not liking how their scores came out. It was like, well, you don't like what we're measuring, and we don't like that you guys didn't give us the information that we asked for. What's going on here? So that was really interesting. And then we had, but what that did was it gave us an opportunity to talk with these companies and to talk and have that dialogue with the farmers, so they could understand more clearly what we're talking about when we're talking about Regen. And Regen is one of these things that almost is a bit ephemeral, in the sense that you walk into a Regen farm and you can feel it, and you can smell it, and you can hear it. But how do you measure that and put that into an MRV? And I think that's one of the big challenges that we have. So, and I'm really glad you brought up the point of resilience, because that's really what, with regeneration, we're looking to do, is, you know, reduce reliance on external inputs, rebuild the soil microbiology so that we have those diverse relationships with plants and animals, and really build in ways that, with these crazy heat waves that we're having, be able to continue to produce a crop, to be able to keep the farm. So it's a really complex conversation. So trying to distill this down into an MRV is challenging, but I think it's the conversations that come as a result of that are what's important.
Well, that's the same question we face in the mission board. And I was, this morning also heard quite often soil biology, soil biodiversity. And of course we can say it is an indicator, but then the question is, how do you quantify it? And for us, there is yet not a solution. Can it be just one indicator to say, okay, well, the soil is now diverse enough, or do you need more? If we ask for more, that puts more pressure on the economics, because then it needs to be measured. And there you have to measure it. There isn't a remote sensing technology that will help you. Is there any suggestion on your behalf on which way to go?
Yeah, so what we try to do is balance science with farmer burden, with ensuring that the data that's collected is useful for the farmer. So what we've proposed is boiling down to 3 indicators. Now we know that 1 isn't enough. 80, which we've seen, is far too much. 3 may also be a bit little, but we're trying to see how we can make proxies for ecosystem function, right? So if we understand, we have the water cycle, we have the mineral cycle, we have photosynthesis, and we have biodiversity. How can we measure these best? So we're measuring using satellites. So again, this is helping to reduce the farmer burden, right? So using satellites, we can measure ground cover, we can measure photosynthesis. We know that the highest levels of photosynthesis can only come from extremely biodiverse soil microbiology, which can only come from having extremely biodiverse plants and animals on the surface, right? You can't get that strong biodiversity in the soil from a monocrop. It's impossible. So if we're measuring this way, then we're able to make the assumptions for the rest of the ecosystem processes, right? Okay. So those are the kinds of conversations that we're having. No system is perfect, but we believe that by tying that kind of measurement to payments in a future cap, since clearly the current cap reform we're talking about, this isn't even a conversation, but in a future cap, we could imagine that having these kinds of science-based but simplified proxies that allow local payment agencies to calculate how a farm is producing, and that allows us to then do those results and outcome-based payments.
Okay, so I take away proxies is a useful way forward. Not only measuring directly the indicator, but use proxies to assess in which direction soil health is progressing, because it's a difficult part of soil health. I mean, sustainability is one thing, regenerative agriculture is another thing, but showing that soil health is improving is perhaps the most challenging, because and perhaps proxies might be an answer to that in order to see where one stands. Okay, let's go to Rachel, and she leads the benchmark project. It's a mission soil project designing an integrated soil health monitoring framework that will guide the selection of appropriate soil health indicators. We are now exactly where we need to be. And while science is developing a wide range of soil indicators, we have 80, 90 probably that can be used, but also businesses probably need approaches that are practical and affordable. So where is the balance?
Thank you very much. As scientists, it is our job to distill the knowledge on what are the key indicators for the different functions of soil, for soil health, to really understand the drivers of these systems. It's also our jobs to think about then how we can make that meaningful and applicable to the different users at the end of the day. And so in the Benchmarks project, the first thing we do is we go very complex. We really look at every single process that contributes to soil health, and we distill that down into how can we measure that? Can we measure the process? Can we measure the parameters? At the very same time, we have a framework which is actually extremely aligned to the SCI framework, where we define objectives. Based on that, we think about practices that are relevant, and we've defined those. We then look at result or tracking indicators as defined by the SCI network, and the outcome indicators. And what we've done is we've developed a tool that allows us to sieve down based on these different questions. So we look at soil health and we break it down. Who is this for? What is the purpose? What are your objectives? Are your objectives as a farmer? Do you need decision in terms of management actions that you're going to take? And therefore, do you need to know what the consequence of these management actions are? Do you set objectives as a value chain in terms of global reporting, internal reporting, but also narratives? We heard about stories that the customer wants to hear. That can all be defined in these objectives. We can then think about, okay, which practices are feasible to then apply to support this? And then how can we define outcome objectives through the CIV to not have 80 indicators, but to have a set of indicators that are meaningful and useful and applicable for those particular contexts? And I think that's where we fail. So at the moment, what we have is this oversimplification where we very quickly jump to generic indicators, where we say we'll just have a set of 3 or 4, which we will apply everywhere. And it just does not make sense scientifically. We talk about soil biology. Soil biology is a huge array of different things that actually behave differently depending on the context. So let's pick the right measures for the right context, for the right objectives. And that's what we can do in the Benchmarks project.
So what you basically are advocating are then context-based indicators.
Yes.
And not 4 that you say that applies to every business, every farming system. That's an important statement to
I think
consider.
so, absolutely. I think it has to be context-based indicators. And I want to be very clear, this is not an opportunity for greenwashing. It's not that everybody gets to choose the indicator they want. They set the objectives. They can think about the practices, which, again, value chains should say which principles they would like farmers or foresters or urban systems to apply. But then the land user, the land managers, get to select the appropriate practices because they know best. There's no doubt about that. But the indicators can then be selected from the platform that allows an independent, scientifically verifiable way of doing it.
Okay, so just let me pick on the context-based. We have the soil monitoring law. This law was passed through the European Parliament, will be adopted by the member states. But it is not context-specific.
It's a little bit context-specific.
Tell me.
Yeah. So with the soil monitoring law, of course, there were many, many debates about what you would measure. I was involved in many of those debates about what can you measure. And actually, in terms of soil biodiversity, we're still not there. So let's be very clear on that. But what happened in the end was that they said, okay, we set key criteria that represent different forms of degradation, which is actually easier to measure than functionality itself or the health of a system. So they measure degradation, but they allow member states still to pick the most appropriate criteria or parameters in each member state. So there's still that flexibility because there is recognition that an indicator that works in Northern Europe may not be applicable at all in southern parts of Europe. In the very beginning of the soil monitoring law, there was a discussion about earthworms. Should we measure earthworms across Europe? And we pleaded, please don't do this. Don't make this mandatory, because then you are cutting off half of southern Europe if they measure it at the wrong time. They're immediately deemed as having degradation. So there is context, but it's framed within a wider policy framework.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's come to Will. And he leads works at the landscape scale, bring together multiple businesses and land managers. Can you briefly explain what the approach is that Lens follows in that respect?
Yes, thank you, Harry, and thanks for the opportunity to be here with you all today. Yes, so I'm Will, and I work for Lens, Landscape Enterprise Networks. If I can take 1 minute to explain the overall approach of Lens, and then the approach on monitoring and indicators. So Lens is an initiative which helps businesses secure resilience of the landscapes that they depend on. And we do that by supporting farms and other land managers to get more money from those businesses and other sources, more insights, better data to support decision making, and practical help, advisory help, to support the uptake of more sustainable farming practices. And by those means, build the landscape resilience that we all seek. That's what Lens exists to do. We've been going for about 5 years properly, and to date we've supported farms with 29 million euros of funding for practices. We're working with about 430 farms across 229,000 hectares, mainly in Europe, excitingly opening just outside Europe now for the first time in Australia. And we work with about 16, well, not about, specifically 16 funders at the moment across those landscapes. Those organizations are a mix. I'm happy to say they include Danone for our next season going forwards, which is really exciting, for oats in the UK. And the outcomes that those organizations are looking for vary in line with the different sorts of value that they are looking for. For some, it is carbon, and it is, to the cautionary note this morning, a commoditized outcome. For others, it's securing supply in a challenged world. We also work, though, with water companies. They're not looking for crops. They're looking for lower water treatment costs. And we also work with municipal authorities with housing responsibilities who are worried about flood risk. And we support them to fund farmers to slow the flow and support natural flood management upstream in the catchment. But our other target, of course, and stakeholder is farms. And really what we're trying to do with them is provide better data for decision-making, funding to get going and go to the next stage, de-risk the first steps, and advisory support to support transition. Really what Lens exists to do, though, is to recognize that no single organization, even a mighty Danone, can solve a landscape on their own. We're all dependent, and we have to work together. That's what Lens tries to do. Coming then to monitoring and metrics, we take a mixed methods approach. We look both at practices and at outcomes. We're really, and we do it across the outcome areas, so climate mitigation, soil health, biodiversity, water, and crucially, farmer well-being and farm business resilience. We're really proud to align fully. I think we're right up there with the SAI Regenerating Together framework, and we were very thrilled to participate, Megan, in the Regen Compass that you spoke about a moment ago, where I think we came out possibly joint top. I might be over, is that a fair toot of the horn? So thanks for including us in that important exercise. Yeah, so that's the approach in a nutshell. Can I share a few lessons?
Yeah, sure.
So I think number one lesson is, it is possible. We have built a mechanism which is providing decent monitoring at an affordable, scalable rate. The second lesson, to your point, Rachel, context is king. For example, in Lens, the calibration for the biodiversity outcome for us is completely different between Scotland and Italy. It would be meaningless for them to be the same. The bugs aren't the same. And I think the third lesson is about interoperability. Farmers have their own farm business software, capturing a whole load of data around inputs and yield and all the rest of it. They have public schemes, which they're being funded by. They have private schemes now, including Lens. They're all pushing at the same challenges, but they're all split systems. How can we bring those together?
I was just wondering, the first lesson, decent monitoring that is affordable. Now, what is decent and what is affordable? What does it quantitatively mean, a decent monitoring in terms of soil health? Because I want to focus on the soil health. What does it mean, a decent monitoring that is affordable? It's not only a question to you. Any other member of the panel can jump in.
So very briefly, what decent looks like for us is it's got to cover those 5 areas.
5?
Climate, soil health, biodiversity, water, farm business resilience.
Yes, okay.
It's got to be on the ground every year, boots on the ground. We believe in tech and modeling, and that will be a big help in the future. But for now, we want people on the ground every year. And it needs to be a balance between practices and outcomes, which I can come on to later. And affordable, it gets more, it depends how you frame the question affordable. If you ask one person to fund it, you know, Damien from Danone, then it's not going to be affordable. But if you enable Damien to collaborate with his competitors and with those other land users that I mentioned, water companies, local authorities, infrastructure organizations, suddenly you can actually afford really great MRV at a much lower price per funder.
Okay, let's pass on decent monitoring and affordability.
So I agree with Will entirely. I think that you have to look at those different functional perspectives, but you have to make it meaningful, because if it becomes meaningful, then money isn't just about collecting data, it's about using that data to help make decisions. And so particularly for land managers, if you can integrate that, we talk about advisory and extension service who collect data, but let's make that data useful so that they can then make decisions going forward. And I also think that we tend to make these statements about it has to be cheap and it has to be easy for farmers to do. I think firstly that's quite insulting to most farmers. But secondly, farmers shouldn't have to pay for it all. I agree, it should be an integrated system. So farmers pay for the parts that are useful to them to make those decisions going forward. But if it's about monitoring, if it's about reporting, then it should be done by the value chains or by the policy. And we shouldn't put all that burden on the shoulders of the farmers just to make it cheap.
No, thank you for that. I think especially the part about not insulting farmers, I think is great. One of the key indicators in the Regen Compass was affordability for farmers. It was usability, but it was also affordability. And that was one of the reasons why you guys, I think, came out on top. Because there was that shared burden, but also shared value in getting that monitoring done. I'm a monitor for ecological outcome verification, which is, we consider it the gold standard, because it requires 3 people out on the ground with our noses in the land for a couple of days. It's really high value information, which we then turn into advisory tools that we then go back to the farmers and help them to understand what we measured, what we found, and how to improve through their management. And that has a lot of value, which is why it's expensive. Then the question again comes back to, well, who should be paying for it, right? And so I think it's a much more nuanced conversation than how much does it cost. But when we were doing the analysis for the Regen Compass report, most of the 29 MRVs scored very badly, including EOV, scored very badly on that piece. So it's one of those conversations we need to have to find these models to pay for them.
And then I'll go to you.
And I briefly, we were having internally this discussion about indeed the site platform and the indicators and how much it could be inflationary in terms of MRV that we have to implement. So that's, I think we are conscious of it, and indeed we were having conversation with your colleagues at EARA on that quantity of MRV versus what you were proposing, which is much more simple, and what you were saying, what is of value for the farmer. Because here there is a lot of, again, inflation on MRV, for what? For corporate reporting. And what included is useful for the farmer. One word on why it is useful still for the company like us who say we invest in the farmers in their transition to make them more resilient. I mean, we can do it alone. I wouldn't say we cannot do it alone. We can do it alone. I don't think it's the right way to do it. And that's where we need help, by the way, because corporation often says it's simpler to go alone. But we need to be good and say, come and let's go and do it with others. And that's not always simple, by the way. But what it's useful to have data is ROI on where do we invest in on the farm. Should I put €1 there or €1 there? And we still tragically miss data to be able to objectify a little bit more. Maybe there are other ways to do it. But for now, that's the debate that we have. What kind of investment pays off more in terms of progressing farmers faster? Again, to have a good balance of the money we put in it.
Okay, now to Samuel. You want to directly comment on it and then ask the question, or you want a question first and then?
Well, my question, you can ask me the question.
Okay.
How related is it to?
Well, so you work with large farms and organic production systems where monitoring needs to be practical and cost effective. And what are the biggest challenges? And that immediately is part of the question I already asked.
Well, first, to give you some context, I am a farmer, not been a farmer all my life, and we have decided to create a farm where we remove the practices that are known to be harmful. So we grow our own nitrogen, we really rely on minimum inputs, so we cannot grow our phosphorus, so we need to add it. But when it came to figuring out how good the practices are, of course, you need to rely on measuring the soil. And what happened is that, first, if I simplify it, we figured out that everything regarding soil is difficult. So, yeah, so we went through sampling every year. Most probably doesn't make sense, because majority of changes, you'll get variability of lab analysis or something that depends on the weather or previous crop, and you will see that in your data. But this was not even the biggest problem. Yeah, we tested different laboratories, sent even the same sample to multiple laboratories or to the same laboratory, same sample disguised as a different sample. Then we figured out it doesn't make sense. All accredited laboratories actually will perform pretty well, because they will give you something in the range of the tolerances that they're supposed to do. The bigger, much bigger issue is, how did we sample? So first we sampled on our own, then we hired somebody, then we hired somebody who knew that he's doing it better. Now we came to a conclusion that we are just going to do it on our own. So, because if you cannot rely that sampling was done properly, all the value is gone. You will not get something out of the analysis, and all your measurements, well, they will show something, but most probably not the correct data that we would really like to see, to monitor our progress. So determining where to sample, when to sample, how to determine zones, how to minimize the samples that at the end, as the composite samples you send to the analysis, how to do the homogenization of a sample. We failed on all areas, so in different years. So it's really hard to rely on all the past data, and I'm afraid that majority of other farmers are not doing much better than us. So relying today on the data that farmers might provide, because many farmers do their own soil analysis, but relying on this data, I don't think it's a really smart idea before we standardize how sampling is done, how samples are composed, how they are transported, because for some purpose they need to be in a cool box. Yeah, everything is hard regarding.
So what's the solution?
I would suggest work on standardization of sampling first. I think we are a few more steps away from getting great results compared to where we are with the analysis. The lab analysis, we can rely, we know in which tolerances the results should be, but with sampling, when you receive the samples from the field, if this cannot be really traced and documented how the sampling was done, I would not trust that data.
I completely agree with you, Sama, on the challenges around sampling, and what I've said probably sounds like an oversell in terms of the capability of lens monitoring there, but you're right about all those limitations. I want to suggest and I agree therefore around the importance or the imperative of standardization. I want to offer a second solution alongside that, which is around, to your point, Megan, earlier, around proxies. We need, the sampling's got to be there, but it's always going to be expensive, it's always going to be complicated. We need, and it takes time. So we need something.
What? Sorry,
it takes time.
It takes time. Okay.
So we need something in the interim, every season, which can, give an indicator of are we going in the right direction. And the simplest, most cost-effective proxy for that is practices. And then can we, and here's a proposal to you all on the panel or out there in the audience, a proposal from Lens we would offer ourselves very happily to be a large-scale, 250,000 hectare laboratory to build the evidence base for those proxies and what practice implementation is driving what outcomes. Then we can radically bring down the costs and help with good data for decision making.
So to build upon that, I've heard the story that Samo shared about the sampling. And indeed, I think this is one of the misunderstood things, that we talk all about the methods in the lab, but then we forget about the sampling side of it. And I know now what Login Echo is working on and how they're improving that. And this is very much in line, I think, with lessons that have been learnt all across Europe, also scientific lessons in terms of sampling and improving that. I totally agree with you, Will, that we need to utilize the understanding of how successful the practices are at a field level with that year on year. And something that we built into the benchmarks evaluation is not just what practices do we put in, but how do we measure the success of those practices in the field? And then you talk about the sampling, the monitoring in the longer term, every 5 years, every 10 years, where you can see that change. Because often if you're measuring it year on year, the error associated with that sampling point or the laboratory precision means that it's meaningless. So let's apply practices and understand those practices. Let's look at field-based assessments of how well those practices are implemented, and I think this links very nicely to the work that TR is doing, not just satellites, hopefully, but a bit more. And then let's really talk about doing the right measurements in those longer-term sampling that really answer the objectives that we set in the first place, be it water, be it biodiversity, be it carbon or the other things.
Yeah, just quickly to follow up, and I would like to clarify that when we're talking about satellites and these 3 indicators and these proxies, that would be for payment schemes, right? So it's not the same kind of indicators for soil health, and it's not the same kind of indicators for what is regen and what is not regen. Just so we're clear about those 3 different things. You know, and practices comes back to context is king. You know, there are a lot of practices that can work in one context that don't work in the other. Depends on the history of that farm. It depends on, did it rain on time? Did it rain late? Did it rain early? What's going on? And so I think being able to do that really requires a nuance and an understanding of different contexts and what that really looks like as a producer, as a farmer. That's when we come back. We haven't talked at all about knowledge and education, but getting that knowledge and education out to the farmers, but also out to the monitors. When we're doing EOV, you know, we have very strict training protocols. We have accreditation processes. We have training processes, you know, in order to make sure we do annual and seasonal calibrations with our monitors to make sure that they know what they're looking for and how to score. But what's interesting also with EOV is that we used to do soil testing every 5 years because we talk about lagging indicators and, you know, soil, you know, organic carbon and density and all these other indicators that we use are lagging indicators, takes a long time, but we've stopped doing it. Why? Because the carbon markets want something completely different. We were measuring the same place in 10 different spots on a farm with 6 samples every 5 years. But the carbon markets want random. And nobody can figure out what these what these carbon markets actually want in the long term. And so there's too much variability. So we're not asking the farmers to pay the 700 euros per farm for the lab test because it's not going to provide value. So there's so much we need to sort out. Yeah, and absolutely with you on we need to make sure that the training is...
One more thing I want to add. It's not the only pitfall we experienced. There's another one, and I think it's important also for everyone else, also for legislators. Whenever we collect the data, and we share our data openly. Right now we're preparing also to be, so that everybody, without even signing into our software, will be able to explore all the aggregated or semi-aggregated data. So we want others to see our data. We're not hiding like some other farmers. The problem that we experienced was whenever we collected data without a clear objective in mind, so exactly how the data will be used, so which decisions should be based and what actions should be taken with this collected data, every time it turned out that either we did not collect it correctly or not in the right, not for this purpose, not with the right resolution. So making whatever decision whatever data you want to collect, you need to first figure out how am I going to use it. It's not like, oh, it's great, we'll have it, we'll see that what kind of impact has this on climate, on soil health. If you have particular improvements in mind, that should be actually the focus of data collection. So how, if you want to, I don't know, reduce in heavy metals in your soil. If you want to measure heavy metals, what are you going to do about it? What actions will follow? I don't know, I picked one, a really difficult one. So what, an almost impossible one. But what actions are you going to make based on the data that you collect? So without it, well, it turned, because it was not just by collecting soil data. Any kind of data that we collected, we came to the same conclusion. So, and we came to a reset. Okay, now we are doing it right. From today on, we are fixing it, doing it right. And before we were just collecting data. So data was either also wrong because you do not notice errors when you collect data if you don't really use the data, or data has proven to be useless for that particular purpose, even if it was correct. So I think that's a very important...
The message I take away is any MRV should be action-oriented and context-oriented.
First. That's the first purpose,
well,
yeah.
First you mean action or context? Or what do you mean by first?
Yeah, that we need to figure out first how are we going to apply that MRV to whatever. So before
before it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I want already to include the audience in the discussion. We will have a next round, but perhaps now on this topic, are there any questions from the audience of what has been discussed here? I don't know where the mic is, sorry. Can someone bring the mic? Then I'll do the travel. No. Then people in the audience cannot hear you. Just stay here.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you for your insights. My name is Vincent Chedri. I work in the Mission Soil Secretariat. From a legislative perspective and in relation to the soil monitoring law, I was wondering, assuming the response is yes, how can we align landscape, farm, and corporate reporting indicators so that different stakeholders can actually benefit from a EU-level monitoring approach and also corporate reporting and also for farmers benefit?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, it's something that we've started to investigate now within the Benchmarks project. I actually think what the soil monitoring law does, it allows us to map essentially across Europe the potential soil degradation. And at a farm or a field level, this is really questionable how useful it can be. But at a landscape level, it can really start to talk us about the potential threats or potential degradation of soils in that region. So you can really start to identify, are we likely in this region to have a problem with erosion? Or are we likely to have a problem with certain metal contamination? We know that there's certain geological processes, for example. Or compaction. How significant is compaction in this region? So then at a local level, on the farms, you can start with that. What are the potential risks or threats or challenges to soil health for my farm system? What can I see from the maps here? That shouldn't mean that you take the data from the maps at face level, because it's done on a very large scale, but it gives you a starting point to have a discussion between an advisor and a farmer to think about, well, if these are the potential risks in this landscape, what can we do? And actually, I did this exercise with a group of lighthouse farmers last week where we did exactly that. We took the Ouzo soil degradation maps off the dashboard and we asked them, can you tell us, for your landscape that your farm is situated within, how good or bad the maps are? And then at farm and field level, how useful are these maps in terms of identifying the challenges, or do you not see the same issues at the local level? It's a very useful exercise.
Any other questions? Don't know whether this person's online.
Thank you very much, Tobias Orton from Better Soil. I have a question that probably every science domain is facing, because if I was not an expert in the field and I listened to you, the panel, it's all too complicated, right? And we basically don't know where to start. You can measure whatever you want. It's very difficult. But in the end, we need policy and we need people to understand that it's useful what we are doing. So if you were to communicate to someone who is new to the topic, what to do the next step, what could be intermediate, maybe indicators, intermediate, let's say, measures to take to move you towards the complexity that all of you were describing, in terms of which indicator to start with, which is a good guess in the right direction before we then explore different sets, different settings, different conditions, for example.
Any particular person or the whole panel?
I mean, I don't want to take all the time. It's open to you, who feels free to respond.
I'd say stick your nose in the soil. Humans are the most sensitive instrument for detecting change. And we recently took over some new land. We doubled our farm size, went from 3.5 hectares to 7. But with this new land, had been managed conventionally by the local dairy, all the slurry several times a year, all the tillage that you want, monocultural of ryegrass for silage. And we've been managing our land with holistic plant grazing for 8 years. And the biggest difference, I mean, yes, we went and we did a shovel test, you know, so we stuck the shovel in the ground, and we flipped it over, and we have a photo I'm happy to show you later, and it's obvious. I mean, color, texture, roots present or not, I mean, it's obvious. But I was talking to Alex from Soil Capital earlier, and he was like, but how did it smell? And it's like, bingo. Because you smell ours, and it doesn't, I wouldn't say it smells like a forest. That's where you want to get. You want to get to so it smells like a forest, but it smells good, it smells clean. That land smells literally like cow shit, because they've been dumping slurry on it several times a year for 30 years. And this is not what we want. So even though you've got high organic material, and I can tell you there's a lot, high organic material that gets oxidized with all that tillage, you've got a lot of nitrogen in there too, you've got nitrate, it's not very fun. So anyway, so I would say start with your nose.
And then maybe I can add a bit, because in November we will start a project trying to translate these things into investable metrics, right? So the banks need to know what is the methodology so that I support someone with a better loan, doing maybe better crop rotations than someone else. And I could not tell the person in the bank, go and sniff the soil. They won't do it.
So I think it comes back to this issue that it's not that it's complicated, but it is context specific. And you can very quickly just measure data, as Samo said, for the sake of it, which makes it meaningless. So we have to be very careful not to fall into that trap of just collecting data to tick a box. And it worries me that we're going down that road with soil health a little bit. So that's why it has to be linked to actionable objectives. I think you summarised that very nicely. And it has to then be meaningful for the user that's applying it. Now, when you're talking about the banks, you need to be able to link it to the practices, as Will said, that are integral, that we still recognise the role of practices in terms of improving the health of soil systems. And then you can think about, okay, does this deliver on the natural capital? Does this deliver on the agronomic gain? Does this deliver in terms of economic stability? They're the questions you can relate it back to, and that's the conversation you can have with the bank. The number of indicators to get there depends on how many questions you have. And I think it's really important not to get caught up in just trying to have 3 or 4 things that we can measure universally, because it just does not work.
Can I have a quick go at that one? So in terms of making it simple, I think it's a good challenge. We should all try and make these things a lot simpler, but they are complicated. So I think part of the answer is lean into that and, you know, either wise up or work with people who are wised up on their bit of it. Because it's complicated, right? Otherwise we wouldn't be in this mess. If it was simple, we wouldn't be in this problem. So that's my first thought. My second thought is ask what it is that drives value for your investor. Take the non-crop off-taker example at the origin of the Lens story. A water company, United Utilities in northwest England, big costs on water treatment from dairy runoff. So that was their problem. How could we help them reduce that cost? Go and talk to the farmers, spend some money helping them to adopt different practices, massive saving on water treatment costs downstream for the water company. So start with value. What is the value that is your driver? That's my second thought. My third thought is, back to the first point, it is complicated. We need to work together. It shouldn't be the job of a bank to do the monitoring or the standardization of soil sampling. But it is the job and the responsibility of a bank to find the people who are mastering standardization of soil sampling and go, right, that's what good looks like. The projects or the businesses we're going to invest in, we want to see you working to that standard. Okay, so in Ireland, the Bank of Ireland is now offering discounted loans for farms. They're the biggest banker of Irish farming. They're offering discounted loans for farms who are submitting their environmental data. It's pretty basic data for today, but it's a start. What does that help Bank of Ireland do? Go to the capital markets and get cheaper finance just to carry on lending and doing their core business. Lens in England is now an approved partner for Oxbury Bank, a bank specializing in farming. Oxbury hasn't mastered practice adoption or MRV or standardization. They've just come to us and they've said, you guys know about this, it's complicated. Are you okay if we say, if you're a Lens farmer, we can offer you discounted finance? Great, we don't know anything about discounted finance, but we know about monitoring and practice adoption. So work together.
Just a quick advice from my side. So yeah, everything regarding soil is complicated, but adopting more sustainable practices is much simpler. So this could be a start. I know it's not something that you'll get financing for, but it's a start. And it will take, I think, a few more steps also for the European Union to get to the level where we'll be really able to evaluate the progress that farmers are making with their practices, or, I mean, if they're improving or not their soil. So I don't think we are there yet, but I still think it's the step in the right direction.
I have a mic, sorry. Yeah, so if I even put on another characteristic, it would be localized, action-based, context-based, but context-based. So the three things. But that, of course, immediately raises the question on comparability. I mean, and there the standardization, I understand, plays a role. And how far does soil monitoring law help in providing guidance in the methodology? Is that something that would be a good basis if you decide action-based, context-based, localized, these are the indicators that I would have to measure? Would that then be the methodology that they propose? Would that then be a basis to do that?
No.
No. Okay.
Sorry.
I was more confident, but...
No, so, I mean, the soil monitoring law, the way that it's set up, is for the scale of Europe, or
yes.
at least the scale of member states.
Yes.
So the collection of data is to define representative areas that you then go and sample, given the fact that you're looking over very large scales. If you're then trying to apply that at field to farm level or with value chains within a local area, then you're talking about a very different scale of assessment. So the choice of the scale really informs the monitoring plan.
Okay. But I was thinking, for instance, let's take soil carbon. I mean, there is a methodology, or there are different methodologies to measure soil carbon. The soil monitoring law provides guidance. Would that be, that's what I was aiming at. So if you have decided on the indicators, would then the soil monitoring law be a basis for the measurement techniques that are being, they are ISO or whatever standards? Because somehow I think if we come up with a localized, action-based, context-based set of indicators that will differ, but there will be indicators that are common to a certain set of these systems.
So I think what the soil monitoring law does is it gives a very nice backbone for soil degradation, but the soil monitoring law does not necessarily measure indicators that represent functionality, for example. So functionality. So we talked about water regulation or climate regulation or biodiversity. We're not there yet with soil monitoring law. It's really defining degradation. And it's a great start. It's a really good start. But that means there's more to be done on selecting indicators. But it does provide a very nice backbone in terms of looking at a European scale how you relate. So, but you cannot take it literally for that local situation. In terms of the methodologies, then this is a really interesting discussion around the use of ISOs, because actually the International Standards Organization is a private company. And every organization that wants to use ISOs has to pay for those ISOs. So at the moment, we're asking all member states and all agencies working with those methods to pay the ISO organization to use those methods. And I actually think that's quite wrong for a public good.
That's quite
wrong for a public good. This data should be available.
Okay, because I was reading to the measurement protocols of some of the indicators in the monitoring law, and they use the ISO standards, and you say it's wrong.
I think that organizations having to pay to use standardized methods is wrong.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that the method is bad.
No, no, no.
Okay.
The methods are obviously often very good.
Okay, yes. Questions from the audience? Luis.
Thank you very much. It was really very interesting. So I understand that this really doesn't make sense to have like a fixed set of indicators for everybody. But I understand that there are some principles, because there will be many frameworks in any case. There will be fragmentation, and I think it will be very difficult to get to a consensus and have one for everybody. So I think you already summarized a little bit, Harry. The principles could be context specific, also takes into account the objectives, the management objectives you want to achieve. It's also not action-based, but a combination, action, outcome-based, probably. So what would be for you? So do you think agreeing or trying to get to an agreement on the principles could be useful for everybody? Is something, what do you say, not necessarily ultimate reply today, but what do you think would be the main principles? Because also for EARA, when you are looking at the second edition of your Compass Region report, at the end you also need principles, criteria to assess the other frameworks. So even your principles are not completely right today. So yeah, would that be a good way forward for everybody?
I actually think what Will said here about lens is a very nice set of principles for us to start with. So really looking about, well, who is this for? How do we integrate practices with the outcome measurements and actually defining the principles around that? We haven't done that well yet. So I think we can improve that. How can we bring the different users in the landscape together to make it successful together? Those are things that I think we could really, I was actually talking to our speakers from this morning on the panel about the business values, and actually as an indicators project, I never speak to the business development projects, but we have very similar frameworks in terms of setting objectives and thinking about the practices and then indicators. They think about economic and business indicators. We're thinking about it from the others. But what we both agreed was that you need to get people around a table to really discuss what it means to them at their local level, at their aggregated level, with the value chains, for example, and then at the policy level. So we can't do this individually, but we can bring it together. And I think there is where we discuss principles, and that we allow that flexibility then in terms of applying the practices, in terms of thinking of the indicators that are suitable for the context, based on those underlying principles. I couldn't agree more, Luis.
Can I challenge you regarding the practices? I know that some things are really hard to measure them as, at least that everything would be measured as an outcome. For instance, the microbiome of the soil, it's really difficult. But if we rely on practices, I would challenge the transparency and honesty of farmers. Maybe it's just me, but I do not know a single conventional farmer who would be willing to admit or to report the exact amounts and number of applications of pesticides that they are using.
But it should not just be practice.
Mike.
It should not just be practices, it should be integrated. So it should be practices with then outcome indicators that are measured in longer term timescales.
Well, we are working in a bit different direction. If you collect a lot of data points, at some point it becomes more difficult to falsificate the data points than telling the truth. So, because with triangulation you can find out all the weird things in the data. So that could be a way forward to reward honesty, because if farmers are willing to be transparent about their actions, this should be also rewarded, in my opinion, because we really lack transparency and honesty. Actually, it's not just in farming, it's in the whole food industry.
When we were coming up with the methodology of how to measure the different MRVs against our 4 principles, we did kind of have a bit of a chuckle understanding that we were being a bit hypocritical by coming up with metrics and indicators. It's like, how can you do that? But we had to have some sort of measurement standard, right? So that was the direction we went. But I think coming back to what you were talking about, Rachel, about having that conversation, that's what the report was meant to do, is provoke conversation. And I think, you know, bringing together these multi-stakeholders groups, understanding what the financiers need, understanding what the researchers need to be able to deliver, what the farmers are expected to do, who's going to be. I think we really need to be focusing more on these kinds of conversations so that we don't run up against these barriers. And, you know, I mean, again, we come from the results and outcome side of things rather than, you know, the practices, because as we see with EOV and with other monitoring, you know, if you're measuring ecosystem function, a farmer doesn't need to tell you that they've used glyphosate. You can tell, right? He doesn't have to tell you that he did, 6 applications instead of 3, because you can see the results on the populations of the different insects or on the microbiology or whatever. And so again, that's why we always go back to this results and outcomes. But understanding that results and outcomes is expensive to measure, and it's very burdensome. And so I think we're coming back to the same place of understanding what are we measuring this data for in the first place, and what is the value of that data. It's got to be valuable for us as farmers. It's got to be valuable for the companies. It's got to be valuable for the finance guys so that they can give us the money to keep going. I think we just need to be talking a lot more.
Perhaps for the audience online, you can post your questions on Slido if you want. And then we will check it, and then we will take your question.
I have a question about scalability. I mean, it's nice to have conversations with farmers and so on, but it's also very time-intensive work, I guess. So I think it works when you start off with a small group of farmers. But in an ideal world, if we would like, to get many farmers enrolled in a kind of system or MRV system, what are the solutions to make it scalable? I heard Megan talk about the satellite images, and that seems to me very good proxy, I guess, because plants and soil cover, they will determine, soil health for a large part. So what other scalable solutions do you have in mind?
Maybe I can give a business corporate point of view on the effort on scalability, but I will not look first at the MRV and the measurement issues, because it's not where it is not where really we see the bottleneck or where we have to put the first effort. Today, what we are developing and starting to implement is try to have a cross-Europe coordinated effort. So for us, it's 5 countries at the same time that are starting to implement a 5-year roadmap on about a first 1,000 farms. And it's really about putting the condition that farmers have access to independent advisory. So the first and the biggest effort is finding the advisors, training them when necessary, and starting to create that make them close to farmers and farmers to receive the advice. It's a lot of work also on clusterizing the different farms that we have, because no 2 farms are equal, but we can try to have segments of farm that are more mature and need certain type, well, it's customized advice depending on type of farms, and who will be the front runners, who are the ones that can be next to the front runners, and it really, so segmentation, that was the better word of segmentation of farms. There's a lot of hypotheses there, and maybe some are wrong in terms of how we move from front runners to followers to etc. But we try to do it this way. Another very important thing is trying not to do it alone. So work more in partnerships, not each company separately, but trying to coordinate across companies. And EIT Food is an amazing forum for that with their landscape program. So we are at some landscapes. I think there are a dozen landscapes being launched or in the pipe across Europe. So again, it's different pockets that are created in different places, and hopefully at some point, Sonia from Lilas for Soil yesterday was thinking, how do we create a connection between living labs in Horizon and landscapes of EIT? So again, trying to have those connections, this cross-fertilization. And I wanted to add something. Now, partnership is important as well, of course, to share the cost. So if we take the first landscape we did with the IT, there was public money that was really the catalyst to speed up the decision by some corporations, because sometimes it takes some time, and so if you have a bit of a carrot, that definitely helps. Very important also to set up what the landscape wants to deliver. Again, if a corporate decide alone, that would be one thing. But if you have public money with public goods clearly defined, then the project is going to be slightly different. And that's really, really important. So that's because structurally, ultimately, I mean, when we have an agronomist that comes, it's going to deliver results that are important for the corporate, but often it's going to be similarly important for the public goods. And so, I mean, that can marry very well if it is designed and even funded together from inception. So, I mean, in those cases, that works really well. And oh yes, one last word. No, it's okay.
Okay. Can I just have one?
Yes.
So, yeah. I think training the trainers is an absolutely critical thing, and this includes advisory and extension services. We heard this morning that we need to bring back national extension services, and I think that's recognised in many countries now that this is a huge loss to independent advice. So training them back again, and actually within the Mission Soil project, through the Living Lab project, we worked with DG Agri to set up an indicator workshop on training people who are then implementing the Living Labs on indicator selection, thinking through the process steps, and this was super successful. The projects really enjoyed it and went back and really started talking to the different land managers about what are the questions that you have? What are the needs? What are the practices that you're applying? And then how can we think about indicators together? So I think that high level training the trainers is really important to make this work.
Okay. Another question at you?
Hello. Yes. Thank you very much for the nice discussion. I'm working on XRF spectroscopy, soil spectroscopy, and I can agree with Samo that sampling is very important. And even then, when you go with preparing the sample, it's also another step where there's no standardization, harmonization. And then the sensor, depending on the vendor, then you have different spectral data. So it's really like error plus error plus error plus error. I think, yeah, indeed, that's a gap, and with Professor Rachel also, I think they were talking about. I'm working in vineyards, and I was trying to look for copper contamination. We know, because the partners that I'm working with, like there are high levels of copper contamination. We ended up finding high levels of arsenic. That could be because of some previous pesticide practices or geological context, but it's difficult to communicate that message because of the farmers being kind of like they are worried about this data being open. And I can agree, because you can damage the reputation of a farmer or a grower. So what's your thinking about, when we arrive to the point that we have some standardization and harmonization of data, we have all the data, then it's like, how should we allow these pathways so that really there's this communication so that we can have a feedback loop and correct things? Because otherwise, even if we have the perfect data with good temporal and spatial resolution, but then there's this, like, I don't want that data to be open. I mean, my project was like trying to go into phytoremediation, but if it's not open, then how could we close the loop?
Okay, thank you. Who wants to take the question?
Well, there are many aspects. I believe in open data.
Short answer.
Yes, I believe in open data. And if, first of all, it needs to be collected with that in mind. So what are we going to do with data? And if there was no consent so that the data could be used outside the farm, you cannot do much about it, I guess. So it needs to be solved beforehand when you collect the data. Otherwise, you can make some decisions, but without exposing who contributed the data. They can do the improvement for their own farm, but for, I don't know, for buyer, this is something really important. We give the all traceability data regarding our crops, all the operations, which fields, where they were grown, we give them to our buyers. So it means a lot of them. They started requesting that from their other suppliers because traceability will be important in the future, and I believe that also then the perspective of the farmers who are not willing to share their data will change.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from Slido? No? No. So we have 5 minutes left, and I would ask each panel member to provide us with a key message. What is the takeaway from your behalf from the discussion here that we can also propagate later on into the overall panel discussion or wrap-up discussion that there will be? So who wants to start? What should be a key message that is a takeaway that we should consider in the framework of this discussion?
I like the question. So for me, it's important to bring the awareness that transparency can have value. And if we get to a level of transparency that where we could trust the data, also the data from practices and outcomes, both could be evaluated and rewarded in a way that farmers would get a fair revenue stream for environmental services and not just for growing the crops.
So making data publicly available, this is
Yes.
what you say. Okay, Will.
Yeah, can you hear me? My takeaway message also builds on your last question. In Lens, farmers own their own data. They consent to share it for the purposes of reporting. They don't hand over the data, it remains theirs. They do cede a right to report on the data, but only anonymized and aggregated. But they continue to own the data itself. We then report openly across the total portfolio on practices and outcomes delivered. My takeaway is join us at Lens to build the evidence base for practices and their linkage to outcomes. That challenge around proxies. 250,000 hectares, thousands of practices being implemented every year, wind in our sails in terms of company backing to go to the next stage. We're open for business.
So I've never met Lens before, but I really like the philosophy. So I just offered that Benchmarks would be very happy to have a discussion and join in supporting that. But my take-home message is very much, don't try and do a one system fits all. It just does not work.
Not to?
A one system fits all. It just does not work. So think about who is it for? What are the questions? How does it relate to these environmental or agronomic objectives that are set? And then select the appropriate practices and the outcomes that are associated with that. And we now, scientifically, we have the tools to do this. We've got how much? 800 million euros spent in soil mission projects. We have the tools to now deliver on this. And so let's use them. It's bringing it all together now to make that happen.
Thanks. I think we need to come back to what you just said, but these are tools. This is not the end that we're looking for, right? The ends that we are looking for is improved land management, improved ecosystem processes, farmers getting paid for those ecosystem processes. So I hope that we just don't get stuck down in the weeds, that we look at where we're trying to achieve and understand that MRV is a tool. True regeneration comes from learning from our mistakes and constant improvement. So we're all in that journey together. How can we align to make sure that what we're measuring makes sense, it's accessible, it has value, it's as simple as possible while continuing to reflect the complexity that it is. So I think we need to keep talking this as a community conversation. It's not siloed and one decision maker. We need to be doing it together, but we need to keep that goal of getting farmers paid, getting farmers working better with the environment, and making it accessible and real and action-based. So great, thanks.
Thank you. You have the last word.
Yeah, sorry. Last words. I think I go back to this idea of inflation on data. So watch out that we don't make it so more complex and we lose sight of what we really want is to set the right direction. I think you both said, are we going in the right direction? Independently of all this quantity of data. But for the data that we collect, that we have generated and we collect, what use do we make? We didn't talk a lot, I think I mentioned a little bit on the implication on the economics of the farm. Some of the things for us who invest in the farm, we have to admit it's often difficult to have the full picture, and for good reason, sometimes we don't see the whole economics of the farm as a corporate. And so the space of having a third party that is able to look at the detail of how does the different practices impact the profitability of the farm, the economics of the farm is super important. It's so much of a blind spot still. So finding solutions there so that we actually can demonstrate once for all, possibly, that there is a business case of regenerative agriculture, and we could, that's the pipe dream, explain it simply to a CFO, which is not the case today yet.
Okay, thank you very much. I thank the audience for joining us here. I thank the panel for answering the questions. And we have a break now, I guess. So, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. And sorry. Oh, we're waiting. Sorry. Okay. As you were. Okay, we're going to start in literally 1 minute, I think. So if everybody could come inside and take their seats so we can get on with the afternoon. Just waiting for the go-ahead there now. Okay, I think we can start. Can we? Can we start? Yeah. Okay, again, welcome back, everybody, and a warm welcome to everyone, of course, joining us online. Through the morning and the afternoon panel sessions, we've moved from the science and the policy foundations through the instruments and structures taking shape to the people already making this work on the ground. In this closing plenary, I'd like us to do 3 things. Capture what we've learned, name the opportunities that have clearly emerged, and be concrete about how we move the discussion into action, a lot of what we spoke about in our earlier panel session. So really looking forward to this. So I'd like to invite our 3 moderators to the stage. I'm going, if you want to all come up here, Eduardo, who've we got, Harry and Eric. Thank you very much. So what we have here is we have about 7 to 8 minutes for each of you to report back. We want to do this in 3 clear headings, basically your headline message, 1 major opportunity that you identified through your sessions, and then also, and what we, again, repeating, what are the recommendations for action. So I might start with Eduardo, if you want to, Eduardo? Yeah, there you are. So Eduardo, you have 8 minutes, so if you keep it to 8 minutes, that would be perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my panel by far was the best. So super interesting. We had a really diverse, really high-level representation of different aspects around soil finance. On key takeaways, I would say there's a lot of...
Could you introduce your panel? Just tell us what panel you were on.
Finance panel,
yeah.
The parallel session 1.
Okay, yes.
So we have an investor, large farmer, SLM, which is an impact investment through a fund, insurance, and a Rabobank and a bank. So we will be almost covering the whole spectrum, no? I think that the takeaway is positive in the sense that all the things are there. Taking years to develop, but we have measurement systems. They can be better off. It can be made cheaper or make more affordable for farmers. There are business model from an investment point of view on how develop land. There are business models also how to increase yield on regenerative farming. There are interesting pilot from insurance products target to soil health. I think what's needed from the panel was scale. When it's scale, there is also this gap, this pre-finance gap between when the farmer needs to make the investment and when the returns actually can be monetized around in a year span.
Just put the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth.
And definitely policy is needed. Is working. It's advancing, but there are There was a good example of soil carbon credits from Australia that they managed to actually to put into place a market, and a living market for that, and getting to nice carbon prices for the system. And yeah, I think that was more or less.
And what about, did you have a clear recommendation for action?
Clear recommendation was, I would say, a more, is still a kind of a fragmented demand market. Yeah. So they just need to share knowledge, to share experience, and bring together to create a critical mass to make it
scale.
Exactly, to scale.
But did you maybe come up with how that might materialize, a plan for that, or? I know that's what we've been talking about all morning, so if you can...
Well, but the insurance perspective is completely different from Rob, and from the bank perspective, and if you talk with an impact investment, well, they have another different angle. They all put into before the need for sharing knowledge and experience, and facilitating getting together and scaling projects.
Yeah.
No? But how to do it? No, but that's
it's a $1 million question. Yeah.
Well, that's the mission. So what's doing?
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Eric.
Okay, so I was moderating the second panel on making soil health investable. And well, we found out that in terms of MRV and data, that one size fits all was not going to work for MRV if we look at the larger scale. And there was the idea that when something is being measured, it should be outcome-based and link the measurement to the actions that farmers should take. And then there was a discussion on the data, and there was a strong opinion that we should be as transparent as possible in relation to the data, that there should also be trust in the data. That has to do with standardization of measurement techniques, but also open access and ownership of data. And then there was a plea for a collective approach or a joint approach between public, private, and farmers. And in order to scale up, one should build networks of farmers. And then it was mentioned that we should keep the bigger picture in mind when we are talking about MRV. MRV is just a tool. It is not perfect, and it can also be adjusted over time. And I tried to summarize it in a sense that this MRV should be action-based, related to action, should be localized, and it should be context-based. And this is something for us important in the mission board to work with if we want to propose some basic set of indicators, that this is at least a good guidance for us.
Yeah. What was your main recommendation for action?
Well, the mentioning of the one-size-fits-all doesn't work. That is something that is...
So that's identifying a sort of a problem, though, isn't it? I mean, I suppose, did you come up with how you might resolve the issue of the one size not fitting all? No.
No.
Okay.
But I mean, there was no direct, let's say, action derived from it. It's something to reflect upon when we are talking about MRV.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Eric.
You're welcome.
Harry, if you just name the session that you were moderating and your results. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Yeah, so session 3 had a very diverse set of actors. A technology was mentioned, intermediary organization, a dairy company, a philanthropic company, and a living lab. I think we are the only session, as I was told, with a living lab. And I think, yeah, I'll come back to that later. 3 things, maybe. One is time. Arla, the dairy company, it's like, how long have you been, doing this? Well, I don't know, 12, 13 years. This is much larger than the 4-year horizon or 5-year horizon project. Time, it takes a lot of time to set up things. And so the recommendation, allow for time.
Yeah.
Factor in the fact that you need time, which is related to the second issue, which is collaboration. To set up a collaboration, to set up trust requires time. It also requires, I mean, it goes with ups and downs. And this is often not factored in. Of course, that relates also to your, and this is to your source of funding. This is where a philanthropy can come in, for example, to support a proof of concept or public money, where a private sector company can come in at a later stage. But this is only one of several models. But so time, collaboration, and don't underestimate the transaction cost that is related to collaboration. Transaction cost is something that we in our economy are not measuring. Transaction cost means I have to find the right person. I have to spend time and energy to find the right match for what I want. Then if I find them, I have to negotiate and talk to them and talk about the business model. And then I have to monitor afterwards. Sorry for giving also the academic definition of transaction costs. But these are actually costs that do not show up on balance sheets. They're not on a P&L statement, but they are real costs. There are actually, this is real labor time for which a remuneration is needed, including for the farmer, by the way. And I think the situation has improved that farmers do get or are now eligible for remuneration in participating in these things. But in the past, this was a big problem. So that's my second point.
Yeah.
Acknowledge this also as part of a setup cost of whatever you're doing. And then thirdly, there was a lot of diversity, and no, I have another follow-up on the collaboration. One of the things that makes collaboration also difficult is if you're talking about collaboration in a certain territory, yeah, you know each other, right? So that helps in building trust. But what if the corporate has its decision center? So I'm from Belgium. We have a Dutch supermarket chain, 2 German supermarket chain, a French supermarket chain, and 1 Belgian one. Yeah. So the seat of decision making is not even in our country. Yeah. We have, and it's versa. We have the largest beer company, but the HQ is in Brazil. So how do you get that kind of how do you get those guys into the room if they're not even in my country? Yeah, it makes it even more difficult. Increases the transaction cost of finding each other even more, resulting in no action. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the third point is the diversity. It was really stretching this. I mean, on the one hand, we have a living lab, and brace yourself, the living lab was not using an MRV system. They were not even collecting data in terms of indicators. I'm sorry to say, there are living labs out there that are not doing it. Sorry, Harry.
That's a solution, you mean?
Huh?
Not to have an MRV is a solution.
But no, you have to look at the needs. The needs of those people were not.
Okay, but that was the outcome-based, right? I mentioned.
Yeah, but these are social needs, right? These are people who are devoid of income opportunities, who have not enough resources to do anything. I mean, these are the kind of social innovations that we have also been talking about in the morning, and that are the living labs. I think they do have this mission to actually expand our activities also into addressing those social needs. This is on one extreme. The other extreme is the MRV-led, SBTI, Vera certified, so 2 very different realities sitting in the room, and it was very difficult to bridge those 2 very different realities in the room. So my recommendation there, I don't know actually, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, so the general recommendation is please acknowledge this diversity and foster the diversity. Don't throw it all away, because Europe is about diversity. But that was something really striking, I think, in our session. is that where you have this diversity of needs, and hence a diversity of business models, and maybe some of them don't even need soil data.
Yeah, interesting. A lot identified there: costs, time, diversity, including one size not fitting all, and the need to connect demonstration to capital. So a lot identified, and really important sessions. Thank you very much to Harry, Eric, Eduardo. Now let me bring all of that to Mission Soil itself, of course. I'd like to invite Henry DeLange, Head of Unit Research and Innovation at DG Agri, and Head of the Mission Soil Secretariat. I'd like to invite you onto the stage.
So, good afternoon. We'll have a set of slides. Today has demonstrated that the investment case for soil health is no longer theoretical. And discussions have shown that many of the pieces are already in place. We have stronger policies, growing scientific evidence, new financial instruments, and an increasing number of very successful examples. And the obvious question, therefore, is what happens after today? And we do not want this forum to be a one-off event, and our ambition is really to create a permanent process and to help translate today's discussions into concrete partnerships and projects and investments. The backbone of the mission is the Mission Soil platform. And during the day, we've heard recurring messages from many speakers. Investors need better information. Businesses need credible projects. Project promoters need support to become investment ready. We need to talk more. We need to acknowledge diversity. And the platform has been designed to respond to these needs. It's more than a website. It will provide practical services that help connect people, develop projects, mobilize finance, and build confidence in soil health investments. So today's forum is the starting point, but the platform will provide the continuity between now and the new investment forum in 2027. Now, one message came across very clearly today, which is that there's enormous interest in investing in soil health, but many actors are still asking very practical questions. Which business models are working? Which financial instruments already exist? Which indicators should be used? How do we assess project risk? And where can investors find opportunities? And the platform will help answer those questions by bringing together market intelligence, practical guidance, and training. What we also want is to build a common language between researchers and businesses, investors, and policymakers. And that will make discussions easier and investment decisions more informed. So in many ways, this knowledge component will provide a foundation for everything else that we want to achieve. One of the strongest messages today is that none of the investments will happen in isolation. Successful projects require different actors to work together: farmers and companies and researchers, financial institutions, regional authorities, and technology providers. And we don't want to reinvent partnerships every time. So the platform will help test also practical collaboration models that others can reuse. The purpose here is to reduce transaction costs and to make collaboration easier. And we hope that many of today's conversations will evolve into these kinds of partnerships. So throughout today's forum, we have seen, and we will also see in the following pitch session, many inspiring examples. The challenge really is not about generating ideas. It is about making sure that those ideas become projects that investors are actually able to finance. Many projects fail to attract investment because they lack a robust business model, a clear governance structure, or sufficient evidence. And the platform will provide a structured pathway to help at least 30 promising initiatives strengthen these aspects and become investment ready. We don't want to create new structures. We want to build on the many excellent initiatives that are already active across Europe and connect them more effectively. And we see strong opportunities to work together with organizations such as the European Investment Bank and EIT Food and InvestEU, Green Assist or FI Compass. The role is to reduce transaction costs and to accelerate the journey from promising ideas to investable projects. Now, another important message we heard today is that the market remains fragmented. Information is scattered. Funding opportunities are difficult to navigate. Good examples are often difficult to find. And the tracker is designed to address this. It will provide a shared reference point where policymakers and investors, project developers can understand where investment is already happening, where gaps remain, and where new opportunities are emerging. And over time, that should help us demonstrate the growing maturity of soil health as an investment area. So what can you do next? We want to encourage all of you to stay involved. And if you're not yet part of the mission community, we want to encourage you to sign the Mission Soil Manifesto and to subscribe to the mission newsletter. And these are really very basic, very simple ways to stay informed, to connect also with other organizations, and to contribute to the growing European soil health community. Now, if you represent a company, a financial institution, a public authority, a project consortium, we want to hear from you. Bring us your ideas, your projects, and your partnership proposals. And together we can then explore collaboration opportunities and help prepare investment-ready projects and connect you with the right partners. And please join us at the next European Mission Soil Week, which will take place on the 17th and the 18th of November in Dublin. And that will be another important opportunity to share progress and to build new collaborations and to continue this journey together. Thank you.
Now, and Henri, do you want to take a seat here? We've just a couple of questions. Just before we get to our pitch session, of course, where a lot of people will be bringing their ideas, and that'll be next up. But I suppose one thing I wanted to ask you about was the, I mean, you were talking about Dublin. We have the Irish presidency of the European Council, and with that, negotiations for the 7-year multi-annual framework. We know that there's a lot of, let's say, pressure to reduce payments when it comes to common agricultural policy, but there is also the European Competitiveness Fund. So can you see or pinpoint where there are opportunities within the multi-annual framework for soil health, particularly given the pressure that the budget is under in relation to security and other areas, priorities? There you go.
Yeah, thank you. So we have indeed the next multi-annual financial framework, so the next long-term EU budget. And the focus is all on competitiveness and resilience and strategic autonomy, but also on sustainability. And of course, soil health is part of all of that. And an underpinning narrative there is that of the seamless investment journey. So we want to finance, and this is particularly important for the second pillar of the MFF. We want to ensure a seamless investment journey from research all the way to industrial deployment. So this brings together Horizon Europe, which will cover the research and innovation side, and then indeed this European Competitiveness Fund that will cover innovation and industrial deployment. And this deployment story as well is of course very important for soil health and for the soil community. So I would think that for the mission, for soil health in general, the next MFF really constitutes an important opportunity, and the soil health community really needs to be prepared here. And that means developing stronger business cases, also building partnerships across sectors, and demonstrating scalable solutions and identifying investment-ready projects that can respond quickly when new opportunities emerge. And that's precisely where the mission can contribute. Through the platform, we want to transform good ideas into credible investment opportunities so that when these new European instruments become available, the soil health community is really ready with projects and partnerships and evidence that can attract public and private investment.
So you think it's likely that the soil health can take advantage, or it'll materialize within the European Competitiveness Fund?
Absolutely.
That's good.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about was for next year. Today we've talked a lot about some of the obstacles around scaling up, around labour, around the time commitment that is required for soil health, about translating the science into economic opportunities, around the critical nature of working with farmers. What would you like to see? I mean, it's a long-term project, right? So let's say this time next year, what would be a good year for soil health?
Okay, I think by next year we want to see several things. So first, we want to see a larger and more diverse soil community, and also much stronger bridges, I think, between the mission research innovation ecosystem on the one hand and the business and investment community. And this all for the sake of translating promising results from Horizon projects and living labs more quickly into practical application. So we have community, we have bridges. I think we also would like to host more opportunities for pitching and matchmaking and project development so that we can help innovators and entrepreneurs and regions and businesses connect better with investors and strategic partners. And this throughout the year, and not only at the forum, of course. And a good example is the pitching session we are about to have, and already many thanks, of course, to all of the projects that will present there.
And are you confident that we're headed in the right direction in that regard?
Yes, I think so. And I think we see a start today, and we hope to see much more of that by the next forum, which is this confidence from the investment community, a confidence that will grow as we get better indicators and practical guidance and successful examples. So what we would really like is that by next year, the forum becomes a natural meeting point to discuss these kinds of issues.
Brilliant. Well, that's good. We'll talk about that this time next year. But Henri de Lang, Head of Unit Research and Innovation at DG Agri, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Now, thank you to all of our speakers for a rich and thought-provoking discussion so far this afternoon and all throughout the day. We've obviously, as we know, explored policy frameworks, financial instruments, partnerships and business models that can help unlock investment in soil health. And we hope to improve on that within the year and also over the next few years. But to conclude today, as we heard from Henri, we'd like to leave the discussion behind and now turn it into action. Our final session will showcase a diverse set of concrete examples that demonstrate how soil health is already creating value on the ground. So this session, as we know, will feature innovative initiatives advancing soil health through a wide range of solutions.
Let me welcome the moderator, Luis Sanchez Alvarez, Head of Sector at DG Agri, to the stage. He's going to moderate this session, this pitch session. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you, Shona. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this final session. We are moving from the morning. You remember we started with science, then we moved into policy, financial instruments, and then during the parallel sessions, we were really going more granular into MRV methodologies, but also much more on financial engineering and investable pipeline of projects. So, well, as Henry said, we really would like to finish with some illustration of practical cases. This is a message we also got from the community in the last European Mission Soil Week in Denmark last year. Our people wanted to see more practical cases. So I think it's a very nice way of concluding the session today, giving also some light to projects that are successful or are still in their way and can share with us what the barriers and the difficulties they are facing in their journey. So each speaker has just around 6-7 minutes. We have 6. You will see startups, you will see more community projects, you will see also global projects that they will present the problem they are solving or trying to solve, their business model, how they got financed, what are they learned, and what they need are still to scale. So I'm very happy to invite on stage Ennio from working on the Soil Values project. One of the projects was presented early in the morning. He's researcher at ILBO, the Flanders Research Institute for Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, and part of the Horizon Europe project. So in this case, Ennio will present a community project based on composting and how Soil Values is exploring different actors, co-designing business models that create value for healthy soil. So, Ennio, thank you very much for joining.
Hello, hello, thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to jump right in. 6 minutes, it's not a lot. The Soil Values Project. There are 6 case studies. I only have time to present one, the Belgian one. The other ones are very interesting as well. Please look up the website, soilvalues.eu. It's a 4-year project. We're in the last year. And some key questions guiding us through is what can you achieve when you actively participate as a researcher in the co-design and the implementation of innovative business models? And then the second one is how can we better understand and leverage the intrinsic motivations of stakeholders in such an endeavor, in addition to financial incentives. Excuse me. You got some fundamentals. It's basically, we took these as our guiding principles. So soil care is not just a responsibility of individual farmers, it is a collective responsibility. You can increase it in various ways, and we focused on a single topic, having high quality, affordable compost as fuel for soil health, as fuel to have organic fertilization strategies. And we think along with stakeholders, and we use strategic niche management. So we start from a niche innovation, try to break that into the dominant socio-technical regime. Let's make it more concrete. This is what happened in the last 4 years for us in Belgium, specifically, by the way, in the province of Antwerp and the border region with the Netherlands. We have public institutions. They manage biomass from nature reserves. They have to mow the grass. They have to remove the biomass to deplete nutrients. They pay for that removal to centralized installations, and that was the business as usual. And then at the same time, individual farmers had the biomass on their fields, on their environment, and they sort of sometimes often didn't really know what to do with it and exported it. What we did, the innovation, is actually we took the same amount of money that was being paid to the central composters, and we proposed a system of a regional farmer collective. We did a lot of trust building, a lot of skills building, a lot of demonstration events, technical knowledge, leasing machinery, you name it. And what we have now is about 20 farmers and formal agreements between these institutions who pay the farmers to produce compost. I'll give you some numbers. So impact, qualitatively, this is actually why these public institutions were on board, because we reduce nutrient imports, we reduce nutrient leaching, we create the synergy between the maintenance, landscape maintenance, between the nature and agricultural sectors, and we improve water retention. And then on the farm level, we have the benefits associated with soil organic carbon building, a more autonomous farms, more legislation compliant. Some numbers. These are our pilots. We did pilots in 2024, 25, 26. And these are the numbers for 2025. About 3,000 tons of compost produced by 20 farmers. Each farmer has about 100 hectares of land, so about 2,000 hectares involved. And we had a cost savings, this is back of the envelope calculations, but okay, of about 1,380 euros saved per farmer, and about 375 tons of organic carbon added to mainly arable lands. These are the next steps. This is the big difficulty. Why it took so long is if you want a stable arrangement, you need to convince these public institutions and the farmers as a collective to jump in and offer guarantees at the same time. It's really difficult. And now this year we're taking a big step back. They're in this process of doing contractual arrangements, and we're in the process of making sure that the legal framework is facilitating, and I'm here today as a part of amplification efforts, of part of amplifying out, scaling deep, all that jazz. Some results, and I will come back to this. Commodification, MRV, and the profitability requirement are not the only way to make sure that you have structural improvements in soil health. And there's a lot of stability in a systemic transition like this one. I have some illustrations coming up. What we did, where the money went, I want to shout out that we did a lot of analysis, a lot of technical support. The Agentschap Natuur en Bos and Province of Zeeland, Flanders and the Netherlands respectively, invested a lot of leasing of machinery, a lot of monitoring tools, time, labor. And this is actually a qualitative valorization of ecosystem services. I don't really have enough time, but let's say these waste processing fees associated with the biomass fund the system. These are recurring societal costs which existed before and now remain the same. But still we see some optimization is required, and a membership fee for participating farmers might be required in the future, as long as it doesn't compromise their financial viability of their participation. Regarding that, it's very important that these farmers don't undercut each other. So sometimes we get an email or a phone call saying like, I received free grass, free biomass. It's not a good thing. They need to be paid for the service that they provide. This is my last slide. It's a lot. Take your time afterwards to look at it. But the slide on the right is basically, I hear a lot of business models at the farm level, a lot of bioeconomic analysis at the farm level, a lot of incentives at the farm level. This is an example of a network level business model comprised of, let's say, the business model of these 20 farmers and the organizational logic of these public institutions. And you're taking them along a whole journey, and this is, there's crucial parameters to evaluate, like expectation management, the network strength, how interdependent are they, how much is the synergy, how stable is this new system? And they're all really, really good questions, so come and talk to me or in the Q&A afterwards. Then my last takeaways. Yeah, what we did here is basically just look at soils, look at biomass as a common good, a common problem, a common incentive, align that within a region, a manageable region, 20 farmers, some public institutions is manageable. We make a blueprint out of that, and we expect these numbers that I just showed you, these 3,000 tons of compost and these cost savings and these amount of carbon stored, etc., to scale across Flanders. We actually have all the ingredients in place to expect the 20 farmers to become 200, 400 farmers, and all these numbers will go times 10, times 20. I also want to mention the Dutch cooperative AgriCycling, which helped us a lot, and they're right now up to 109 farmers participating in such a model, and they expect by 2030 to have about 800. So you can also Google AgriCycling. And that's my main point. You need to help change the context. So we didn't use commodified units here. We just made sure that the basic ingredients to enable farmers to do something about soil health is there, that they have access to these resources, they build up the skills to operate the machinery, they are now invested in nature restoration as well, because they can process biomass. It lowers the barrier to introduce woody landscape elements, for example, in the region, because this is now part of their normal way of working, of their business model. So I don't quite understand the hyper-focus we sometimes have on biodiversity credits and carbon certificates. I think there's other ways. We pay a lot of money already, recurring societal costs, which sort of feed into negative soil health outcomes, and by restructuring that part of the system, we can already do a lot of work. For me, this is the low-hanging fruit, or at least for Flanders and similar regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this stresses, again, the point on the partnerships, the collaboration, organizing people and incentives. So now we change a little bit. I would like to invite Sarah Lijard from Racine de France, that is developing an ambitious approach that combines soil restoration, agroforestry, forest restoration, with a new generation of integrated nature credits, including biodiversity, water, so not only carbon. That was one of the discussions during the morning. So thank you very much for joining, Sarah. The floor is yours.
All right. Actually, can I use these mics? Thank you. So, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Lijard. I'm the project manager of Racine de France. In the next few minutes, I want to show you how we turn soil regeneration into something investable and why the tree is the key to it. Our solution has one backbone, the tree. It's the only natural system that addresses all four environmental challenges at once. Its roots fracture the soil, open infiltration channels, and hold slopes against erosion. Its canopy intercepts rainfall and protects bare grounds. Its biomass, leaves, dead woods, roots, exudates, feeds the soil microbiome and rebuilds organic matter. It stores carbon, regulates water, supports biodiversity. This is not a theory, since we have built 2 demonstrators to prove it. At Chaudzeg, in the Cantal, we manage 150 hectares of hillside forest, a spruce monoculture planted in the 1960s. From 2020, bark beetle destroyed almost the entire stand, and around 90 hectares had to be harvested. What remained was bare forest soil on a slope draining straight into the Truyère River. And in a forest, unlike in agriculture, you cannot simply bring in organic amendments. It does not work that way. So protecting the soil where it stands is the only option. Our response? Grass and stabilize 10 kilometers of tracks, re-establish continuous ground cover, plant mixed hedgerows, decompact, and restore a diverse root system across the hillside. One principle, no bare soils. Hold the water, fight erosion, feed the trees we plant. At Castries, in the Hérault, we took over 5 hectares of former vineyard. The soil was in it. It crumbled in your hand with no biology left. We spent 2 years preparing it before planting a single tree. Year 1, chickpeas, not for harvest, but for decompaction. Year 2, white clover to fix nitrogen and bring the soil back to life. Year 3, 2,000 trees planted into that reviving soil to avoid chemical inputs. We incorporated 500 cubic meters of forest wood chip to rebuild organic matter in a stony, calcareous southern soil under a permanent ground cover that fixes nitrogen, feeds our hives, and shields the ground from the violent seasonal rains. Once a year, when it dries, that cover is mulched back into the soil, alive by fixing nitrogen, then by its decomposition, rebuilding the structure. So 2 contexts, 1 conclusion. Without the tree, there is no soil recovery. And without a mechanism to pay for it, it does not happen at scale. This is the gap that we address. Carbon, water, soil, and biodiversity are not 4 separate problems. They are 4 expressions of the same living system, same soil, same trees, same processes. You cannot honestly certify one without measuring the others. So we built the first simultaneous quadruple certification with carbon, water, soil, and biodiversity measured at the same time on the same land. This lets us remunerate a farmer or forester not only for what they produce, but for what they rebuild. Every figure rests on public Sentinel-2 satellite data. Our parcels are imaged every 5 days to isolate our real impact. Anyone here can verify any number at any time. These credits are reportable today, compatible with CSRD under ESRS E1 to E4 and with the VSME framework. Today, 186,000 certified credits across 155 hectares available now. The proof is on the ground, the credits are on the shelf. So where do we stand today? First, a milestone. We have just signed an international MOU with IIT Delhi, one of India's leading institutes, signed in Nice at the Bharat Innovates Forum, in the presence of the President of the French Republic and India Prime Minister Modi. Together, we will work on research, innovation, and entrepreneurship around energy, sustainability, and climate. It places our model on an international research stage. Second, the proof on the ground. 2 demonstrators operating for 7 years, both certified since 2026 across all 4 dimensions, and supported by major corporate sponsors and leading public programs, Horizon Europe and France 2030. These credits already exist, so what comes next is straightforward. Place this first portfolio with companies ahead of the 2026 CSRD cycle and replicate the model territory by territory. Now you must ask yourself, how do we finance this? How do we make it last? It started simply. Our funder bought and restored the land himself, because showing is more convincing than telling. Then came corporate patronage and public programs. Today, the model rests on 3 sources. 1, companies buy our certified credits to feed their CSRD and VSME reportings. 2, project holders pay us to replicate the model on their own land with us as a project lead. 3, patronage. Alongside the company, we created Arbusts, a non-profit of general interests that carries the educational work. A company giving to Arbust deducts 60% from its corporate tax in France. We learned one lesson the hard way. Everyone started with carbon alone, and so that carbon credits on their own can finance fragile monocultures that collapse at the next drought. So we rebuilt the whole model around the 4 dimensions together. And one word on the market. Of the 4, soil is by far the least developed. Water, biodiversity, and carbon hold up. Soil barely does. Nature credit markets are still fragmented and lack common standards. Building those standards is the main lever to unlock private capital. And here, Europe has a decisive role. So 2 lessons. First, if you want to finance healthy soils, you have to finance the whole living system. A soil does not recover on a single plot. It recovers at the scale of a territory with its water, its trees, its biodiversity. And the tree is at the center with extended time. Second, if you want investors to trust nature credits, every figure must rest on public, verifiable data. There is also an honest point of view on value, Soil is still underpriced. Restoration only starts to make economic sense when a restored square meter is valued realistically in the order of a few €100. The market is not yet mature, and the credits should be bought by the value chain whose activity depends on or degrades the soil they rely on. 3 conditions to scale: standardized market with shared accounting, a common agricultural policy that rewards ecological performance, not only production, and public instruments to de-risk this transition. And if we started again tomorrow, we would set a T0 baseline on day 1, soil, water, carbon, biodiversity, measured before touching anything. The proof is made. What we need now is to build this architecture together, here and now. I thank you very much for your attention. We'll be glad to continue this conversation. The demonstrators are ready, and so are we.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, I would say also. Touching upon many things we discussed in the morning, for example, setting baselines, very important thing. So, and I forgot to tell you that we will have some time at the end of the presentation for questions. So keep your questions with you, think about it, because we will have some time. I will invite all the speakers to join me on stage. So now we have a presentation, a joint presentation by the 3 founders of Better Soil, Asade, Tobias, and Fritz. They will present their solution that combines satellite data, crop rotation planning, financial modeling to improve soil management, while also helping, and that's another point was touched upon this morning, banks, for example, to better assess agricultural investment risks. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now? Is it? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So I will jump into the content. We are a company, a startup, and using satellite data to measure soil health and also to recommend how to improve soil health. There is a big problem on the global market. We don't talk about the global now, just keep it in Europe. This is a graphic that we got from one of the potato processors, a big potato processors, which is showing a decrease in yield. Potato is decreasing over 23 years. This is the problem. And on the other side of the market, you see a demand for fries, for chips. Everybody wants to eat fries, and we are in Belgium. So we have 4.2% increase in demand, and the latest results are 5%. How can we match potato decline with increase in demand? This is the solution that we got. We got a fund last year from European Space Agency to develop a software. Our software is our product. The product, on the one side, you have the user put some information, GPS location, field selection, previous crops, and user objectives. So this goes directly into a crop rotation recommendation engine, and this is the algorithm that we have. What kind of other data flows into this? From the satellite-based soil data, from weather data, from Sentinel-2, and also a database on soil properties and crop properties. So from 4 different data sources, we have flow of data, thousands of data points into the algorithm. And on the other side, the result is in the crop rotation recommendation and a soil fertility map.
Yeah, so when the algorithm runs through, we got 2 views. At first, we have the table view. As you can see here, we have in a big blue the rapeseed, so that's the current crop you are growing on your field, which recommends the algorithm, and the impact of this crop. And we see a nitrogen fixation about minus 113, so you have an uptake about 113 kilograms per hectare. To see what the algorithm recommends you to grow in the next years, you have this table view. On the y-axis, you have the years. On the x-axis, you have the month. And with the colors, you see what to grow. A cash crop, cover crop, or secondary crop, and when to start and when to end. And then to have a deeper look into the recommendation, we have the table view. In the table view, you have a list of all the crops that the recommendation recommends you, and also with the benefit from this crop. So as you can see here, we have, for example, cover grass with a nitrogen fixation of 251 kilograms per hectare, which comes to the field when you grow cover grass. But we don't only have this recommendation, we have also the crop simulator. So when you're an old farmer, you say, okay, I've done this for years, I'm better than the algorithm. Then you can use our simulator to look how good your current crop rotation is. And maybe I guide you through this interface. You see on the right side the crops you can choose, and you can sort it or list it or search it, and then by drag and drop you put it into the middle and say when to grow it, when to harvest it. And on the left side you see then your score on an economic and also on an agronomic score, and to see, okay, how good is my current crop rotation in comparison also to the algorithm.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the next feature is the soil fertility map, because if you, for example, want to transition from a more conventional style to a rather or more regenerative style of farming, you also need to know where to start. And this is where the satellite information comes in, because with Sentinel-2 data, as you know, you can look onto every plot of the land every 5 days, and we can derive a fertility map which is relative to where you are, right? This is quite simple. The red areas are showing you where it is worse than, for example, on the green or yellow areas. And this gives an indication where to start, for example, when you want to feed the soil with your own compost, as a previous project has described. And then this is also, of course, the starting point for monitoring. What else can we get? We can get soil type estimation, so approximately how high is the sand, silt, and clay content, and of course the pH value, at least in the first step, as an estimation and good starting point for your planning. And then the next is a research project that we will start in November. As research usually is, we have some numbers and we have some arrows to make it a bit more complicated here. So of course, starting easy, we have the project management part, but what basically happens is we look how crop rotations improve soil health and soil quality. Better crop rotations, better soil quality will probably increase the cash flow on the farm, which is then translating the scientific model into the financial modeling one. So this is the cash flow profile that a better crop recommendation application will give you. The financial model two then looks into, okay, well, what does that mean for the bank? What is the investment profile? What is the risk profile of that given farm? And because I have a better risk profile, I will probably also have the chance to get better loan conditions when it comes to the scoring of the bank. And to really hook those things together, this is the project scope from the science, natural science, into the financial science, into the banks at the regional level, who will then implement it and put it into their metrics. Of course, communication is key, as we heard. We need to bring players together to leverage the effects in the end. And this is running for 3 years, and we already talked to different people in the room so that we do not need to invent the wheel, but really try starting where science and practice already stand today. And this is our raising awareness part. We have an association since 2021 where we do the R&D and the raising awareness for the topic. We talk to many people, many different people, to educate about soil health, about the importance, and try to connect different stakeholders and make the topic more sexy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation that also makes a lot of sense and connection with what we were discussing in the morning. So now I would like to invite Robin Salvox. He comes from Estonia. I think I met him a few years ago in Tallinn in latitude 59, probably. I think you were starting by the time. And now I see you have made a great progress. I could feel your determination and your objectives when we met for the first time. So now he has become, or eAgronom, his company has become one of the Europe's leading regenerative agriculture platforms, working with thousands of farmers across Europe and across more than 2 million hectares, and developing probably one of the largest soil carbon programs. So thank you very much, Robin. And I forgot to mention that he's also Mission Soil Ambassador.
Yes, thank you. Well, and among other things, this is the picture of me and my father probably around 1996. So today already more than, well, close to 30 years ago. But the thing is that my father is a farmer, so I'm coming from the farming family, but I studied computer science. And then back in 2016, my father needed a tool to manage our family farm. We have a small, 1,400 hectare farm in South Estonia. And I ended up building something for our family farm. And then other farmers saw it and they wanted to start using it as well. And because my father is organic farmer, there was one feature over there that no farmer was asking, but my father was asking. And that was a humus balance calculator. And it became really relevant later, several years later, when we had already a lot of hectares on the platform. But as said before, so today we have 3,500 farmers on the platform, 2.5 million hectares in various European countries. We have a small pilot in East Africa as well, but the focus is on Europe. And we have raised around 20 million euros funding. And even though we started in 2016 as a farm management software company, around 2020, we thought, how can we bring more value to our farmers? And we ended up building soil carbon program. We started a really long journey of Verra VM42 certified credits, and we issued the first credits this January. All right. So yeah, as I said, we issued the first Verra VM42 credits, one of the first in Europe. In this January. And how we think, so when we started with soil carbon, it was quite interesting for us because we think, okay, what is it? How can we sell carbon credits? What does it mean? But today we understand it's all about recycling the CO2 emissions into soil. It's a bit like when you collect plastic from the ocean, then it's better not to just collect it and put it under the ground, but it's even better to turn it into some product. And that's what soil carbon is doing. We are recycling the CO2 emissions, which is waste like anything else. The only difference is that you cannot smell it and you cannot see it with your eyes. So that's why it's easy to ignore it. But we are turning it into soil that is producing food for us. Now, in this process, I would say the most complicated part is the data collection. I think it has been mentioned before as well in various sessions. But 95% of our effort, R&D effort, goes into automating the data collection. So the goal is that farmers would not even need to open the computer or our mobile app to do the reporting. That should be done automatically. At the same time, we also don't want to rely on only satellite-based estimations because there are some gaps over there that we cannot capture. And then the other part is, and that's where our farm management software business comes really in favor. The other part is that every piece of data that farmers are collecting for the carbon program is also relevant for them for managing their farm. So they don't feel that it's only about the carbon program, so it's only about reporting. It's about managing their farm. And yet, so today from these 2.5 million hectares, 1.6 million hectares are already part of various sustainability programs at eAgronom, and mainly the Verra VM42 soil carbon program. Now, to execute this, we have to do also soil sampling every 5 years. That's after payrolls, soil sampling is the second biggest cost at eAgronom. So we do a lot of sampling across Europe. The challenge is also partly that the sampling requirements between the government, local ones, and then what Verra is requiring are not exactly the same. So that means that we have to kind of pay for additional sampling. So that's where a lot of our expansion cost is going. And by the way, before, someone was asking how e-Agronomy is doing, and I said, like, okay, we're doing very well. But also, I would say that I cannot manage, I cannot imagine setting up a carbon program at that scale without having another business that actually makes money. So the kind of time lags and the cost to get started are really, really big. And soil sampling is one of those examples, one of the costs that we have to do in the beginning, way before we get credits and we get to sell the credits. Another key part, nothing would happen if farmers would not change the practices. So in every country where we operate, we set up local field trials, and then around those field trials, we set up events so that farmers can see in their own neighborhood what works and what doesn't work. So we have, all together at e-Agronomy, we have around 65 people, and 7 of these people are agronomists. And then beyond this, they also advise farmers, but also advise our resellers, companies who bring our solution to farmers to help them to scale better. In a way, I would say that we are selling the carbon program in a very similar way as fertilizer companies are selling fertilizers. And I think they're doing a really good job, and that's why we try to copy this as well, by showing to farmers what works, what doesn't work, by working with companies who already have the network, and by having then our own local team over there making it easier for resellers to sell us and more complicated not to sell us. Now, this is the credit issuance pipeline that we have. We have issued the first 29,000 credits. And can you imagine, those farmers started the practices in the summer of 2022. And we got first credits out in January 2026. How long was the process for the first farmers who got started over there? And then the next cycles have followed after this. We will issue 1 million credits in the next 18 months, so 2026, 2027, and those are all from practices, from cycles that have finished already now. So today, one cycle is finishing actually today. And in 2028, and another thing is that we are working, the work regarding the automation and speeding up the certification work is really important, because our goal is eventually to reach 6 months certification cycle. And we believe that in 2028 we can reach this. And for 2028, we are forecasting 1 to 4 million credits. Both are doable. We can onboard enough farmers to issue 1 million credits. Actually, we already have. But we can also onboard enough farmers to issue 4 million credits. And every credit represents at least 1 ton of CO2 removed from the atmosphere for a long time, at least 40 years in our case. But the thing is, the key thing that we are evaluating right now is the demand certainty. So we want this project to also be part of the EU CRCF framework. And right now there are discussions around the demand activation, how to make sure that those units are actually valuable. And this is what where we are contributing a lot, but where we are also monitoring a lot. So I would say that from the Europe point of view, it's possible to scale up CRCF a lot and to bring a lot of value to farmers, to bring a lot of value to the biodiversity, to food security, for the climate targets, and etc. But it's only possible if the demand certainty is there. Otherwise, companies like e-Agronomy will take it easier, not onboarding that many farmers to make sure that we don't oversupply. We have already seen in market some of the players, well, very few, but still some of the players who issued, and they recognize, the really good people, they recognize themselves as well, they issued too many credits too fast. And it's not their fault in a way, but the market is not yet ready. And that's something we have to be forecasting really carefully. And that's why, like, every 6 months, we are evaluating how many more farmers we can actually onboard. So that's it from my side. If you're interested in speaking, happy to speak. Here is my email or via LinkedIn as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think also many lessons about the reality and the real difficulties when putting in place a carbon farming program. So now I would like to welcome on stage Lara del Solar. She's representing today Veridi Tech. This is a European Innovation Council backed company. I mentioned the EIC because it's probably one of the most powerful instruments we have in the Commission, in the Union, to support very disruptive innovation. Lara and the Veridi team are working in an AI-powered approach to measuring soil biodiversity, which was another topic many times discussed this morning or in the afternoon, using nematodes. So thank you again, Lara, for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Lara, Founders Associate at Veridi. We are a Dutch company revolutionizing soil biodiversity diagnostics through the latest developments in AI and automated microscopy. As we all know, most of our food comes from the soil, and 25% of biodiversity can be found in it, yet 75% of soil worldwide is degraded. This costs the EU alone around 50 billion euros every year. So what happens is that farmers invest heavily in soil regeneration, but they cannot measure results yet, as the technology is far from being mainstream and mature. So there is a huge demand for transparency and accuracy improvements. That's what our team has set out to solve. Siad, our CEO, has a master's in engineering and policy analysis from TU Delft and past experience in Nestlé and Danone. Richard has 2 postdocs and is a former researcher and lecturer from TU Delft. I am the Founders Associate. I have a business degree from the University of Amsterdam. We're also joined by Joachim Schneider, who is the ex-CEO of Bayer Vegetable Seeds, and Ivan, who is a serial agri-entrepreneur from the Netherlands. So our team chose to focus on microscopic worms called nematodes, as they are the best indicator of soil life. They have been backed by over 30 years of independent research, over 670 peer-reviewed papers, and the EU recognized it as a bioindicator in the EU soil monitoring law. That is why the EIC backed Veridi with 6 million euros to make the EU soil monitoring law a reality. So nematodes, as you see them there, are fantastic creatures, and they can tell us incredible stories about the soil. So they can tell us about soil immunity, soil fertility, carbon cycling, but most importantly, nematodes are also very important plant pathogens that destroy around 10% of yield every year, amounting to dozens of billions of losses worldwide. So how our technology works is that we scale up a step that already exists in laboratories. So instead of having someone with a PhD count nematodes manually, now anyone can do it. First, our solution is placed in the microscope. The microscope can recognize what is inside of it and puts it through existing agronomic models, which then give farmers practical solutions to their most pressing soil issues. This is the microscope that makes it possible, the Nemascope. It is the only validated AI-powered microscope diagnosing nematodes down to species levels. It has no upfront cost for the client, so they only pay per sample. It only takes 2 minutes to process each sample, and it can do up to 96 samples per run, fully automated. And in recent trials with Wageningen University, we reached 95% accuracy on one of the species of nematodes. So the advantage of the Nemascope is accuracy and scalability. Compared to traditional methods like molecular diagnostics in DNA sequencing, there is an issue here because of a lack of quantification and distinction between dead and alive organisms. This makes it incomplete alone as a measure of soil biodiversity. So, meanwhile, labs like Eurofins use both molecular and morphological methods, but this comes at a very costly price. So our solution is 50% more cost-effective, and it's extremely accurate. This unique combination has led us to work with the biggest ag industry players in the world. Players like Stafit, Bayer, and Syngenta have helped us scale our solution from Europe to Brazil to India, and then worldwide. So we have also won awards globally, like winning the Nature Steward Award at the COP16 in Colombia and winning last year at Slingshot in Singapore. So we are extremely equipped to make soil biodiversity measurable and standardized across Europe. By working together, we can make a more effective implementation of the soil monitoring law. We can work on projects that run across EU soils, and we are also always welcome for more opportunities to continue to finance our solution. If this interests you at all, please come find me after the discussion or ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lara, also for this very interesting presentation and this new technology. So, last but not least, Kathleen Theulemans will present Land Life, our project that is about developing large-scale ecosystem restoration projects across Europe and internationally, combining ecological restoration with technology, long-term monitoring, and high-integrity carbon removal biodiversity outcomes. The company has restored already more than 19,000 hectares and planted over 16 million trees, if I'm right. So thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for having us. Yes, there we go. Well, Land Life has basically been at the forefront of high-integrity nature restoration for well over a decade now. We're a Dutch company, but we work on a global scale, and we've actually restored almost 17,000 hectares, but we're definitely aiming higher. We work in the global north, and in everything that we do, from the design to the implementation, maintenance, and monitoring across 40 years, science and technology are always just around the corner. We put nature at our core, and we work together with widely recognized certification bodies that have already been mentioned earlier during these sessions, so I won't go into those. Today, I want to take a little bit of time to speak about what, from our perspective, is a very artificial distinction. There seems to be some type of barrier between agricultural practices and nearby forests, while there's a very synergistic relationship, and that is insufficiently recognized today, and it could offer benefits for everyone that is actually in this room. Luckily, we see that there are already quite some on-farm interventions that are actually happening. We've seen great examples just now, and that is gradually becoming more common practice. But true landscape-level finance still lags behind. And we know what the consequence of that is. The consequence is basically its fragmentation and high transaction costs. So forests, additionally to agriculture, actually can offer an opportunity to produce more while restoring more at the same time. And increasing the understanding of these benefits can actually drive additional private and also public finance into the development of true mosaic resilient landscapes across Europe. There we go. I'm just going to give a couple of examples here. First of all, increase of soil health. Some of you are already working in agroforestry. We know that trees can contribute much needed organic matter to our poor soils. Actually, in forest restoration projects, soil organic carbon can represent 25% of the total forest carbon pool, just to emphasize how important that is. Forests also have risk reduction properties. Biodiverse, native, climate-adapted forests that are managed well can actually reduce the risk of wildfires, of drought, and of floods through increased water infiltration, for example. Also, nearby forests allow for increased pollinator presence and natural pest control that can help to increase crop yields over time. Integrated landscapes on a regional level can actually lead to increased resilience and ultimately food security, which is important to all of us. Yeah. Today, we've planted more than 5 million native trees across the Iberian Peninsula. That is where we are present in Europe. And since we started to doing large-scale restoration in Spain and in Portugal, we established our own subsidiary. That was our first subsidiary, actually. And they're a team of rock stars. So in other words, our forest engineers, data scientists, ecologists, partnerships managers, all these different green nature tech experts, they have brought us to where we are today. And today we have multiple projects, group projects listed on Vera that are able to scale into the future. We've restored over 5,000 hectares of degraded land that had no other land use anymore. And we've received recognition for good governance and transparency in all of our operations. By 2030, we want to get to a point where globally we are restoring at least 5,000 hectares per year. We want to do at least 1/5 of that in Spain and in Portugal. And we believe that it makes sense to actually do that in collaboration with biogenic sectors, with agriculture, with the timber sector, with pharmaceuticals, and actually also the insurance sector, I think has a very important role to play in financing risk reduction measures. What is our current business model? So we have raised our Series A, and we're looking into how we are going to move forward into what our strategy will be for our Series B. But today, basically, the demand that we have is generated by carbon and nature buyers, and they invest directly into our projects through pre-financing, and that is really what has kept us going over these past years. And in exchange, in the future, they will receive structured, accredited, and verifiable assets, mostly on Vera. That has brought us to where we are here in 2026, and that is a sustainable business with over 100 million in contracted sales. Where do we want to go next? I already mentioned it. We believe that to actually accelerate nature restoration and soil health, we need to have a more integrated landscape level approach. That means that we're looking into how we can work together, how we can work more closely together with the public sector, which we haven't been doing a lot of as a financier over the past few years. We're looking into innovative finance models, but we're also looking for clear demand signals. Today, yes, we all function in a voluntary market system, but tomorrow, hopefully, we will be in a place where voluntary and compliance markets are actually converging. And if there's anyone from DG Klima in this room, I'm sure they feel that I sound like a broken record because this has been repeated a lot over the past few months. Above all of that, the valuation of variety of ecosystem outcomes is going to be important as well. And yes, that can be through a nature credit, but there are other ways to actually incentivize and to value ecosystem outcomes as well. And that can be through tax cuts to greeniums and to other types of incentives. In terms of key takeaways to the investors that are in this room that are considering to join cap tables of some of the great project developers that have spoken here, or that are thinking about engaging directly into project finance, just a few brief words of advice. Honestly, it would be the exact same advice that I would give anyone that is engaging into a serious relationship. Patience is going to be important here. Your returns will materialize as fast as nature grows. So keep that in mind. Look for partners that are really trying to build long-term engagement with local suppliers, local municipalities, regional governments, and above all, with local communities as well. And finally, I think transparency is going to be key. Today, we are using a number of different frameworks that we rely on. Over the next decade, those frameworks will continue to evolve. And that basically means that if we do not communicate transparently as partners, that it will be really hard to manage this. So the key to actually making this work and to have that long-term perspective is to actually manage, this transparency is basically the key to help manage some of these future dynamics that are coming our way jointly and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's very clear that there is not a lack of ideas or entrepreneurs or people that are really willing to take risks. So now I would like to invite all the previous presenters on stage, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. As promised, you can ask now your questions. I think we had the opportunity to really listen to very nice presentations. So there are a couple of roving mics. So, okay. Well, I see a question here. I think that, okay. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you first to all the panelists because it was super interesting, all the examples. My question is for Sarah. It's more to bring some nuance on Sentinel-2 by anyone for anyone. And on trees are the solution. We thought all the others are nothing because Sentinel-2 is indeed very useful for monitoring forest, but it's not like you need first the knowledge for image processing. And my question is about how do you derive indicator? What are the metrics to monitor biodiversity in forest based on Sentinel-2 optic data? And how do you integrate field data to be able to monitor those projects? And regarding the fact that trees is a solution compared to others, to nuance with the fact that sometimes they're over-exceeding on trees planting, and that leads to degrading landscapes in Inner Mongolia, for example, where grassland restoration would be preferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, thank you very much for the question. I'm very sorry because I can't hear properly much on stage, so I'm going to try to answer to the best of my understanding of the question. So basically what I hear is that what do we do with the rest of the solutions that exists outside of the tree? So the whole purpose of my presentation was actually to provoke a little bit of thought here. And obviously we're not stating that it's the one and only solution. We're just trying to use the fact that there's this treasure of technology that answers most of the problems. That is the tree that exists, and that if put in valid and proper production, followed with, for example, nature-based solution projects, this can actually be an answer, one of the answers of all the problems that we've stated earlier. And then I heard something about monitoring, trying to monitor and trying to answer what the tree actually consumes, for example. And I hope I understood that well. What I was stating as well about our project is the fact that we do not consider one topic without the other. As I was stating, I was talking about the 4 different pillars that are biodiversity, carbon, water, and soil, and these cannot be taken independently. We think of it basically just like the 4 legs of a chair, and that the chair would collapse without one of these legs. And so, obviously, some monocultured, for example, forests on Douglas could actually have a very good level for carbon credits. But then again, this would have a devastating impact on water and on biodiversity. And that's exactly what we are trying to address. We're trying to say, let's not think of it as just one solution isolated, but as a whole. We think of the problem as in a holistic manner. And I'll try to keep it there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. I think there was also some technical questions about Sentinel and so on, but maybe you after can continue the conversation. So there was another question just behind, I think. Oh, first here. Okay. Let's leave the lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Paul.
I'm Greet Reusgaard. I'm a coordinator of the Marvic project on MRV, and I have a question for Robin. So it's very interesting that you have successful at putting this carbon farming at scale, and now that you have issued the first certificates, I was wondering, so I guess like 5 years ago there was some estimation how many certificates you could issue. So I think now after 5 years, is that according to expectations, or were there any problems or challenges that you now encounter? I'm just wondering about what are the lessons learned now that you have your first certificates?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. The amount of certificates is approximately what we assumed. So from the first issuance, it was, from the really first issuance, it was 0.8 credits per hectare. And we see that the next ones are going to be around 1 credit per hectare. What we didn't assume is that it takes that long. So we were right about the month. We always thought that we are going to issue credits in January, but we were wrong about the year. So 2 years later. And well, the other thing is also selling the credits. This volume, it was easy to sell. For this 1 million credits to sell in 2026, 27, I'm not worried about as well. But 2028, if we would issue 4 million credits, or CRCF units, let's say, and some other companies as well, and there would be 10 million units in the market, that's where I'm already a bit worried about.
Okay, thank you. So now I think we will continue a little bit with carbon farming. Paul.
Thank you. I'll build up on the question, actually. Okay. So I think, Robin, you explained how you develop carbon farming project. You onboard farmers, they have to implement regenerative practices. So if we take overcropping, it's like 100 to 200 euro per hectare per year of cost to implement the practices. You have to deploy robust measurement. You mentioned soil sampling, it comes at a cost. And you have robust protocol with Vera, with soil sampling at 0 to 30 and 30 to 60 centimeter for bulk density analysis. So those are a lot of cost for a robust carbon farming project. Now you're saying that you have 1 credit per hectare. So I stated some of the cost per hectare, and you have 1 credit per hectare, and you have 1 million coming online of CRCF units over the next 12 months. How do you look at the demand, and how do you feel comfortable you can have some demand at the right valuation and the right volume in the CRCF framework?
Yeah, that's a good question. And first of all, with this even the first sales, I think we are perhaps halfway there. And we always say to farmers also that carbon program, it's not the second yield in a year, but it's like a health insurance for your soil. But it will take some work to reach this 100 euro per hectare or maybe even more that you mentioned. Now, about the CRCF and demand. It was mentioned by someone on stage before as well that probably the end solution could be that there should be some regulatory benefits for companies who are buying CRCF carbon farming units. Otherwise, it's difficult to imagine that kind of demand. At the same time, it's difficult to say what exactly those regulatory benefits should be and what extent they should go to. So, and the market will start in 2028 with a boom. So there are going to be units on the market, and no one knows how big is the demand. So therefore, I think this is where EU Buyers Club and the EU facility next to this could have a role to play. And I think there is one thing that could provide that kind of liquidity or certainty to the market in the early stage, buyback guarantee. If Europe would take responsibility that units that do not find buyers, that they would buy back those units in the early stage, then that would provide the flexibility for the liquidity. And if you think about, and then I'm sure that there will be private companies who are ready to go and buy the units immediately from farmers, and with the goal to eventually sell those with higher price. But today, I think that they would be afraid that if there is going to be demand or not. And I think that would be a good motivation for Europe to work on the demand. And in a way, right now, we are asking farmers to take the same risk. That would put part of this risk to the Europe, and it would also be the most cost-effective way to reach to the goals that Europe has for the farming.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that we can take a last question in the middle. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Alex Turner from Soil Capital. It's a question for the Better Soil team. 2 questions in one. Maybe you said it, I didn't quite get it. Do you have a more or less defined revenue model, meaning who pays for a revenue model, who pays for what you offer? And do you already have a bit of a product market fit, meaning do you already have some proof that it is pulling and that someone's ready to pay for your great solution?
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, the same problem. I hope we understood your question correctly. So the first one is about the revenue model, right? And our revenue model basically links into previous discussions we had today. We don't want the farmer to pay. We want the value chain to pay, because right now, and this is why we start with potato, there is already money spent on agronomists, on more per ton of produce if you join a certain regenerative program. So we hope with our solution to lower those costs for the regenerative transition. These can be food processors, it can be advisors, maybe independent advisors who work with farmers, but also machinery producers. With all different stakeholders, we are having conversations right now. We are in the internal testing phase right now and hope to, as the slides showed, start with the rollout this autumn. And we do this in a manner that was also mentioned. We look for long-term development partnerships so that we can design our solution such that it's actually picked up by the practitioners and the value chain.
Maybe just an additional information to that. Last year, before we started to create the software, we had conversation with machinery producers on what can be added value for you as a product that you would pay for your farmers. And they say, as an example, what can decrease diseases for potato. And then when we talk about crop rotation and with cover cropping, this can influence the diseases side of the supply chain when you are a machinery producer. And that's why for a machinery producer, the added value is not crop rotation itself, but the diseases that are suppressed through crop rotation. So we are in very close collaboration, and Fritz also comes from a big farm, 2,000 hectares, and that's why we don't want to produce a product that does not really match the demand on the market, and that's why we have machinery producers. We have also a lot of conversation with McCain at the moment, or we had over the last months, and also with his parents to develop a product that can be adopted and can increase soil health on agricultural fields. At the end, the farmer should use it, and that's why, for instance, Fritz's parents had a very interesting look at our software, how they can navigate and how they can adopt it. So it is a very close conversation with all of these actors to see how can this software at the end bring added value. And the crop rotation simulator, exactly this is the point that comes from, for instance, Fritz's parents. If I get recommendation from Better Soil, it's nice, but what can my crop rotation that I have at the moment have impact on soil economic side and also agronomic side? And that's why we developed this feature as also add on to the software. So these are just conversations that we are developing our software upon on. So I can't really tell that this is one specific feature that will be launched to the market. And I don't know, the second question was?
It was about your product market fit, meaning a bit what you were just explaining. You know, are there already clients out there asking for what you're doing?
I don't know, Fritz, if you'd like to talk about the cost-benefit analysis of the software very quickly?
Yeah, so currently I'm working on a cost-benefit analysis for the crop rotation. So you get the crop rotation recommendation, but the farmer needs to know, am I making more money with that? And that's what I'm thinking or working on. So in the end, you have this recommendation and you see on the agronomic points, okay, I'm making with that recommendation more money than with the current way of working on my fields.
Okay, thank you very much to our soil health innovators, and with that we move into the closing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Luis. Thank you, Luis, and thank you so much to our pitch session presenters. The future is bright. To bring our proceedings to a close, it's my pleasure now to welcome Peter Verheim, Head of Bioeconomy and Food Systems Unit at the European Commission's DG Research and Innovation, and of course, Deputy Mission Soil Manager. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Shona. Good evening, dear colleagues and participants of this Soil Investment Forum. Let me start out by saying that you can see by the color of my hair that I have worked for the Commission for quite a while. I've worked in DG Agri, then I worked for 10 years in DG Climate Action. I was the predecessor of Christian Holzleitner, who spoke here this morning. And now since 2019, I'm in DG Research Innovation and also Deputy Mission Manager of Soils. What I've heard here today really is music in my ears because it relates to everything I've worked on during my career. Let me just tell one anecdote that in 2015, we worked very hard in DG Klima on the Paris Agreement. And one important element was that we argued that climate mitigation should not result only from reduction of emissions, but also from removals of carbon from the atmosphere. And this was also included then in the Paris Agreement. That was a milestone in climate policies, but also what I have heard here today, what I've heard just from you in the pitch session, very much relates to this. And I would argue what I've heard here during the day also shows that the discussion on carbon farming, on soil health has become much more sophisticated over the last 10 years. So from my point of view, it was really an inspiring and energizing day. We have heard really ambitious ideas, practical experiences in the last session, and honest reflections on what it will take to move soil health from commitment to implementation. And as we close, let me also thank all of you, the speakers, the moderators, the panelists, you all, the participants, and the organizers, Luis Sanchez and the Mission Soil Secretariat, and the consultants who organized this first Soil Investment Forum. I think that was excellent. Maybe that's worth a round of applause for all of you. But as I said, I think also the quality of the discussion was excellent, and there was also a clear sense of a shared purpose that has made this day very special. Today has confirmed something important. Soil health is no longer a niche environmental topic. As mentioned this morning in a presentation, soil has been invisible to the boardroom for years. This is not the case anymore. It is now a strategic issue for Europe's future. Healthy soils underpin food security, water resilience, biodiversity, climate adaptation, rural livelihoods, the long-term competitiveness of our economy, and the strategic autonomy of Europe. If soils degrade, the costs are felt across sectors and across generations. But if we invest in soil health, the benefits also multiply for farmers, for businesses, for communities, and for the society as a whole. This is why the conversation we have had here today about investments matters so much. We know that restoring and maintaining healthy soil requires action on the ground, changes in practices, new technologies. We have heard about the new technologies needed from the projects, better data, advice, services, and long-term stewardship. But we also know that none of this will happen at the necessary scale without finance. And this is why this topic here today was really important. Public funding remains essential, especially to support innovation, de-risk early action, and create enabling conditions. But it's also clear from the debates we have had here today that public funding alone will never be enough. As mentioned many times, we need to mobilize private capital as well, and we need policy frameworks that make private soil health investments visible, credible, and bankable. This means that we have to develop quite a mix of instruments. Grants will continue to play an important role. particularly in research, demonstration, and early deployment. At the same time, and I'm quite happy that this was also specifically highlighted today, we need more blended finance approaches that combine public and private resources in intelligent and smart ways, helping promising initiatives to cross the valley between the pilot phase and the market scale. We need also stronger risk-sharing mechanisms because many soil-related investments have long time horizons, uncertain returns, or benefits that are not yet fully priced by the market. And we need to explore emerging models such as carbon, biodiversity, or nature credits carefully and credibly, ensuring that environmental integrity, transparency, and robust measurement remain at the center. Finance, in other words, is not only about money, it's also about confidence and trust, and confidence that outcomes can be measured, confidence that risks are understood and shared, and confidence that there is a supportive policy direction and the pipeline of investable projects. If we want more capital to flow into soil health, we must build that confidence together, and that's why it is so important that all of you are here and part of that endeavor. And this brings me to collaboration. One of the strongest messages from today is that no single actor of us can do this alone. Soil health really sits at the intersection of agriculture, environment, research, urban planning, regional development, food systems, and finance. It requires cooperation across disciplines and across institutions. Farmers and land managers are central because they are the stewards of the land, but they cannot carry the transition alone. You, the researchers, the businesses, the investors, public authorities, advisory services, civil society organizations, and local communities all have a very important role to play, and we must work together. Public-private partnerships will be essential in this effort. They can help connect innovation with practical application, align incentives across value chains, and create shared ownership of both risks and benefits. The member states also have a particularly important role. They help shape the national and regional frameworks within which soil health measures are implemented, financed, and monitored. They can help build coherent pipelines of projects, connect EU opportunities with local realities, and ensure that the policies work for different territorial contexts. Europe can provide direction, support, and tools, but scaling soil health investments will also depend on place-based action that is rooted in landscapes, urban areas, and rural communities. The good news is that Europe already has a strong foundation to build on. Through Horizon Europe and Mission Soil, we are supporting research and innovation and living labs that generate knowledge and practical solutions. Through the European Innovation Council, we have heard about it. We are helping breakthrough innovations move closer to the market. Through the Scale Up Europe Fund and wider efforts to strengthen Europe's innovation ecosystems, we are looking at how to develop and help companies grow and attract the capital they need. The tools alone are not enough. We also must use them in a more connected way. Too often, excellent projects remain fragmented or they struggle to move from proof of concept to replication. Too often, investors do not see a clear pipeline and practitioners do not see a clear route to finance. So closing that gap is one of our shared tasks for the period ahead. So what else should happen next? First, we need to build stronger pipelines of credible soil health projects and business cases. That means helping actors on the ground to translate the good ideas into investment-ready propositions. Second, we need to work on better measurement, monitoring, and verification. If outcomes are unclear, finance will remain very cautious. common approaches, trusted indicators, and practical methodologies will be key to reward performance and attract investment. Third, we need to focus also on scaling. Europe does not lack promising examples. We have seen this today. What we need now is to replicate what works, adapt it to different regions, and move from isolated success stories to systemic change. And finally, I really think this is very important. We need to keep this community together. The value of today's conference lies not only in what was said here on stage, but also in what was said between of you in the coffee breaks, lunch breaks, the connection made across sectors and perspective. Those connections must continue beyond today. Let me close with this. Today has shown that the direction is clear, the urgency is real, the knowledge base is very strong. The first business and investment models are emerging. Now our shared responsibility is to turn ambition into action with stronger pipelines, trusted measurement, smart risk sharing, and lasting partnerships. Thank you for your openness, your expertise, and your willingness to work across boundaries. Thank you for helping build the networks and the momentum that this agenda on soil health needs. And thank you for contributing to a future where investing in soil health is no longer seen as a niche, but as essential to Europe's resilience, prosperity, and competitiveness. Thank you again for your engagement, your expertise, your commitment. I wish you safe travels, and I look forward to the next steps we will take together. Thank you, and now have a very nice cocktail. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, just before we get to the cocktails, just a note of conclusion from me. Today has demonstrated something important. The investment case for soil health is no longer theoretical. Throughout the day, we've seen how policy frameworks are evolving, new business models and financial instruments are emerging, and how innovative projects are already attracting investment and delivering results on the ground. Perhaps the most important message is that no single actor can make this happen alone. Success will depend on stronger collaboration, as we heard many times today, between researchers, farmers, businesses, investors, financial institutions, and of course the policymakers that we heard from as well today. So this forum is not an end point. It's the beginning of a much broader conversation. So before we head to the cocktail reception, just one final invitation. So you may have noticed on your badge that it's more than just an event pass. Well, it is more than just an event pass, just in case you didn't notice. It's printed on biodegradable paper, embedded with wildflower seeds. So it can actually be planted. So please do plant the seeds and think of us when you look at the flowers afterwards. Also, if you turn it over, you'll find a QR code that connects you to a farm that's being supported by the Commission and in its soil regeneration work. It's a very small gesture, but it reflects a much bigger idea that's run through today's discussions all throughout the day. Healthy soils are restored through practical action, sustained investment, and commitment over time. Now, if you want to scan the QR card to learn more about the project and the farm, your participation has really helped. That's the farm there. There should also be another QR code, is that right, Luis? To give your feedback on today. I think that should also be somewhere. Anyway, thanks a million for being part of the conversation today. As I said, it's not the end. It's the beginning of a much broader discussion over the next few years. But for now, let's continue that in the networking reception, and we'll also see you in Dublin in November.